Welcome to what is the fourth day of the FTX Crypto Cup. And if this is anything like yesterday, Tanya, it's bound to be good.
And I think that's exactly what we can expect. I mean, what a day we had yesterday. Miami is really bringing on the heat here. Just amazing, incredible chess. We saw one of the matches go down to the wire. Anish versus Ali Reza. What a fight that was. We had an Armageddon. Now as spectators, we absolutely love it. But let me tell you, for chess players, it's a nightmare. But what a fight, right? They had, what, 6 draws and then finally a decisive game.
And now we're heading into a new day. It's Pragnanda, it's Magnus with full score. Who can keep their cool in this Miami heat?
Wow, that's a tough question, and I still think it's too soon to say anything. But yes, Magnus and Prag have been in scintillating form so far. The thing is that Magnus, you know, he knows how to keep the consistency going. His experience, just how good he is with this stuff. Prag, we saw him do the same thing at the Oslo Esports Cup, but then it got a bit shaky in the middle. So he needs to make sure that doesn't happen this time.
That means Prag has got to keep his cool. Magnus has got to keep on being Magnus. Welcome to day 4 of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour.
Here we go. The FTX Crypto Cup has started.
This is the type of hustle move.
Checkmate.
Checkmate incoming.
Checkmate 3. Their preparation, their new ideas. This must be a new idea. Their teamwork, their fans. I mean, it's incredible.
Firouzja, this is why he's so good. He's full of tricks.
Unbelievable how he finds that move.
You've got to call that Prag style.
This is a Duda move, isn't it? Direct.
Wow, he's going straight for the kill.
He is out to win this tournament. And what a start.
Incredible day of chess.
Those luxurious yachts are lined up in front of the Eden Rock Hotel in Miami, where 8 of the top chess players in the world are fighting to win the second major this season on the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. And with 4 rounds to go, it's really heating up, with Magnus Carlsen and the super prodigy Pragnanda leading the pack on top of the table. And the pack here in the studio in Oslo is ready to take you through another exciting day of chess. As always, Grandmaster David Howell, Grandmaster Simon Williams, and International Master Jovanka. And, well, David, what are you hoping for today?
I'm hoping for more of the same, Kaja. It's been really exciting so far, especially Magnus and Prag. They've impressed us, but I want more of the same, especially on the board. But off the board, I would love to see some of those strugglers so far, like Geary, maybe start to show their best chess. It feels like everyone has brought excitement, but the results up and down. So, yeah, I can't wait to see today's action.
Yeah. Simon, yesterday on day 3, we even had some dancing from you. How can you up that today?
Oh, dear.
Putting you on the spot.
Yeah, I said I wasn't going to dance, and I started dancing. What happened? It's just like it just came over me, you know. So yeah, okay. I don't know. Well, on the chess, let's stick to the chess. There's some great clashes, and I think each match has something different to offer. I mean, I'm even interested in the match I say between 2 stragglers, Anish and Niemann.
Yeah.
You know, I think that's going to be very exciting because one of them's going to get a win today, and which one's it going to be? And the other one's going to be very upset. So, lots to see today, as always.
Yeah. And, well, Jovanka, how will you describe the tournament so far? We are 3 matches in, 4 matches to go.
I mean, it's just fiery. I mean, so much excitement on and off the board. I've just been blown away by the chess. Even the games that have been drawn, they haven't been dull. There's been full of excitement, full of thrills, spills. And yesterday we even saw an Armageddon match. I mean, that's like our first one during the tournament.
Yeah. Fantastic. Let's hope for that today as well. It's dramatic when it goes all the way to Armageddon. But as always, first of all, these matches will consist of 4 rapid games. This is an 8-player round robin consisting of matches. Best out of 4 rapid games, and the winner of the match gets 3 points. But if they are tied after the rapid portion, we head straight to blitz, tiebreaks, and potentially Armageddon. And the winner in tiebreaks gets 2 points, the loser 1 point. And on day 3, 2 of the biggest stars in chess faced off in Miami.
Oh.
Okay, double attack from Levon Aronjan, hitting Black's rook and Black's bishop with the white queen, and Magnus reacts by defending everything. The black queen. Oh, okay, Levon Aronjan is shaking his head there. I don't like the fact that white kind of decentralized his queen. Wow, getting greedy, grabbing everything.
I mean, hasn't this just completely collapsed? I mean, you've lost two of your main assets there. He's gone for the clinical finish, I think, which is
a simple approach.
Yeah.
Yeah, these two pawns eventually will win the game. Inevitable now. Checkmate in a few moves.
There you go. He's thrown in the towel.
What is this last move from Hans? He's just moved his rook off the open file.
Handsome mistake.
Yeah, we're going to see a result any second, I think, because after a trade, this rook move is just going to overwhelm black. This knight is kicked away, and when the knight moves, this check will just win the house. Look at all these weaknesses. They are all isolated, all on light squares. They are all going to drop. There we go. White is a piece up, and Niemann resigns.
Armageddon to decide this match between Anish Geary and Alireza Firouzja.
It's basically a bullet game now. It's bullet chess, and Firouzja is one of the top 3 bullet players in the world. Anish is not as quick.
Yeah.
The knights are jumping in, Simon, you mentioned them.
Attacking, oh no, it's all going to go a little bit wrong now.
Has Anish just blundered a pawn? There we go. No. He was defending so well, but that's what happens when you're rushing 40 seconds on the clock. Now White's pieces are stacked up on the F-file. It's again backs to the wall, and he's blundered again, walked into a knight fork.
Oh. Yeah.
He's just got that extra gear, Firouzja, when he really needs to.
It's incredible. I mean, look at that. Look, he's incredibly quick, isn't he?
And checkmate on the board in the next couple of moves. Geary gives up.
Oh no, it's another match loss for Anish Geary, but he took it all the way to Armageddon today. Still, only 1 point then for Anish Geary, losing in those tiebreaks to Alireza Firouzja. 2 points for the Frenchman. It was also another match loss for Hans Niemann yesterday to the great Pragnanda, taking all 3 points. It was a dominant win for Liam Le in only 3 games against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And 1 win yesterday was enough for Magnus Carlsen to win the match against Levon Aronjan. So on top of the table, we do have Magnus Carlsen and Pragnanda both on 9 out of 9 possible points. On 5 points, both Levon Aronjan and Alireza Firouzja. But in bottom of the table, still on 0 points, Hans Niemann, and with only 1 point, Anish Geary. And actually, David, if we're counting the knockouts in the previous tournament, Anish Geary has 14 draws and 5 losses, no wins in those last games. What's going on with Anish?
It's just been a crisis of confidence for Anish. He just needs 1 or 2 wins, 1 or 2 lucky breaks in order to get rolling, in order to get in the flow. So far, he's actually played pretty well. I've been harsh to Geary, I've criticised him on occasion, but it's not because of his level of play, which is extremely high. It's just the killer instinct, and killer instinct, it's always to do with that confidence. If you're confident, you go for it, you take risks, you take your chances, and you will win some games. But as we've seen in the last couple of days, when the chances are there, he tends to take passive, negative decisions, and he just needs a bit of luck. I think the only way that this form is going to break for him.
And perhaps a better chance for Anish today to get some points. Let's take a look at matchups coming up on day 4 in Miami. It's going to be Anish Geary against Hans Niemann, the 2 players on the bottom of the table, both eager to get all 3 points. Alireza Firouzja against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. 2 exciting young players. Magnus Carlsen in top form. He's going to face Liam Le, who won a dominant match yesterday, and he is looking sharp. Pragnanda against Levon Aronjan, the youngest versus the oldest in the tournament. So, David, what do you expect when these 2 face off?
I know it's going to be exciting. 2 great fighters, 2 players who actually really like long games, who really like grinding it out. And I'm not sure what to expect. Prag, in the last major a few months ago, won his first 3 matches, then did crash to defeat in the 4th day. He mentioned that in his interview yesterday. He'll want to make sure history doesn't repeat itself, but this is a big hurdle. Levon Aronjan, despite his loss to Magnus, has been playing really, really well lately. So I do think maybe Aronjan's the favourite, despite the form. This is a massive day for Pragnanda if he wants to win the tournament.
Absolutely, but I have to say, listening to you guys commentate on his games, there's always just so much praise. What is it about this 17-year-old that has everyone just so mesmerized by his chess?
Yeah, it's a bunch of things. First of all, he nearly never makes blunders. He nearly never makes big mistakes. Occasionally he's outplayed, but he always finds resources. But also, it's that killer instinct, the type of thing that Anish Geary lacks, actually. Prag, if he gets a chance, if he gets 1 move, he always finds the best move. He's always finding that kind of miraculous way to win or to hold positions, and it's always keeping us on the edge of our seats because it's such a surprise. Some of his moves, he thinks outside the box, and
that's what makes him potentially a future world champion.
And Prag, he came straight to Miami from Chennai, where he played the Chess Olympiad for the very impressive young Indian second team, who took the bronze medal. And Prag, he also took an individual medal on board 3, where David took the gold. Prag, he took the bronze medal.
Yeah, I think as a team we played quite well. Everyone was scoring their wins at the important point, so I think as a team we were playing very good. And also to win a medal at the home ground, it always feels very nice. It actually felt like a festival in Chennai because so many things, the government, thanks to the government, they did a great job promoting the sport. Like all the media attention were put to this tournament almost. So when the game result would be finished, immediately it will be in the news, and almost all of the people in Chennai and in Tamil Nadu and in India were following this tournament. So I think it will be a huge step in a greater.
A lot of media attention for the young Indians, and I have to say, it's so obvious that Prag is getting so much more used to interviews and attention and media. He seems so confident.
Yeah, absolutely. And you saw it there. He's a lot more open, a lot more relaxed. And it's also reflecting on the board, you know, he just keeps getting better and better. And I have to say, having been in Chennai, everyone thinks he's a superstar.
Wow.
He can't go down the street without being recognised. And he said it himself, when he beat Magnus Carlsen, the phone just did not stop ringing.
But it must be a difficult moment in a player's career, David, Simon, when they start becoming this good, so much tension, everyone's starting to expect stuff from them. What is it about for Prag in this period?
Yeah, I mean, just the pressure.
Yeah.
I mean, as well. I mean, he's only 17, right? And having that much pressure at an age, I mean, you can go a number of ways. You can cope with it incredibly well, which is quite rare, actually, I think, which Prag seems to be doing. He's really mature for his age. Or it can destroy you, as well. A lot of people just can't handle it. You get all this attention. You can sometimes think you're better than you are, So you've got to deal with that side of it as well as the chess side. And he seems to be doing a fantastic job at that. So I don't think we need to worry about Prag and the pressure.
He seems very grounded. And today he faces off against one of the big stars in chess, Levon Aronjan, who has arrived the Miami arena. Let's hear from Levon.
Good day, Levon. You go from facing world number 1 to facing probably the most exciting young player in the world right now.
Oh, yeah. He's a very, very good player, and I love watching him play.
Well, we love watching you play. How are you going to be more ruthless today than you were yesterday?
I analyzed my play from the first 3 rounds. I think I need to start playing deeper, with more respect towards my opponents. I think that I will try to do it today.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Smile on Levon Aronjan's face. He is ready in Miami. It's going to be 12 o'clock when the players start the first games today in the Eden Rock Hotel. We are sitting in Oslo, 6 o'clock for us, and we're so excited to have our viewers all around the world joining us for this event in Miami, where the sun is shining. And that pool looks very tempting, I have to say. We are hoping for some long grinds today. And actually, we do have stats, you guys, for the average number of moves per player this season on the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. Levon Aronjan, the big grinder, David.
Yeah, I'm not too surprised that he's up there because we know he loves to fight. He loves to squeeze out any possible advantage. He loves to push his opponents to the edge. Actually, all of these players very fighting. In chess, the average number of moves tends to be around 40, so all of these players do like their long games. At the bottom of the list, it is slightly surprising to see Magnus there because we know he loves his end games, but Anish Geary with the shortest average games, it does show maybe he needs to just keep playing, just keep the games going, take a few more risks, just maintain that tension. That's what has made Aronjan so successful.
Absolutely. And we're going to follow the first game with, oh, look at that, a big smile on his face. Levon Aronjan and Pragnanda. And we will have the white pieces in that game. Pragnanda will start with the white pieces. And talking of long grinds, Jovanka,
Yeah.
We're going to give out a cool prize today for our viewers if they share some selfies.
Yeah, we have a very special selfie competition. Today we're asking you to tweet a selfie that will impress our resident grandmaster himself, David Howell. And the winner will get a chessable course, Grind Like a Grandmaster by David and Magnus Carlsen. And this is valued at $179. So awesome prize. As always, tweet your selfie using the hashtag ChessChamps, and we'll have to feature them on the show just to show David himself.
Absolutely. Share your selfies, everyone. Pragnanda, he meets Levon Aronjan today. He has arrived the arena, and this is what Prag said before the match.
Prague, you are now in a shared lead, 3 wins so far. Today, you play a very important match for the total standings.
I think all the matches are important. So, yeah, it's another very tough match. I just want to give my best and see.
But is there something special about playing these great heroes for so long, like Levon Aronjan?
Yeah, he's of course one of the best players. He has been playing amazing chess. I've been learning a lot from his games, and it's always nice to play such very strong players.
And now the players are saying they're learning a lot from your games.
Yeah, if they are, then it's okay. Yeah, it's good.
Good luck, Prag.
Thanks.
Still grounded, young Pragnanda, but he is on top of the table, and today he faces off against Levon Aronjan. Here we go, Prag, with the first move.
Yeah, he starts with his queen's pawn. He's been doing this a lot lately, and over the last few days, we did see some stats. Prag scores very well in the queen's gambit and against the Slav in various queen's pawn openings. So what will Levon Aronjan choose? White occupying the center. Okay, will we see the Nimzo Indian defense? We do. Black's bishop coming out, pinning the white knight, and this very trendy variation of white's pawn stepping forward just 1 square. And Aronjan's been doing this himself a bit lately from the white side, so it's interesting to see Prag develop like this. White's knight coming out, getting ready to castle the white king. Black tends to challenge for the center in the next few moves, maybe with more pawns. Lots of options here for Black. And what do you guys think? Early days in this Nimzo, but okay, Black occupying the center with pawns now. Wise choice by Prag?
Yeah, I mean, it seems very sensible.
Fighting choice, maybe?
Fighting choice. I mean, just sticking to his principles. I mean, both players, they've got kind of different preparation. Prag's, like, you know, obviously newer to chess than Aronjan. Aronjan's been around a lot longer. Aronjan does have the experience. I think this is going to be the biggest test so far for Prag, personally, just because that experience, you know, is very valuable when you're playing someone like Prag. But symmetrical, you know, this is all just solid stuff at the moment. Aronjan mentioned he wanted to play a bit more solid today, so he's not taking any risk with the opening.
Yeah, it kind of almost feels like this could have also come from a Carlsen, the Panov-Botvinnik variation, and the pawn structure very symmetrical, and then it just hinges on piece play and whether Black can freely develop the light square bishop, and it's out. So White maybe has to start putting pressure on Black on these coming moves.
Yeah, and I'm really intrigued about why the evaluation bar favours White so much. It looks like Black has kind of achieved everything he wants out of the opening. Black has castled his king, has a solid influence in the centre, symmetrical pawn structure. OK, White's bishop trying to copy Black's bishops now and trying to pin the opposition knights. White does have the bishop pair. Maybe that's a small factor here, but this pin that Black's bishop has against the white knight, it's very annoying. White's knight can't move, the queen behind it would fall, and that tension is going to be there for quite a while. So, yeah, definitely pressure on both sides, but Prag is the first one to have to answer questions. How do you kick away Black's bishop? How do you maybe start pushing forward? How do you activate the white rooks? Black is just rock solid right now. That's why I'm so surprised the computer favours White.
Well, Pragnanda, going into this match, is on top of the table together with Magnus Carlsen. And let's hear from the world champion before today's match started.
Magnus, you're currently topping. You're playing Liam Lea today. How are you prepared?
No, I think it's going to be a tough match. He beat me last time, so I'll look to correct that now.
Good luck to you. Hans, does it mean something special to you to play against Anish Geary? You've had some banter going on Twitter and such.
No, nothing special, just another game.
We're looking forward to a good game today. And what have you done to break a bad streak?
Oh, I actually forgot my smoothie. I'll be right back. Oh, wait, no. Sure. Yeah, no, what I forgot my smoothie in the room. I guess it's too late. But just relaxed and prepared, yeah.
Good luck, Hans.
Thank you, thank you.
Liam Le, you are facing the world #1 today again. Do these matches mean something special to you?
Definitely. Pleasure playing him every time. Hope he will play well today.
And getting a win yesterday, that helps the confidence going into today as well, right?
Definitely, but I expect this to be a very tough match.
Good luck.
I have to say, as always, it is Hans Niemann, the winner of the interviews. Forgot his smoothie today. Was that what he said?
Yeah, he forgot his smoothie. He seemed to be backtracking, going back to his room or something, and then he changed his mind. Who needs a smoothie anyway?
Was it a joke? You never can tell. You know, it's a good idea to be unpredictable, I think, because then it keeps your opponents guessing. And I have to say, sometimes there's like a divergence between the players' personality and their style on and off the board. Because, I mean, looking at Liam Le, you would think, well, mild-mannered, very friendly, perhaps played a little solidly.
Yeah.
No.
Crazy games.
Crazy games, crazy sharp games, you know, and if you provoke him, he will suddenly come at you. And meanwhile, Hans Niemann also, he comes across like he could be a little bit of a thug on and off the board, but he's not. You know, he actually plays in quite a nice, dynamic way, very classical. And yesterday we saw him use a very unexpected style against Pragnanda, where he tried to hold his position. So what can I say?
Chess style is not personality.
No, definitely not.
Interesting. Well, Hans Niemann today, he is playing Anish Geary, and Hans, he actually has won the first games, both of the 2 previous days. So Anish, he has to be sharp from the get-go today. Both of them have lost all their 3 matches so far, so this is an important one for both of them. But we're following game 1 with Pragnanda and Aronjan. A couple of moves, David.
Yeah, a couple of moves, and Pragnanda went for a very committal decision. White did have a backward pawn on the c-file. He traded it off for Black's isolated pawn in the middle of the board. So the pawn structure, if we look at it now, Black's is very harmonious. Black has 3 nice pawns in front of his king. Black also has 2 potential strong pawns on the queen side. He has a 2 versus 1 advantage on that left flank, but White does have a passed pawn already in the centre of the board. Whether it's a strength or weakness, who knows yet? That white pawn in the middle is isolated. And it's just about whether Aronjan can take control of squares before White's pieces get active. White does have the bishop pair, so long-term, White is doing pretty well. But who do you guys prefer here? Because there's reasons to be happy for both sides, I guess.
I'd probably pick White slightly here, just because I like the 2 bishops. It's quite an open position, so sometimes the bishops excel when there's lots of open lines, so you've got that here. This isolated pawn, as you say, it can be a strength or a weakness, and it's also a pass pawn, so it could become a queen later on. And it just seems like White's got a little bit more potential, but, I mean, saying that as well, if I was White, I wouldn't be overly happy with the way things have gone either, because Black is incredibly solid, has no weaknesses, and I can see this going wrong as well. I can see that pawn becoming weaker and weaker as the game goes on. So it's not without danger, this position for Prag at the moment either. And, yeah, Jovanka, I mean, which side would you go for here? Would you pick?
Yeah, I mean, normally I would say I actually like playing against this isolated pawn in the middle. I mean, I find the positions to be quite natural. But here, it's a different kettle of fish because, you know, the position is very open. White has the bishop pair. And, you know, there's a lot of open lines for the rooks to start exerting control as well as diagonals. So I would also be a bit ambivalent like you. Kind of like White, but at the same time, can see that White has to play accurately in the next few moves just to kind of keep and maintain that small advantage.
Yeah, I mean, even though I like White, I wouldn't like getting this position as White, which is quite a weird thing to say. So even though I prefer to be White here, I still wouldn't want to play this position. It's like, so do I really like White? Not really.
So, contradiction, Simon.
I know, but I prefer to be White than Black, but I don't really like either side. Are you allowed not to? Is that possible? I think.
Of course,
so, I think it's a tricky position to play. And, you know, I mean, looking at plans, I mean, I was thinking about pushing the pawn in front of the White King 2 squares and then trying to move the knight, but that is really risky. And this is the kind of plan where I could see myself doing, and it really backfiring. But this is the kind of stuff I'd like to do: use my minor pieces, try to you know, throw them into the centre of the board. But I mean, you know, moving pawns in front of your king, you have to be very careful about doing that.
Yeah, you're right there, Simon, because, OK, Prag has just retreated his bishop to this square. It was attacked previously, and now Aronjan to play. But even if he makes a non-committal move, it's all about this pin.
how do you break out of this pin? It's extremely frustrating. White would love to move his queen somewhere, just kind of connect the white rooks together so that they can now kind of swing to challenge black's rooks, which look great. Challenge for this open e-file or challenge for this kind of open c-file. Maybe trade off a set of rooks. The white bishops will become stronger if pieces get traded off. But if you break the pin like this, you still get kicked around with the white queen. You still get hit.
Knight c5 as well, David.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, maybe this moves better, but yeah. Sorry, yeah.
You're right, hitting the queen, hitting the bishop, and white can't capture because the queen would then be attacked and black would win material. So it's actually really awkward. I mean, maybe there's a better waiting move by Levon Aronjan than just waiting with his rook. First, he does this kickback against the white bishop. I'm assuming the white bishop kind of continues to create this pin. It's less effective, white's bishop, because the black queen can happily move. After all, the knights defend each other, so I guess white doesn't really want to trade off his bishop for a knight if he can't shatter the black pawn structure. This only helps black. But still, this question remains, right? I mean, it's really awkward for Pragnanda. So I kind of understand why both of you slightly prefer white. My instincts say the same, but in the current position, lots of questions for Prag. What do you do with this bishop, first of all? Do you retreat it to the edge of the board where maybe it's not that great? Do you retreat it to like a solid but passive square where it's safe but not doing much? And long term, how do you break this pin? I just don't really see a safe, convenient way of doing so. Unless, as you mentioned, Simon, at some point you kind of push this pawn forward, but in rapid chess against an attacker like Aronjan, you don't really want to weaken your king.
I only wanted to play that move in combination with my knight coming forwards, otherwise I would not be playing that move. If I can move the knight into the centre here, but I only wanted to do this also when I was pinning the knight, so I kind of wanted everything, you know. You know, even here I'm like, you know, okay.
You want it all and you want it now.
Yeah, you kind of want it all in life, don't you, if you can get it, but you very rarely do, especially when I'm playing chess. But I mean, you know, this is actually a common idea in some other variations. But yeah, you're moving that G pawn, David. I don't, you know, very risky.
It's very risky, and also you still have to calculate. It might not work, but you'd have to calculate whether black could in fact sacrifice a knight in order just to open up the white king.
Yeah, and ideas like this, as you mentioned, Jovanka, giving up a piece, but still kind of fixing this pin forever, and very weak king here for white. So instead, Prag has gone the other way with his bishop. He does indeed maintain his own pin. So both bishops now kind of creating these awkward pins on these diagonals, but yeah, as mentioned, it's not that awkward for Aronjan. And here, again, he could play a useful move, just improving his rook, putting it on an open file, just like this. These two black rooks now fantastic. Or another option, just move the black queen out the way, maybe to a useful square, for example, here on the edge of the board, flexible square, and break the pin. Yeah, chances for both sides shaping up to be a very tense game.
Cool. The action has started inside the Miami arena. I wonder what's going outside the arena. Let's go down to Sverre in Miami.
Well, except for the fact that we're absolutely burning up, I think it's a lot going on out here. Right now, I'm being joined by a woman here. This is Bianca Mitchell-Avila. She is a filmmaker or actually a docu-series maker and a former chess player. And Bianca, you're 17-year-old. Right now, you are traveling the world making a docu-series. How did that come about?
Well, my dream was to travel around the world, create movies, create TV. And chess was my stepping stone for that. I mean, I played chess since I was 6, but I stopped competitively after a while and really took on more of like the community style, more of meeting more people in more of a language, if that makes sense, like talking to people, learning their stories in chess, and seeing more the art aspect of it.
And this is important to you as well. I mean, you've been a woman in chess, and this is about women in chess. How has that inspiration been important for your life and your career choice?
As a young woman of color, I am a Chicana Latina from Albuquerque, New Mexico. I was in a club full of men and young boys. I only really learned about Bobby Fischer and Garry Kasparov. And my young cousin, Raquel, she just started playing chess. And so I realized that I needed something more when I was younger, to see more women role models in the world. So that's really what made me go down this route in the chess world, and more of looking for the women out there and finding their stories so that my family, my friends, and more young women out there can see these role models and can see that they're powerful women out there and they can do whatever they put their mind up to.
And that we soon get a female player playing in the Champions Chess Tour as well, right?
Yes, I'm so excited.
Well, we're looking forward to that, Kaja, getting a female player back on the tour again now. But for now, we have 8 guys who's really battling it out.
Yeah, we really do, Sveta. And I have to say, I'm really looking forward to that documentary.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I love this idea.
Yeah, what a
Just,
great idea.
Definitely showing visibility to the women chess players out there. Like right now, I'm reading this fabulous book by Jennifer Shahade on chess queens. Like we all know the history about the male world champions, you know, Garry Kasparov, Bobby Fischer. But do we know the female world champions?
Yeah.
You know, maybe everyone's heard of Vera Menchik, maybe you know Nona Gaprindashvili, but they're way more than that. And it's so great just to have their stories told, have, you know, all the female players just out there. And one of the things that people do forget is that girls growing up, their role models are actually likely to be other females. I know when I was growing up, I was looking at the top British women players and I was following and absorbing and inhaling every story that I saw on the Polgar sisters, on Maya Chipodanidze. And it's great to have a documentary that will be highlighting female achievements.
Yeah, we're all for that. Looking forward to it. And we have had several female players on the Champions Chess Tour this season. No one in this major, though, but still 8 fantastic chess players. 2 of them playing this game, Prag against Levon Aronjan. What's happening on the board, David?
Yeah, talking of women, and it is the year of the women in chess, the queens, they are about to get traded off, maybe. So the women in this board, that? Yeah, I'm not so sure this decision by Prag. Also, it comes at a cost getting these queens off the board. What do you guys think? If we jump in just to show what Prag has done, I think he was just feeling uncomfortable due to this pin. His lady not feeling comfortable, eyed up by the bishop on h5, so he got her out of the way, offering a trade. And if black does capture now, suddenly white does have to maybe take on these shattered pawns if black captures the knight. And we kind of get this odd scenario. It's 2 bishops against 2 knights. And it's quite rare, this type of situation, first of all, but I'm looking at the white pawn structure. And I'm thinking, oh, it's not great. Maybe the pawns can step forward in future, especially this passed pawn in the middle of the board. But at the same time, black's knights will combine. They will be able to blockade later, and it's anyone's game here. I'm not even sure which colour I would choose, to be honest. But if Levon Aronjan doesn't want to do this, if he wants to keep the queens on the board and avoid any potential endgame, then I guess he can, for example, swing his queen over. And still, this white queen feels a bit awkwardly placed. Still a lot of pressure on this knight. Maybe it's your idea, Simon, that he wants to play, bringing the white knight into the middle, but somehow it just feels superficial with this white queen blocking in her rook next door. She is on an open file after all. At some point, one of the black rooks will kind of try to target her. Maybe it's hanging together. Maybe Prag has very specific ideas here, but yeah, a bit of a kind of committal decision at least, and I'm not sure he needed to do this. What do you guys think after this white queen move? Will he capture? Will he avoid it?
I think it's very understandable because that pin on the knight, as you pointed out, was so annoying. So the human response is, let's get out of the pin. I don't think it's so bad. I mean, like I think it is certainly double-edged. If the queens come off, we're going to have a very interesting middle game, aren't we? Because that pawn structure is horrible. So Aronjan decides to keep the queens on the board, and now the rook coming to attack the queen, white's queen does look a little bit ridiculous, as to be said. But this knight move will get rid of a lot of problems as well. You know, you're getting out of the pin. Your bishop, your light square bishop looks tremendous. I mean, I think this could be all right, actually. Maybe.
I'm really surprised. Sorry,
I was going to say, this really depends, though, on a specific tactic. The reason that black put his queen on this square is that he wants to jump in with his bishop.
E2. Yeah, I missed this move.
Rook.
That's something I missed, I must admit. Yeah, which is...
It's still very complicated. Yeah. I'm not sure. Maybe white has a way to kind of get this rook, kind of save this rook. I don't really see it right now. But maybe, Simon, is it time for your idea from earlier?
Maybe G4's not stupid because, you know, you have the dark square bishop coming behind it if you're ever in, you know, to defend your king. And I guess black has to drop the bishop back, and then when the knight comes in, you do have a big threat. Knight takes bishop is winning a whole piece. So Yeah, this is
maybe this really complicated.
Yeah,
now.
yeah, this is certainly an idea.
Can you also? I do like your idea, Simon, but a little bit too committal for me right now. Could you perhaps just deal with the incoming threat of you want to put your knight in e5, but you can't do it just yet, so just move the queen up to defend the knight, and then the next move. Okay. Yeah.
Is it Pragnanda?
I was thinking the next move you can go for it. Yeah. Because one idea I really wanted to highlight is that once the knight does reach the e5 square, white can actually support it by first playing the pawn to f4, sorry. And that move kind of also traps the bishop. It's a common idea.
Yeah, so for example, if black just kind of does nothing, I'm not really sure how. For example, if he puts pawn pressure on this knight, you back it up, and next move you really feel more confident about going after this bishop. Yeah,
I like that move. I mean, again, this is white trying to do everything, right? I mean, you're trying to get this knight in, use your bishops without weakening your king. And one of the problems black has is his might. I mean, we talked about a lot of white's pieces, but black's mitre pieces are pretty bad, right? I mean, the black knights, the one in d7, I mean, they're both really bad. You know, they don't have any squares. You can't really move them. The bishop is becoming a target. So there is now I'm definitely saying, OK, I will play this position with the white pieces. Please give me this position. I would very much enjoy playing this position against anyone. And I'm thinking that this idea has worked out well. Maybe Aronjan's queen a6 was not the right way to play.
Yeah, it feels like with his last move, he was just playing for this trick. He's hoping white's knight jumps in and then he traps the white rook. But yeah, this move you mentioned, Jovanka, that Prag ended up playing, looks like a really nice solution, just defending the knight. Now it's far less attractive for black to capture this knight because it doesn't ruin white's pawn structure. Suddenly white's bishops are clearly better than the black knights. And yeah, advantage Prag, it looks like, in the current position. Big threat of the knight jumping in.
Yeah. And
Aronjan not playing as quickly as usual as well. That's a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, well, he did say in the interview, he promised that he was going to take his time, sit on his hands, follow the rules. And I have to say, but I mean, you know, the position is still very complicated, anything can happen. And whilst Levon is thinking, well, we do have a selfie competition where we are asking, send us a selfie that will impress Grandmaster David Howell. And Kix says, hi, David. Your commentary at Chess Champs is slowly making a Grandmaster somewhere in Nigeria.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a nice one.
Love it.
I love that one.
Oh, I would love that. Come on, Nigeria. You can do it.
Yeah, definitely. And Samuel Hoekman says, do you have more trophies than me?
You don't want to know the answer to that one, Samuel. But I love it. I love the picture.
And Abhishek says, I love your hometown, David. The place is amazing, and what a view from the pier.
So basically, you got a stalker. Well done, David.
I'll take it. That's a sign of having made it, right? So,
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, Brighton, a beautiful place, especially in the summer.
And here's your front door. I'm going to camp here until you come home. So, yeah.
You studied there, Simon.
I did. I love Brighton, and down that area of Britain is much nicer than London, I think, even. So, yeah.
Have better weather in Brighton than many other places in.
Yeah.
Yes.
Beach.
On the south coast, it's nice and sunny, and lots of nice restaurants and pubs and pier, and it's lovely.
History as well.
Bohemian.
It's just fantastic.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not as nice as Miami, I've got to say, but it's England's version.
I think I prefer it.
Yeah.
And I also heard, so if you want to invest in wine, you know, traditionally French, Italian wine, the best. But because of climate change, British wine is becoming the best. I can imagine that would be around that area where they have some
Sussex
vineyards.
wine. They do have many vineyards down in Sussex, and around that area. So funny, I should know that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but I don't know. I'd be a bit careful about investing in British wine. Still, I'm not sure. So, but it's a lovely part of the world. Definitely, it is lovely. So yeah,
Absolutely.
And meanwhile, I've got to say, I just love Prag's attention to detail. In this last position, he's brought his rook across, and I think there's a very clever reason behind this. If we just jump in, there's only been a couple of moves. Aronjan dropped his bishop back, and on the last turn, so Prag has just put his rook on this square, challenging for the c-file. It looks nice, it looks pretty, it looks like the kind of move you just play without thinking, just to kind of play on general principles, just challenge an open file. But if we go back one move, the most natural idea we were thinking was for the white knight to jump in. But the reason Aronjan had retreated his bishop, which is actually a target now, the reason he'd put it on this square is he wanted to trade off white's best piece, and white's best piece is his bishop. And now it's no longer possible to keep it after black brings his bishop in. And he will trade off this bishop, supported by the black rook. And Prag, this just shows that he's looking at his opponent's ideas, not just his own. He sees that Aronjan wants to trade off his bishop, and if these bishops disappear, it's probably just level. And therefore, he stops his opponent's ideas. And we call this prophylaxis in chess, just kind of thinking ahead, killing all the opponent's kind of plans. And yeah, Prag, just that really does show maturity and high quality. Meanwhile, Aronjan tries to insist on a similar idea. He hits this white rook. If the white rook moves, for example, to attack the bishop, then he can potentially drop back, again, trying to insist on this trade. How is Prag going to continue stopping him? That's the question. So this is the current position. He's attacking this rook, and if the rook moves, he wants to drop back. Can we cut across this idea? Ooh, some tempting moves here. I would love to somehow trade off one set of rooks and then go for this pawn on the f7 square. It looks really tender. In chess in general, this is always black's weakest spot, especially if you have a bishop on the same diagonal as your opponent's king. I can't quite see a way to sacrifice and just go for checkmate, though. If we ever bring our queen in, I think black can just get away with ignoring it. Black can probably take a rook, and it's just one check after all. The king will hide in the corner, but already it's a bit scary for Aronjan. His king coming under fire. What do you guys think? Is this clever by Aronjan? The evaluation bar hates his last move if we go back to the game position.
Looks clever. I mean, white's most dangerous piece is certainly his light square bishop. And Aronjan, we talked about Aronjan's minor pieces being very bad, so why not try to swap them off? Yeah. So it looks like a very good idea to make some trades. And also, this could make the isolated pawn, white's pawn in the centre, weaker. Generally, when you're playing against the isolated pawn, you want to exchange pieces, generally, because that pawn will be a target, more of a target, and the pieces generally like playing around the isolated pawn. So this is a decision time. How does Prag stop this idea or do something against this idea? And he's just moved his rook, which seems very sensible. But now, after bishop c4, Aronjan is starting to find some stability in his position. Yeah. So,
I mean, is it so clear-cut, though? If we were to kind of go a little bit deeper into the variation, yeah, the bishops might come off, but still, white has a really active rook. The queen will be well placed. The knight is still springing forward.
Black is rock solid, though. So we need... I think it's just the fact that the game has become a bit more urgent for Prag now. And especially if the bishops come off, he needs to be quick. Long term, black is actually the one with the advantage. If it goes down to just a pure endgame, all of the pieces coming off the board, if it's just about pawns, black will win, because these two will beat this one long term. And this pawn in the middle, it is passed pawn, but black's king can easily come across to stop this pawn later on. So, yeah, I still possibly would choose white, but now it's becoming easier to play for black if he can guarantee that these pieces disappear from the board. And that's why Prag is peering in. He's getting closer to his screen. He knows that the critical moments are over the next few moves. If he can create something now, he will have the advantage. If he doesn't, actually things might turn.
I mean, you can throw your knight in, stuff like this, into the position, but I'm kind of starting to think that some opportunity was missed by Prag, and that Aronjan will be feeling a lot more comfortable here now that he's just going to get rid of that light square bishop. That's a major achievement for black, right? Getting rid of white's probably most dangerous piece there. So, yeah, I mean, you could play this, David, but it doesn't even look that scary, to be honest. It's a bit scary. That knight is very active. And obviously, you can see you're pointing towards the pawn.
Still some ideas.
So this is some pressure still. Maybe this is one of the better options to go for this and activate the pieces before Aronjan can make more changes to the position that will suit him.
Yeah, and OK, we don't see that. We see instead white pinning the black bishop. So some tension now. He's brought his rook across just to create a pin here. But I'm expecting Aronjan to just deal with that by, there we go, defending his piece. Not only defending his bishop with a pawn, but also now the rook is defended suddenly by the black queen, so the pin has been broken. It's less effective. And suddenly, I mean, we see Aronjan in his chair there. He's looking much more confident. Just a few moves ago, it felt like he was in a bit of trouble. Yeah. I was really praising Prag. Prag's done nothing wrong, but Aronjan's just found some really clever moves. And also clock time starting to work in one side's favour, and it's not looking good for Prague.
I have to say, a lot of the pieces are close to the white king, but the black king doesn't have that many pieces that close to it, at least. Does that mean that Prague is more defending, or is it even an issue?
It's not an issue right now. I guess black's king is not too worried because the knights are a king's best friend, and black does have 2 knights in the vicinity. Just within 1 move or within 2 moves, they can defend the black king. White's pieces, I think they're poised, they're ready to attack. Okay, he trades off one of the black knights there. I guess that white bishop wasn't doing anything on the edge. But yeah, white's pieces, they're not necessarily defensive, they're not necessarily attacking, they're just ready to play on either side of the board, depending where the action lies.
Well, he did take off that one knight. That was, okay, now there's another knight.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
And normally you don't want to do this. You normally want to leave 2 knights defending each other. We call them superfluous knights. One of them is actually useless if they're just kind of sitting on the same circuit. So that's a bit of a concession that Prague made. It looks like a lot is coming off the board now.
But less than 3 minutes now. Well, okay, 3 minutes for Prague, and look at his chair.
Shaking.
He is shaking.
Yeah.
Very concentrated.
Definitely, and it's also that critical game for Pragnanda because do you remember, everything was going great until round 4 in the Oslo Esports Cup. So, I mean, I had forgotten about it until Prague mentioned it himself yesterday in the interview, which does mean that he is thinking about this critical moment. One thing I have to say, though, is that in this particular position, I'm really liking Levon's position. It might not be enough to win, but he has 2 targets to look at. He has these weak isolated pawns on the d4 square and the b3 square, and also black has the outside pass pawns. Remember, not all pawns are equal when it comes to the endgame. You have to judge them on their ability to move, how far up they are on the board, and whether they can march in a connected fashion.
Yeah, they're not pass pawns yet, but they do have that potential. And, OK, Prague retreating his queen. I'm also comparing the knights, and black's knight is just beautiful, can never really be kicked away. And white's knight, maybe at some point, especially if the queens come off, white's knight can be kicked by a pawn, so it's not quite as stable. Meanwhile, nice solid move there from Levon Aronjan, just centralising his queen. Yeah, it should be a draw with best play, but if the queens disappear, I would love black's position. So Prague needs to keep the queens on, needs to keep active. He can't allow black the time to start running with those 2 queenside pawns.
So is Prague only playing for a draw in this game?
Feels that way. I mean, unless he can somehow whip up a sudden attack against the black king, which looks unlikely, I just don't really see what else white can try. I would choose black here. How about you guys?
Definitely. Black 1,000 times over. But the one thing is that, I've also got our prize in the back of the mind for our selfie competition, the Grind Like a Grandmaster course. I'm thinking, how would black try and grind this one out? So, first of all, I'm thinking the knight is well placed, the queen has to support the knight. Maybe it's time to kind of secure a safe haven for the black king.
I think we might well see Levon Aronjan do that. That's nice strategy, Jovanka. Magnus would approve. Just maybe push the g-pawn in front of black's king, create a nice safe... There we go.
Oh,
you called
nice.
it. You called it, Jovanka. Now the black king has a square where that pawn previously sat. It's nice and safe. It won't get checked. And I think we'll see the king occupy that square. And the reason this is such a good square for the black king on the g7 square is that the white knight... It's actually, there's a gap in between, but it's on a diagonal from the black king. So the white knight would always need at least 3 moves to deliver any kind of check to that black king. This is the safest kind of formation. Just remember this, the white knight to the black king. If you want to avoid getting forked, checked, if you're low on time, just go for this formation.
We do have a draw inside the Miami Arena. Game 1 between Magnus Carlsen and Liam Le has ended with a draw. Magnus with the white pieces in that game, and Liev will have the white pieces in the next game starting in 25 minutes. In the other matches, it does seem like the bar is indicating this is interesting. The bar is now shifting towards Alireza Firouzja's side in game 1 against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Duda, who lost yesterday in only 3 games to Liam Le. Firouzja, he eventually won his match against Geary in Armageddon. And could Alireza as well win the first game today? Geary, okay, it's looking better for him. The bar is over to his side in game 1 against Hans Niemann. And it would be the first win for Anish Geary in the tournament if he wins this game. So let's see if he can finish it off this time, because that has been the problem for Anish.
Yeah, I just looked over at the game, Geary against Niemann. He needs to win this one. If he doesn't win this one, his confidence will be affected even more, because it's a massive position. It's overwhelming. He's dominant right now, Geary.
All right.
Just that final touch. This is the big test for him.
Trouble for Hans Niemann in game 1 today. Let's see what happens. But we are following Prag against Levon. Some moves on the board.
Yeah, meanwhile, maybe a silent draw offer here from Levon Aronjan. Now, if the queens come off, white can temporarily go a pawn up. That pawn will disappear, though. Maybe we show this on the board because it's very likely to happen. And I think Prag should go for this. Just get out of this game. You don't want to be under pressure too much longer. But if you trade off the queens and then take this pawn, then at least after a check and a capture, this one should be a draw now. I'm not sure what white should play. Maybe you push this pawn forward 1 square, or maybe you retreat the white knight. It's hard to imagine this game ending in any other way than a draw. Both kings will rush towards the centre. It's level pawns. And, OK, he doesn't go for this. Maybe Prag thought that the black king was slightly more active than the white king. Maybe he was scared of the black king coming into the centre first. Oof, OK, he keeps the queens on the board, but now, suddenly, look at the black queen, look at the black knight. They're both perfectly placed. Can Levon take advantage? What do you guys think? Good decision? Ambitious decision, I guess?
Yeah, I don't think you should be playing for a win, really. There's certain times when you just have to say, OK, I'll take the draw, move on to the next game. And I think that ending was a good chance for just to get out of this game. I really like what Prag's done, though, with his knight. That was a very clever manoeuvre, moving his knight away from the centre and putting it on the square it's on now. So at least he's put it on the queen's side to deal with those pawns, attack those pawns. But black's knight is always going to be a great piece here. And there's this sort of long-term danger that black will get a passed pawn on the queen's side somehow. And, you know, that's just a long-term positional threat here. Now, I mean, you can force a draw, I think, here, can't you, just by checking. So this is going to be interesting. Will Aronjan decide to move on to the next game, get the white pieces? It's not a crazy decision. I think he might do.
Yeah, we've got to go back to the players, because we might well see Aronjan force the draw, repeat the position. Prag leans back. Yeah, I think you guys are right. Maybe Aronjan thinks with black it's still a good result. But what would you do? Would you play on?
I would think I would play on.
I would go for it.
Definitely. You know, you've got to repeat the position twice and then dangle the draw in front of your opponent. And then at the last minute, you snatch it away and you say, no, 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 we're going to carry on.
And with the clocks as well, right?
Exactly.
So much more time on the clock for Levon.
Exactly. I mean, how is he going to do it? I'm not really sure. Haven't worked out that detail yet. But, I mean, maybe he has ideas of... OK, no.
Gives a check, and he might well go for the draw, and there we have it. And I was about to say this is identical to a game I saw that Magnus showed in that Grind Like a Grandmaster course, Queen and Knight versus Queen and Knight, same pawn structure. But Levon, maybe a missed opportunity. If he doesn't win now, he'll look back at a missed chance to press.
And maybe they are discussing that, Prag and Levon, inside the Miami arena. That's nice to see the youngest and the oldest player in the tournament discussing the game. So maybe they did see some possibilities at some point, making each other aware of it.
Yeah, I think they will have been discussing the middle game maybe more than the end game. The end game, black was slightly better, but in the end it was relatively level. But yeah, middle game, maybe some missed opportunities for Prag. Normally, when players talk like this, they're pointing out the moves they were scared of that the opponent didn't choose.
Oh.
And it looks like Aronjan's explaining something to his young rival.
They're having a meetup under the meetup sign. And now they're leaving the arena. They have more than 20 minutes to prepare for game 2, where Levon will have the white pieces. It's a draw in the first game. Let's see if they stop for a comment after their first game. Who will it be? Let's go to Sverre.
We saw you having a chat after the game. What were you talking about?
Oh, we were discussing a game because it was interesting, strategical and very, dynamic position.
Prag, you found Levon is saying it was an interesting and dynamic position. Do you feel like you had a good position at one time?
Yeah, I felt I had very good pressure at some point. Probably I misplayed it somewhere after this rook c1, the rook exchange. But yeah, I found a lot of good moves with bishop d3, bishop c4. So yeah, I think draw was okay.
A straining game. You said you were going to try to play some easy games after a while as well, right, Lavon? Or is it all going to be tough games for the rest of this tournament?
No, I never said I want easy games. I want some, interesting games. And I think it was interesting. I was actually mainly considering rook fc1 for you.
Yeah.
And I thought I should play bishop f5.
Yeah, I thought rook f7 was better after I played rook c1 because I allowed the bishop d3 tempo, which is...
But it's not that easy still. Bishop f5, bishop e6. Yeah, I haven't completely lost the balance in the game.
Good luck to you. You have 20 minutes to get ready for the next one.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Ooh, a lot of moves in that discussion. They both seem okay, happy with the draw in the first game, jumping into this one. Anish Geary, he has no wins so far in this tournament, FTX Crypto Cup. 11 draws, 4 losses. But now the bar is all the way over to his side in game 1 against Hans Niemann. He has to win this game, David.
Yeah, it's now or never for Geary. He won't get many better chances than this. It's actually level pawns, level pieces right now, but several factors count in White's favour. Firstly, the pawn structure. Look at Black's pawns on the c-file. There are doubled pawns in the middle of the board. Black has an isolated pawn, and on the edge of the board, another isolated pawn. Also, the bishop pair. And I guess the final factor is the black king. Usually in endgames, you don't worry too much about king safety. You want an active king, but there are enough pieces, there's enough firepower for White to make the black king feel uneasy. The white rooks can start checking it. I guess he's just looking for a breakthrough here, Anish Geary. He's got slightly more time on the clock, but both players around the 1 minute mark now. He trades the bishops off. He can win a pawn now.
I was surprised by that because I thought he would win the pawn directly by just attacking the knight. But I guess he's just simply gone for more than that. He actually wants to win the pawn now and actually still target the weak pawn on e5.
Yeah, so White's rook can capture Harry the h-pawn. And after a trade of rooks, decent winning chances for White. Maybe not as much as he wanted, Anish Geary. It won't be a mating attack, it won't be anything direct. But that's enough to grind it out. Just take the extra pawn. I'm not sure really what he's thinking about. Maybe he wants to kick back the black knight first, as Jovanka mentioned. Just needs to decide quickly. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, the clock there just tricking us. But he does attack the black knight, which steps back. And now, take that pawn, Anish. Okay, he doesn't. Maybe this is clever. He's using the fact that the white bishop is sitting on the same diagonal as black's rook in the corner of the board. So black's pawn in the middle is actually pinned. Can't move.
I don't think there's anything black can do either, really. I mean, what move does black play here? You can't save that pawn. So, OK, he's moved his king away, which is in a lot of danger, but this does... I mean, if he doesn't win this, then it's
got to win this.
He's got to put this in the back of net. He's going to be a clear pawn up with a nice position.
I don't know, I don't know the way that it's going. It might even trade off into a rook and pawn ending with all the pawns on one side of the board. Is that so straightforward?
It looks like a really good rook and pawn, surely, because black's pawns are all a bit funny. I mean, you've got a pass pawn. You're always going to have a pass pawn. It's good. I mean, it's great winning chances. I mean, I think, 90% of the time plus grandmaster versus grandmaster, the player with white would win this position.
It does look very tense, though, Anish. Maybe overthinking a bit. I think you're right, Simon. Should win this for sure. Also, great endgame technique in general. It's just, with the course of this tournament, with the course of how the tour has gone so far this season for Anish, still a lot of work to be done. OK, he's pushing forward now, though.
This looks great now, doesn't it? I mean, if that pawn can move one more square, black can resign. My favourite move.
What would you do here as black, Simon?
I might play on a little bit, probably enough. I might even play a couple of moves. I mean, just even stopping that pawn coming forwards or something, just to see what white does. I wouldn't resign quite yet, believe it or not.
Shock of the day.
Yeah.
But you're right, Simon. Hans, OK, he's down on the clock. He had to play this last move. He had to stop white advancing further in the centre. And now Anish, he's trying to go for that black king. No checks allowed, though. Hans shutting the door on any rook checks. Or is he? But, I mean, this one, just take it slow and steady, Anish. Improve the white king now. Maybe improve the white bishop at some point.
Yeah.
Should be winning.
It certainly looks like it's winning. I mean, does he always have to keep an eye on the H-pawn? I mean, because if he doesn't, then he can actually connect the rooks up along the F-line and threaten some checks.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I would be very inclined to start bringing the white king to... I would love to kind of move the white king just up 2 squares. That looks like the perfect spot for it. I'm not sure what route you use to get there, but if you can put the white king on the E4 square, looks like domination. At some point, the white bishop can go and kind of tickle the black... OK, he does start advancing his king. At some point, the white bishop can go and tickle the black knight from this kind of long diagonal. The black knight is not stable on a dark square.
No. And the black knight can't even jump forward as well to the F5 square. Because
look at the time as well.
Yeah.
Sorry, I mean, I just realised his hands has only got 20 seconds, under 20 seconds, and they're both very, very short. So it's, you know, just... He's going down now to the last 5 seconds.
Maybe it's time just to make a move and give up a pawn. He gives a check.
When in doubt, give a check, and then he goes back. So he's just lost 2 moves, Hans.
Yeah.
He couldn't find anything else to do, but white has just perfected his king's position. Now he just needs to improve his bishop.
But now he can even step forward with his rook 2 squares, give a check, actually, because you can't actually...
I don't think you need to. Black is barely able to move. That would have only complicated the issue. Why not stack up against the black pawn?
I think black's only chance is to get the rooks around the side. Just give up this pawn. OK, I mean, passive defence is... I don't know. I think he's got to try and get in, because you can't hold on to this pawn. Try to get the other rook around somehow. And I like this move from Anish. He's just bringing his bishop to help out defend his king a little bit more.
And Hans is just holding on, you know, he is holding on tight, but it has to crack.
He's got his knight possibly moving, so that's... OK, then the pawn comes forward, so this is not working.
Black is completely stuck.
Yeah.
The rooks, the knight, as you mentioned, is stuck in the middle, otherwise white's central d-pawn steps forward. Yeah, it's just about if we quickly jump in while Hans... Oh, he's went down to 4 seconds there. But it's just about whether white can force through this push. This is the key pawn break. If the knight ever moves, this check will just kick back the king, win the rook. Instead, black moves his rook to the side.
Maybe you play it now, David.
Yeah,
you know,
play it now.
as you said.
This is coming. Okay, he doesn't even go for this. He's just going to hoover up this pawn first, and when the time is right. I mean, yeah, the moment will come soon. You don't want to rush, but the moment will come to push this pawn.
Yeah. And I'm just thinking, Hans has maybe set a little trap. I mean, his idea is that if white takes the pawn, then the knight will jump forward and attack a rook.
Yeah, then suddenly a double attack. This could be nasty. Anish doesn't go for this. OK, he's allowing something else instead. So he pushed his pawn forward. And the big question is, what happens after knight takes pawn? Here we go. It's a sacrifice, but now the white king, if it moves, does allow the bishop to drop. Still feels very good for white with this kind of this setup.
Isn't it?
Oh, wow. He's found something even more clever. He's checked. And now after king takes, he's just going to check and win the black knight. Next move. We'll see a result any minute. White has won a piece. The black knight has dropped off the board. And I think we'll see Hans resign any moment. Yeah.
It's going to be the first win in the tournament for Anish Geary, and maybe that will have a domino effect for him. Is this when his confidence starts rising? For Hans Niemann, he's had a few wins, but he lost all his matches and a bad start to the day here, probably against Anish Geary. And we do see someone leaving the arena. Firouzja winning game 1 against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Great start for the young Frenchman.
Yeah, and the pawns are all dropping for black. White's king just needs to find somewhere safe, and that's game over. White's extra bishop will decide this one. OK, Anish playing it safe. Just trading off a set of rooks. Yeah, not much else to say about this one. Hans, I think he's just maybe plotting what to say in the interview.
Yeah.
But yeah, this one is over. 0 chance at all now. White is just calmly going to take the 2 remaining black pawns, which did sit on dark squares, easy targets. OK, 1 pawn drops.
Yeah, he's just coming to terms with the fact that he's losing the position and that he's going to have to resign at some point. Sometimes it takes a while just to get used to that, because especially just look at poor Hans, you know, he's really, you can see the emotions playing out on his face. He is suffering right now. hasn't gone his way at all.
Yeah, and I love what Anish has done just the last couple of moves. He's insisted on the fact he has a B pawn, not an A pawn. So the white pawn promotes on a dark square, and therefore Hans does resign.
It is over. A win for Anish Geary. Finally, he takes the lead in the match against Hans Niemann. But we do know Hans Niemann, he knows how to beat the very top players in the world. So let's see if he will make a comeback. And let's see if we get a happy interview with Anish. Okay. He wants to go straight back to his lounge to prepare. They now have 10 minutes before the next round. And before the next round starts, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double edge.
In this video we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 knight draw.
I'm going to start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just football.
We just race to the line. Yeah. I'm definitely gonna crush it. Set, go!
Someone asks me how my chess game is going.
Sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be shit.
Carlsen, Aronjan, Geary, Nepomniachtchi, Anton, Iturrizaga, Paco Vallejo, Renier Vázquez, Fier, Pichot, Mareco, Gilberto Hernández, Boris Gelfand, Vichy Anand, Dingliren, Grishuk, Svitler, Cheparinov, Ipatov.
How many GMs can you name in 30 seconds? Take the challenge or challenge your friends. It's more difficult than you would think. Now, the FTX Crypto Cup, it's going on in Miami inside the beautiful Eden Rock Hotel. And let's take a closer look at this hotel lying on Miami Beach.
I would like to just welcome the FTX Crypto Cup to Eden Rock and Nobu, Miami Beach. We are quite lucky. We have two hotels, the Eden Rock and the Nobu. We started in 1955. The hotel was designed by a famous architect, Maurice Lapidus, who's very famous. In the last 30 days, it has been voted the #1 resort in Miami Beach, so we're quite proud. It's amazing to see. It's like I'm old and I grew up watching chess and some great chess players, and I see just amazing young individuals, right? And again, cultures, people from all over the world. But it's really when you get up here that you get that amazing view of why you come to Miami Beach and why in particular you come to Nobu. But we played as children. I was telling my wife the other day, I said, I think I still remember the 5-move checkmate? It's like, they can relax afterwards. If they choose to go to a spa, they can go to a spa. They can take a walk on an amazing beach. And we hope this is the first year of many years where we become home to this cup.
We do love to hear that. We heard yesterday someone from FTX, Will from FTX, saying that FTX, they're engaged to keep organizing the FTX Crypto Cup. And here we hear the Eden Rock Hotel ready to organize the event. Chess is popular in the US, getting more and more popular.
Yeah, it's booming.
Yeah.
We talk about India, we talk about Uzbekistan, with all these kind of kids coming through. The US has just as many talented youngsters. It has the youngest grandmaster in the world, Abhimanyu Mishra. So many tournaments. There's great stuff going on in New York, in Texas, in St. Louis, of course. And yeah, it could be. I would love to see more tournaments.
Absolutely.
In the US, anyway.
I agree. Now, in the next game, we're going to follow Liam Le and Magnus Carlsen. These are the results from the first games here in round 4, day 4 in the FTX Crypto Cup. It was a great win for Ali Reza Firouzja against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Firouzja is now over 2,800 on the tour rating. Pragnanda and Aronjan, they played a draw. Magnus Carlsen and Liam Le also a draw, and Anish Geary, he got his first win in the tournament in game 1 against Hans Niemann. But yeah, we're going to follow game 2 with Magnus Carlsen and Liam Le. And let's take a look at their head-to-head scores. I'm especially looking at the tour rating. Magnus Carlsen now at 28.37, but his performance rating leading up to today was very impressively 28.86. That is very high, David.
That's very high. It's incredibly tough to gain any rating points in general, but especially when you're one of the highest rated players in the world. And Magnus is gaining 15 points just this tournament, so he's making all the gains.
2,900. That's his goal in classical chess. Do you think he's ever going to reach that, Simon?
I don't know. Is the honest answer. There's so many young players coming through, so many great players, but it seems like he's playing much more relaxed now. Now the pressure's off. He's decided not to do the World Championships. It's kind of bad for chess, I suppose, but good for him. He's got to make that decision. So, but he's playing so well here, isn't he? He's playing fantastic chess at the moment. So yeah, we'll see.
Definitely not unlikely he will reach 2,900 on the tour ratings. And he is a popular figure, Magnus Carlsen, in the chess world, also outside the chess world.
I know.
Very interesting tweet.
Look at this tweet from Rainn Wilson, one of the actors in the US Office series, and also a guest on our Celebrity Charity Chess Challenge. And he says, you know, I really don't think that anyone outside of the chess community understands just how magnificent, jaw-dropping, and otherworldly Magnus Carlsen is. And there he goes. Imagine Michael Jordan combined with Wayne Gretzky and Tiger Woods and Serena Williams, and then throw in Tom Brady. GOAT. I mean, absolutely. You know, when you think about the legends, the records that Magnus Carlsen is just smashing down, I mean, it's just incredible. And there we see the man himself
arriving for Game 2. And let's go to Miami for an interview with Magnus.
You've been successful so far with staying aggressive. You're still going to stay aggressive this game with Black?
Yeah, I'll try. First game obviously wasn't perfect, but I got in a little bit of trouble and I got out of it quickly, so that was okay. So I'll keep on trying.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Magnus Carlsen in front of Hans Niemann. Quite similar hairstyles on those two. Liam Le in Game 2. He's gonna have the white pieces in this game, Liam Le. Magnus Carlsen ready for a fight. The first game was a draw. Fighting for a win in this one, fighting to reach 2,900 on the tour ratings. His performance rating before today in this tournament was 2886, praised by Rainn Wilson, we saw. And here we go, the first move.
First move, Liam opens with the queen's pawn. He tends to do this, his favorite move since he was the youngster. Black brings his knight out. Okay, what is Liam going to go for? Will we see another London system? We've seen a few of those in this tournament. Will we see Queen's Gambit? There we go. And Liam not playing something recommended in his chessable course. I would have loved to see Magnus face another London system. He struggled yesterday against Levon Aronjan there. Meanwhile, it's instead the Catalan. This is Magnus's favourite opening these days as white. Liam doing Magnus things against Magnus. And that has caused Black to pause. A variety of ways here that Black can react. He can give a check with his dark squared bishop. He can capture the kind of Queen's Gambit pawn, the pawn that's been gambited on c4. Black can develop in a bunch of ways.
It seems to be very popular, the Catalan nowadays. I mean, it's always been quite popular, but I mean, it seems to be rising in popularity, do you think? I mean, you play it. We mentioned a lot of the English grandmasters play it. A niche plays it a lot, and yeah, it's a good way to get that bishop to a fantastic square for the rest of the game. I mean, if you just compare the two bishops that have been developed, White's bishop has much better potential than Black's bishop for across the board, striking through the middle, and I think that's why White tends to do this, positional opening.
Yeah, very positional opening. I think it's the perfect opening for players who prefer slower games, general strategy. Sometimes it's symmetrical. It's just about the power of that white light squared bishop. And I was waiting for the first surprise. There was no way Magnus was going to play the main line there and capture White's pawn. That's just not Magnus's style. Instead, he gains space. This is more Carlsen-esque. He just loves gaining space with pawns in any sort of position. He's just hinting that maybe that black pawn would advance further, getting the black rook in the corner a bit more active. Just generally gaining space. He doesn't have a great reputation, this move, as far as I know, but I probably haven't looked as deeply as Magnus.
Yeah.
No, I've also heard and seen that it doesn't have a great reputation, and I thought it was because of this move, you know, where White just puts the knight on its most aggressive outpost. And usually Black reacts to this knight move by capturing the pawn. But here, not so easy to capture that pawn without making big concessions.
Yeah, Magnus decides not to try and be greedy, not to capture any pawns. He just kind of makes this stronghold in the center with his structure. This is what we kind of call the triangle pawn formation in the middle of the board, where Black just has these pawns all on light squares. Normally we get it from different openings, but yeah, it's a bit passive. Yeah. White normally will get the chance to expand a bit more in the center.
One of the problems, I guess, with this triangle situation is, again, if you look at the bishops, Black's light square bishop, whenever you go for the structure, like in the Slav, the semi-Slav, the triangle, which is a combination of those, the bishop is pretty horrendous, isn't it? Just stuck behind that formation. So you've got to try to play with that bad piece for the rest of the game. On the other hand, I suppose Black might be threatening to take a pawn, so White's got to deal with that. But I kind of feel like, you know, in general, Black should be slightly worse, just because of the pieces. His pieces are worse than White's pieces here.
Yeah, you're right. This pawn may be attacked. There's a few ways to defend it. One idea would be, for example, to advance the queen forward and try to expand in the center. Say if Black plays a passive move here, then maybe the white pawn can step forward. And this is kind of typical in the Catalan. This is White's dream, to kind of obtain these three pawns in the center, forcing Black to commit. Usually Black captures this pawn in the center, and this would be a lot of suffering for Black. White has space. These pawns are fantastic. And as Simon mentions, the key fact is that black's bishop is just terrible. It will never break out past its own pawns, compared to its counterpart here, which has a great scope on the diagonal. And OK, he doesn't go for this, Liam. He does just sacrifice a pawn, at least temporarily. He brings his bishop out. I guess the idea, if pawn takes pawn, is that he wants to bring his knight into the center and regain this guy. It's going to be very difficult for black to keep this pawn intact. For example, just to illustrate the power of white's Catalan bishop, this beautiful bishop fianchettoed on g2, now white would be able to take this pawn and win some material, win this rook in the corner. This is quite a typical pattern. And white would be doing very well. So I don't think we'll see Magnus capture. Nope. Instead, he just develops his knight. Very solid.
It's very solid, but it's also very passive. Yeah. I mean, I'd hate to play this kind of position as black, because that bishop, the only way you can try to get that bishop out that I can see is by fianchettoing, which takes quite a lot of time. And even when you fianchetto, you've got to try to break the pawns, get those pawns off the light squares. So if I was white here, I'd be trying to be a bit patient, I think, because I can play against that bishop forever. I love your idea, David, of trying to push the pawn in the middle, and moving the queen 2 squares is very, very tempting. I mean, even move the knight back in front of the queen with the same idea. It might not be ridiculous here, and I know this is an idea that white often uses in these types of positions as well, because you want to give the white's light square bishop more range, and to do that, getting rid of black's pawn in the middle of the board will open up the range of that bishop. So it's just the bishops to me. White has a stable advantage here, I'd say.
Yeah, and a bunch of moves to choose from for Liam. Either bringing his queen forward, maybe dropping his knight back. He could just be very, very patient, kind of push his pawn forward, defend this guy. Either way, Liam with the advantage. Magnus very cramped, very passive. Will the world champion be able to break out a bit later? That's the big question. Liam instead just improves his rook. Very calm, very patient, looking nice for white.
Yeah. Looking very solid and for black. And I do like what you guys suggest, where just you play in the centre. That's always the most thematic way in my experience. And whilst Magnus is pausing for thought, well, we do have a selfie competition where we're asking you to tweet us a selfie that will impress our chess expert, Grandmaster David Howell. And the winner will get David's chessable course, Grind Like a Grandmaster, that he did together with Magnus Carlsen. And Leon says, well, sends us a hello from Kenya, just from school in time to watch my role model, Pragnanda, whilst reading for my exams. Hopefully I won't be grounded like him. Reminds me that he ever played a tournament while he had to read for the exams the following day. Because remember, he did that. He was playing in the final and had exams the next day. And he actually even had to take those exams.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I never actually asked him how he did. Maybe we'll have to get Sverre to ask.
I bet he aced those exams.
I'm sure he did.
But it doesn't really matter, right?
No.
He's got
futures
yeah, exactly.
Well, actually, sometimes these exams are super important, and they don't let you go on in life until you've actually passed them.
That's harsh.
Yeah.
Pretty sure the Grandmaster title was more important than
some crappy exams.
They wouldn't hold him back.
I don't think they'd be like, no, you can't play chess ever again till you pass this exam.
Well, there's some exams, right, in the UK where you have to pass.
Not to be a chess grandmaster. I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Are there?
Depends on what you want to do in life, I guess.
Yeah.
I suppose so. So GCSEs, maybe?
Yeah.
You have to do them, don't you?
No, you have to do them. You have to do, like, maths, science, English, and then you have to pass one of those core ones. And
I know a couple of grandmasters who got kicked out of school for failing exams.
Really?
Many years ago. Names, but,
I actually think Magnus Carlsen, he never finished what would be the American equivalent of high school, I think. I don't think he actually finished.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, don't try this at home, kids. Stay in school. Stay in school.
Yeah.
But yeah, Prag, multi-talented guy.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Black has captured a pawn. Magnus has gone greedy. I guess he had no other kind of alternative. He needed something to suffer for in this position. He might as well suffer with a lack of space, with a bad bishop, by being a pawn up.
I don't know why Liam allowed this, because you didn't need to allow this. You didn't need to unbalance the position. I mean, if you try to win the pawn back now, Black can defend it with a knight. So it seems a bit unnecessary to allow this possibility when you just didn't need to do this. Why give your opponent a pawn that he can maybe sort of hold on to now? There were safer ways to play, and I like taking risks when I play chess, but the analogy is you should always take the safe option if it's a good option. There's no point risking it just for the sake of it, and this just seems to be this rook move a little bit off the right track, I'd say.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Simon. The rook is somehow looking a little bit strange on that square. But on the other hand, I have to say, in my experience, Catalan players, they do love to give up pawns and sit on their positional space advantage and just go, what are you going to do? I mean, they're not really like outright attackers, so to speak. They just sit and just hold the position down for black. I actually really dread taking that pawn, although I will do it if you push me.
I'm glad. Next time I play you, Jovanka.
I tried to get greedy against you, Simon, and I ended up nearly getting checkmated. And it was only because, I don't know, I was riding some lucky star there that I didn't get.
Yeah. I remember that one. Still get the cold sweats. So, yeah. I understand why White's done this, and Liam is a very aggressive player, and he's not scared to sacrifice, and he loves attacking. But you're making it like a free result game, as in you're a pawn down. If your attack doesn't work, you'll lose to Magnus Carlsen being a pawn down. He didn't need to do this, He could have had the same kind of thing, a bit slower, but have an extra pawn. So just why do this? It seems a little bit risky to me, and I love taking risks, but not unnecessary ones, really.
I agree completely with you, Simon. I don't think I would have even dreamt of that rook move. We were looking at kind of defending the pawn and planning to expand in the centre. If you've already done the hard work, got the advantage, got nice pieces, yeah, just play it safe. There's no need to risk that advantage. And okay, White has expanded in the centre. White has two very nice pawns in the middle. I'm slightly curious as well. Magnus, we saw his screen a few moments ago while you guys were chatting, and okay, Magnus is choosing a song, it looks like, on his screen. He just minimised the browser there. He's clearly choosing his music. I was going to say, I'm confused why he's thinking. He was about to push his pawn to b5 instantly. As soon as Liam kind of expanded in the centre, Magnus was ready to react. But then he changed his mind. He's been sitting here for 2 minutes. What else could Magnus be thinking about? Maybe if we jump in, we can try and get inside the world champion's brain. I'm not sure what he's listening to. I wish we knew. But he was about to play this move instantly, Magnus, pushing his pawn 2 squares forward. Makes sense, defending his extra pawn here, maybe destabilising the white knight if he gets the opportunity. Is he potentially scared of white breaking in the centre? I guess he just has gone into calculation mode. The world champion, he needed some tunes there to get pumped up in order to calculate. This white pawn stepping forward. And it's just about whether black is ready for this. The centre is about to explode, and whose pieces are better placed. I guess black can capture this pawn in a variety of ways. And there's a big threat of stepping forward again, trapping this black bishop. So maybe you need to remove the pawn one more time, and we could see a bunch of exchanges, and suddenly the position that we see on the analysis board is completely different to the position we see on the kind of real-time board. But this is the type of position that Magnus has in his mind. He's just trying to weigh up, if all the pawns, all the pieces get exchanged, can he survive here? It does look a bit scary. This rook is attacked in the corner, at the very least as well. This pawn is attacked. White's rooks are getting ready to kind of come to the centre of the board. So, I mean, on the superficial level, looks pretty good for White, this one. Maybe that's why Magnus has changed his mind. And if we go back to the current position, instead of pushing his pawn, allowing that big breakthrough, allowing all those exchanges, what else could he be considering? Maybe your move, Simon, bring the knight to this square, just to stop this pawn push. But it is, again, a bit superficial. You kind of want to put your knight here, but only after having pushed this pawn.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, I still quite like Liam's position. I mean, I love sacrificing this pawn generally. Yeah. Having these 2 pawns in the centre, I always go for this kind of structure. So I like White, but it's just a bit unnecessary. But finding the next move for black is not easy, saying that. I mean, I'm, looking also at the A pawn, because what else can you do? I mean, you either push the B pawn now, or you move a piece, or you push another pawn, and I don't know. It's like it's not easy to find another move, right? In the position. Maybe you can push that A pawn, possibly. When pushing the B pawn would be even better for black then, because you've got this majority of pawns coming forwards. And the idea here is if White captures that pawn, you get a pawn in the middle. A central pawn would be very nice to capture, destroying White's centre. So this could be the other idea that Black's thinking of, maybe?
Yeah. I like your move, Simon. You know, it's kind of greed, you know, taking as much space as possible. I was also thinking about waiting with making any form of commitment. So moves that I was considering is just move the rook to the e8 square. Another one is maybe to push the pawn against the king. It's a luxury move. You know, maybe Black can't afford to make a move like this. But that was also on my radar, just to wait and see.
This would be a very Magnus move, just pushing a pawn here, but it does look a bit slow. And this black rook move looks potentially useful, but for now it looks... I mean, it's not the first move that comes to mind, maybe, because it's a bit mysterious. If the centre doesn't open, OK, he goes back to his first instinct.
Yeah.
He pushes his pawn, but he was about to play this 5 minutes ago. Magnus just spent over 5 minutes calculating what's going to happen, and, OK, we're going to see the position explode.
Whoa.
And the evaluation bar does not like what Magnus has done. OK, going back slightly, but still in white's favour. Things are going to open up, maybe, to the benefit of this bishop, which is sitting innocently in front of the king.
Magnus, he's taking the time to choose the music, or I'm not sure if that was Liam. Drama happening inside Miami Arena. We're gonna take a quick trip to Miami, to Sverre. What's happening in Miami now, Sverre?
Well, we've been stunned with an impressive chess, but what I'm stunned by right now is probably the most impressive pastry chef I've seen in my life. This is Niemann Pereira, and he's making, first of all, he's making chess pieces, he's making a chessboard, and this is absolutely spectacular, Niemann. How do you do this?
Yeah, I was doing this in like 20 years, so everything is a practice, you know. So I work this hotel like 7 years right now. So I love to work this kind of work. That's my specialty.
And this is really Eden Rock Hotel's here way of welcoming this chess tour. This is some of the top and foremost chefs they have working here, either if it's the restaurant or if it is the pastry chef like Mr. Pereira. And how do you even go about beginning? Because I can't see that you have no outline. You're just doing this from your head, are you?
Yeah, that's right. Everything comes to my head, so I create whatever I like. So somebody give me an idea, so I improvise what I can do. So I like to, this is my profession. I like this.
I don't know. I understand that you like it, but I'm just in awe of what is actually possible here, because I can tell you one thing, Kaja. I would not in any shape, way, or form be able to eat this masterpiece when it's actually finished.
I know, it's just too beautiful.
Everything you can edible, say everything chocolate.
Wow.
I agree, Sverre. That's just wow. I mean, he must be a chess player, Chef Pereira, because to be able to carve that out of his own imagination.
Yeah, totally. I mean, it's just incredible. But I hate to break it to you, I would eat it.
Yeah, I know. I would too. Because that chocolate looked yummy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I would eat it with great delight. And I would probably reach for one more, you know.
Eat the
Black
whole
queen,
like the whole chessboard.
White queen.
I know you would eat the whole chessboard, Simon. You love your cake.
I do. I love my cakes. I'm always eating Norwegian cake. Nearly got arrested for eating cake, if you remember one time.
I remember.
Walked out of the supermarket without paying for it. Thought I'd paid for it. Didn't mean to steal the cake, but I'm now known as the Oslo cake thief. So, but yeah, it looked amazing what he's doing there. Really impressive. But I don't know if he knows what a chessboard looks like. It's a bit longer than that. You know, I'm very critical. That's a bit harsh, you know. But yeah.
He was just showing a pretty checkmate just on one segment of the board.
Yeah, I'm being critical. It's beautiful, beautiful work there. So we need him over here.
Yeah, I know.
You know, we need a cake maker.
Give us a chess cake.
So, yeah.
Very yummy and cool to see. It's all about chess on Miami Beach and in the Eden Rock and Nobu Hotel. It's all about chess inside the Miami Arena as well. David said this position is about to explode open. What's happening?
It has exploded. The whole centre has just disappeared. A bunch of pawns disappeared from that middle of the board. Black is still one pawn up, but Magnus has had to resort to playing some really weird kind of wacky moves. Black's rook now. Normally we develop knights, bishops first, but Black's rook has kind of just swung down the board. I think this was necessary. He needed to cover some very important squares, but also that black rook, as we showed in an earlier variation, it was long-term a target for white's light-squared bishop in the corner, so it needed to run to safety. And that move did cost Magnus a lot of time. He's down now to under 6 minutes on the clock. He was shaking his head a moment ago while we were just admiring that chocolate. And it's up to Liam now. Remember, white is a pawn down. He needs something energetic. He needs to kind of gain some compensation immediately before Magnus is able to organise, consolidate his extra pawn. Yeah, Magnus needs maybe 2 or 3 moves just to get his pieces to better squares, just to get a bit more active, maybe trade off some pieces which would favour black. What can Liam do in the meantime? There's a bunch of threats he could make here, Liam, but I don't see anything kind of concrete. It looks like a lot of one-move threats. Do you guys see anything here that's tempting for white?
Yeah, I would be tempted actually to get the bishop pair and then just centralise the knight.
OK, just take this bishop off the board. That's a check. Black will recapture, and then we centralise. Hitting this pawn looks very good. Heading towards our dream square, the f5 square with great attacking potential, and maybe even heading towards this square. Look at this bishop. I mean, it cuts the board in half. Combined with its fellow here, you control all the squares, these 2 bishops.
This looks very promising, this simple idea. And again, simple's good. You know, let's remember, I think it was Tony Miles, you know, who had this. I mean, I never met Tony. I don't know if you guys had a chance. He was Britain's first ever Grandmaster. I heard some stories about him. He liked complex positions, but he was very famous for saying, simple is good. Just take the simple option. If there's something simple and scary, just play it, especially when the time is short. And I really like this idea. This looks like a very simple and good move. Plan.
Take this bishop off, and the other moves that might come to mind, maybe flicking in this bishop attack against the queen first, but I'm not sure what it achieves. The queen does have 1 safe square, and I don't really see how you can kind of continue the initiative. For example, you can pin this bishop, but this would invite maybe an exchange, or maybe black's rook could swing across to the defense now. Maybe this is one thing that Liam's considering. But maybe the problem is he wants to keep it simple, but there's just too many tempting moves. Another idea is to bring the knight to this square, hitting the rook, hitting this pawn as well. Yeah, there's a bunch of ideas, but I like your one, Jovanka. Just simple and safe. Take this bishop off, centralise your pieces. Yeah, Liam burning a lot of time now, catching up with Magnus on the clock.
Yeah, maybe too many tempting options, as you say, David. I mean, moving the bishop in, moving the rook, but I think, you know, you've got to play practically, haven't you? If you do see a good move, you could get carried away with all the possibilities, but taking the bishop is always going to give you enough compensation for the 1 pawn you're down, because you have these fantastic bishops. And again, we're talking about black's light square bishop. It has the potential to move, but it still hasn't moved, and it's still going to struggle to move in that last variation. So there's many small problems, and I don't think Magnus will be very happy with this position, right? What song is he going to put on?
Zoom in here.
Can we see it?
Magnus has his priorities straight, going back to the music while Liam thinks. He needs something fast. He needs something to get him motivated. Magnus mentioned he was in trouble in the last game. He managed to escape from that trouble. He might need to do the same again.
Did anyone catch it?
I didn't catch that. Any of our viewers more eagle-eyed than us, maybe?
Prodigy.
Yeah. Well, he needs something positive, energetic. And I'm just reading this tweet, actually, that we saw, that we're talking about leaving school with no formal qualifications, and Fischer left school
as well,
without completing his high school. And as pointed out by one of our audience, he had an IQ of 181. Yeah, that's how it's Kirk.
It's rookie numbers. I'm joking, that's impressive.
Have you ever tested your IQ, David?
Probably 1.81.
No, it's probably very high. Is it like that? I remember I asked some of the players once, is it like that chess players will, in general, have a higher IQ than the average in the population?
I know some stupid ones.
Yeah, I have to say, you know, I mean, you might be good at playing chess, but I also, like Simon, I knew a grandmaster who could not pack. I mean, can you imagine that? And there's a famous story that Tal, chess players are known for not driving cars. Yep. And Tal, you know, he just could not drive a car. And whenever someone got in the car to drive, he would just look at them like, whoa. Yeah. You're like the cleverest person on earth.
He's probably too drunk, wasn't he? No, I mean, I'm joking. He liked his drink.
Is that IQ anyway?
Sorry?
Driving a car, yeah, that's the question, right?
Practical.
I mean, high IQ, low EQ, maybe.
And I'm always a bit, I'm not really sure these IQ tests are very valid because I mean, you can. I don't know. Are they a good indication of intelligence?
I don't think so.
I'm not sure, to be honest. So, yeah. OK, he's played another move, David, here.
Meanwhile, he went for Jovanka's first move, trading off the knight for the bishop. So White has the bishop pair. We've talked about that a lot today, but a very important factor. And White is just trying to kind of undermine, with a minority attack, those black pawns on the left flank. White has 2 against Black's 3, but those black 3 might become weak after a bunch of exchanges. And, OK, Black's queen jumping in. Makes some sense. The evaluation part, again, not a fan, but Magnus played that one very quickly. We saw his screen a moment ago. He was highlighting his queen. He had a bunch of squares he could have chosen, but this is the most active for the queen. Maybe, I mean, he could go for something along the lines of your idea from earlier, Jovanka. The white knight could jump into the centre now, or maybe after a pawn exchange first. It does feel like White's pieces are just so perfectly placed. It feels like there must be some something you can kind of achieve with them, but I don't really see it yet. Magnus, he kind of has these Levon Aronjan knights, like we saw in the last game, where the 2 black knights just defend each other. They keep a lot of squares covered. It's just about whether you can overwhelm the black army at some point. Black's pieces, especially that bishop as well, terrible, but defending. Maybe defensively they're okay.
Yeah, definitely a tense moment here in the position. And whilst Liam is thinking about a way to conduct his attack, well, we do have a selfie competition where we're asking to some people, well, for our audience to tweet a selfie that will impress Grandmaster David Howell. And Stufftasticness says, "I've just printed my first chess set. Can you and Magnus teach me how the knight moves?" You know, knights are very important in Magnus's game right now.
Impressive.
And very impressive.
3D printing.
OK. And meanwhile, we have a move from Liam. He has retreated the bishop to attack the queen. I wasn't expecting that. You know, somehow I was in the mentality of go forward.
Yeah, that's very surprising. I'm not sure whether that's ambitious or whether it's just an attempt to simplify things. Black's queen has a choice of 2 pawns to capture right now. She is under fire. Which pawn would you guys capture? I mean, if Magnus, for example, wants to play it safe, could he simply get rid... OK, I was going to say this exact pawn, the exact move that Magnus has played. This pawn is the one doing the putting on the pressure here. You can trade off the queens. Magnus has done so. Remember, he's a grinder. He likes to grind out these endgames. He's in an endgame now, and he's still a pawn up, temporarily, at least. This pawn is probably going to drop. Magnus says, OK, I'm going to counterattack against your pawn. If, for example, here, all of the pawns are eliminated on this side, then most likely it will be a draw. It's just 3 pawns against 3 pawns. But White maybe has a small advantage with the bishop pair, despite the simplified nature. This is what Magnus is hoping for. He's got to bank on the fact he can draw this position. But if you're Liam here, do you eliminate these 2 for White's 1, or do you try and keep White's 1 on the board? There's also a secondary threat of a bishop skewer on the 2 white rooks. So maybe you have to go for something
Maybe you have to
like
do
this.
it. But if we were to fast forward to that endgame that you highlighted, I mean, is it so easy? I mean, at first sight, it looks tremendously easy for... OK, Liam actually decides not to do that. Instead, he doubles up and attacks the light square bishop.
Yeah, so he has hit this piece. This bishop, I think it's been begging to move the whole game, so it's going to be very grateful. It's given that little nudge, and it will happily jump out the way, gaining time against the white rook. And now we will see this kind of transition. And suddenly, where do you put this bishop?
Are they allowed to offer draws?
No.
Yeah,
hang on.
I'm just wondering.
40, if I
after move 40, right? OK, I should obviously know that, but because this is the kind of position where, you know, barring any blunders, it should be a draw, right? I mean, because as you said, all the pawns are on one side of the board, and you have to have fantastic pieces to win this. But I don't think...
Shouldn't be enough.
I don't think it's enough.
I don't think it's enough, but you can have your fun.
As White.
Trying.
You could try, yeah.
Yeah, you know, attack the rook, as Liam's done, and then you attack the bishop, and you keep just asking questions to Magnus. You know, what are you going to do with your pieces? Because, I mean, Black's knights, they're not great. let's face it, they're superfluous knights. None of them can move.
Just don't let your pieces be taken, and then you should be all right.
It would require a blunder from Magnus, I think, for Liam to win this game. Also, Liam is now down on the clock by 2 minutes. I don't think he would be too unhappy with the draw here either, so Magnus has solved his problems.
I mean, you could see bishop c3 and a rook go back now, but...
Yeah, a dance between the rook and the
potentially, just to get the draw here.
Yeah, so it looks like this one is going to fizzle out, but it was just that retreating move. People, I don't know what it is. It's the Magnus effect. I've been there myself against Magnus. We take negative decisions. I think Liam just wanted to play it safe, and OK, after this last capture, we're definitely going to see a draw now. Ooh. Everything is just going to get hoovered off the board. We see a bishop and knight disappear. We see the remaining bishops disappear. It's just 3 versus 3 on the same side, no passed pawns. Dead draw.
Yeah.
It's funny that you say people play safe against Magnus. I mean, that's it's understandable, but in a match situation, the only way you can win is by winning. So you have to, you know, if you get a good position, you have to try and push it as much as you can. One thing that you mentioned, Anish is not doing enough really, and I think Liam went for this kind of ending, and it was, I mean, that bishop retreat was just negative, wasn't it? Negative idea.
It was just forcing this type of drawish position, and look how symmetrical it is now. The pawn structure, the kings.
But
Magnus is just going to move his king back and forth.
One of my criticisms is that earlier on, when he had the bishop pair, I feel like, OK, ultimately it was a draw, but he could have pushed it a little bit harder here. This was just easy stuff for Magnus.
I saw 2-pack up there.
I did too, yeah.
That was a bit of 2-pack, wasn't it, at the top?
About a podcast as well, maybe?
Listening to podcasts while playing in one of the top tournaments in the world, that's impressive. For game 2 between Magnus and Liam, it is also a draw. They are still tied after 2 games in their match here on day 4 in the FTX Crypto Cup. Let's see if we get an interview. Let's head down to Sverige in Miami.
You were a bit of a vacuum cleaner this second game here, Liam. Did you feel like it was trying to uncomplicate a position?
Yeah, I think I'm very happy with the positions I'm getting. After the opening, I sacked a pawn, but I got very good compensation. Maybe instead of knight takes e7, I should have gone for a4 first. I think I have pretty good pressure there. Not sure if it's enough advantage, but so far the games have been interesting. I'm not too happy with the way I converse them, but I think I'm having my chances.
Magnus wants to play sharp lines. You're trying to, it does look like you're trying to avoid those lines to a certain degree. Do you feel you're succeeding in your game plan?
No, not really. I think this game Magnus wants to play solidly, and I was the one who tried to complicate things because I sacrificed a pawn and tried to play for initiative. So, I mean, it can work both ways. We'll see.
Thank you, Liam.
Thank you.
2 games into the match, they are tied. So is Aronjan and Pragnanda after the first game. This is game 2. Levon with the white pieces and Prag with only 1 minute left on the clock. What's happening?
Yeah, Prag is in trouble on both the board and the clock. Prag is down to 1 minute, and he's also 1 pawn down in the position. There are opposite colour bishops, so some hope of saving the game if Black can somehow miraculously trade off the rooks. If Black can get the rooks off the board, it's going to be an instant draw. It's a long way to go before that becomes a reality, however. And I don't know, unless there's something immediate, unless he finds something with his remaining 40 seconds, I fear for Prag right now. Those 2 white pawns in the centre of the board, very dangerous. White's rook coming across now. Levon trying to activate that piece. Do you guys think he's going to save this? Evaluation bar thinks it is going to be a draw, but in human terms, looks difficult.
And can you force it by attacking those pawns with your bishop? Maybe is one idea. But yeah, with a time situation, it's got to be very tough to hold this one.
I think
Aronjan shaking his head. Sorry, there.
Yeah, I think it is possible to save it. I mean, but it does require using every single one of Pragnanda's pieces. You know, the king needs to activate, the rook, the bishop needs to be working towards a goal. And I love this last move. You know, just before Pragnanda starts attacking White's pawns, he restrains them first.
Yeah, and Aronjan, I'm not sure the reason he was shaking his head. Maybe he had something better earlier on. I must say, in kind of the end of the opening, I peeked over at this game and it was just crazy. Prag was trying to checkmate. You look at the white king, it's ended up there just kind of by chance, but the white king was kicked around a bit earlier. And, okay, dropping white's bishop back now. Yeah, those 2 white pawns in the centre, they are possible to attack now.
This looks like a very safe way to draw now.
And
the rook's off.
Rooks are off.
Yeah, dead draw.
Easy draw.
Prag, yeah. I can't believe I doubted him for a second there.
Don't doubt the Prag. So.
Never doubt the Prag. I like that.
All he needs to do now, go after the white pawns, lock down that queenside if you can. The only danger is the white king going after those black pawns, but they are on dark squares. They are easy to defend with black's dark squared bishop. And yeah, those opposite colour bishops just cancelling each other out.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm surprised by this king move. I actually thought that he would push one of his pawns forward, the f pawn. Just But okay, the situation is going to be the same. It's going to be a draw.
Yeah, I love this last move by Prag. Don't get greedy. Don't go and gobble up white's pawns yet. They're not running away anywhere. Just make sure that your pawns don't drop. The white king was heading towards those black pawns. And, OK, Levon doesn't even try. He offers the draw.
Ah, OK. It's a relatively quick draw between Lev and Prag here in round 2. They are still tied. Intense match between them. And in game 3, Prag again will have the white pieces. They stopped for an interview together after the first game. Let's see if we can get some thoughts after the second game.
Never doubt the Prag was one of the words used in the studio here earlier. You find a way to uncomplicate here at the end and find the draw?
Yeah, I don't know. Probably I was worse in the middle game. I was trying to find some tactical blow, but yeah, I couldn't find it. Like none of them were working, and somehow I managed to liquidate to a draw ending.
Outside of this, you've been outside of these tournaments in the Champions Chess Tour. You have to play a lot of open tournaments. Do you notice the difference in level strongly when you play?
Yeah, I think there is huge difference. I mean, all these players are very strong, and it's not easy to win games against these players.
You make it look easy, Prag.
Not really. It's quite hard.
Good luck.
Yeah, thanks.
The exceptional young Pragnanda, 2 draws now against Levon Aronjan here on day 4. He is on top of the table together with Magnus Carlsen after 3 rounds in the FTX Crypto Cup. Can he win today's match and stay on top of the table in this game? There were chances for Levon.
Definite chances for Levon. It was a bit of a roller coaster, actually, this game. Pragnanda went on the attack from move 1. Despite having the black pieces, he sacrificed 1 pawn in the opening. He sacrificed a 2nd pawn in the opening. And just to check out this position, Prag did play a very cool move, I've got to admit. And I mentioned Prag sacrificed 2 pawns. That was to keep the white king in the centre of the board. White's king is potentially a target. It's uncastled. It's likely to stay sitting there for a while. But Prag here, he decided to try and pounce now. The computer hates this move, of course, but from a human point of view, very cool. Black's rook is staring down at the white queen. Why not create a discovered attack? And Black's bishop jumped out the way. So right now, both of Black's bishops are attacked. And if here Levon Aronjan had just calmly, coolly moved his queen to a safe square, for example, this one, it's quite likely it would have been objectively strong for white. But it looks scary. This white king coming under heavy pressure. Black's rook's about to enter the same file as the king. Instead, Levon Aronjan, maybe a bit scared by this aggressive approach from the Indian youngster, decided, OK, enough is enough. Let's try and get the queens off the board. But this was a small mistake, allowing Prag back in. And a few moves later, Black dropping the bishop back, avoiding the queen trade. We did see eventually Prag restore some semblance of material parity. He won 1 pawn back in the centre of the board due to this pin in the centre. And as we saw in the endgame, despite being a pawn down, he held the draw very comfortably.
1 game still going on here in round 2 today. Jan-Krzysztof Duda lost the first game to Alireza Firouzja. Now with the white pieces, Duda, 3 minutes on the clock for almost 5 minutes for Firouzja. Could this game see a winner?
Yes, but unlikely.
OK.
I don't know. What do you guys think? The evaluation bar says quite a lot for white, but level pawns, I guess white's rook is more active than the black rook.
Yeah, I think in the ending, the activity of the rook is the most important thing. And you can also see the white king. I mean, the white king is a little bit annoying there. If it can step forward 1 more square into that sort of potential hole, then probably white is close to winning. But I I think if black just holds here, just moves the rook backwards and forwards, there's not much white can do to ever make progress here. There's not really any weaknesses that black has, so why should white be winning this rook ending with equal material? So it should, of course, be a draw. Black's going to have to make a mistake to lose this one.
Yeah. That's my opinion as well. I just think the rook is just going to shuffle side to side. I just don't see what white is going to do to improve the position. Yeah, the white king looks mighty fine there on the h5 square, but the black king is blocking its path to g6. For me, easy draw.
Yeah, and I like Firouzja's body language. Just a moment ago, he kind of leaned back. He's like, oh, come on, let's get out of here. Let's agree the draw. Stop trying to beat me. The evaluation bar still slightly on white side, but it's hard to imagine anything happening. These 2 pawns versus 2 pawns, you can't create anything there.
I think the only thing you can do is try to put a white pawn where the white rook is, and then try to get the white rook next to the black rook, if that makes sense. Something like that. Try to use those pawns.
Should we try and figure out how Duda can make that happen?
I have no idea how he's going to make that happen. So over to you, David.
Thanks, Simon.
Yeah, that's right. I mean,
because if you step forward with the pawn right now, it can just be captured for starters.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of some way you can do this. I mean, like rook e6.
Yeah, and then.
But you know, you have to be a bit careful because you can. If black's rook becomes active, you could end up losing if you push too hard, as in this case here, where you probably have to come back and try to draw now. So, I don't see it.
I mean, even if black gives you everything you want, say, as you mentioned, Simon, putting a pawn on this square, somehow you get the time to kind of come
literally,
round.
if I get everything, it's still a draw. But at least the white king has this chance of coming in now.
At least now it's a race, and now it's a race. For example, whose king is faster? Is black going to come and take this pawn faster? Is white going to take this pawn faster? But yeah, as you mentioned there, Simon, this is a dream world for Duda right now. If we go back to the current position, he still needs a helping hand. The problem is he's not ready to push this pawn forward because black is now getting ready to create counterplay, start going after some of white's weak pawns. There are a lot of weak white pawns, actually, on this side of the board. And, OK, he locks it down by pushing a pawn forward. And now big question is, can black get active with his rook?
Yep.
Or will white give a check, maybe? And if this king and pawn endgame is a draw, for example, after the rooks disappear and black locking it down, if this is just a draw, then I think Firouzja will go for it. I don't see how white's king is going to ever kind of find a way past the black king. Black's king just defends perfectly. Yeah, this one is destined for a draw. I think we're all pretty sure here in the studio.
Not too much action going on here in Game 2s on this 4th day in the FTX Crypto Cup. Now, if you are in the Florida area or anywhere in the world and have the chance to fly to Miami, we recommend you to do that this weekend. They're actually going to open up for audience on the 2 final days in the tournament. Saturday is actually sold out, but Sunday, still a few tickets up for grabs. So head to chess24.com/Miami and get your tickets for Sunday. You can see these top players in action and possibly meet them, participate in some tournaments going on. I think it's going to be a lot of fun to participate in the action.
And Sunday is cooler because that will be where you'll have the closing of the tournament. And you see the prizes,
the winner,
the celebrations, good mood.
Isn't Magnus playing Prague on Sunday as well, I think?
That's actually a very good question.
So I think on the last day, which is going to be, that's a match that I'm sure everyone wants to see, right?
Yeah.
Especially if they keep winning everything, right? So it could be the big one.
That day.
Yeah.
It'd be a massive day. So get your tickets. That's how many times are you going to get to see Prague play Magnus in the flesh, even?
You guys can cover for me, right? If I just book a ticket right now.
And me. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. So
I'll just stay here, cover the chess. It will be very understandable. Yeah. Oh. But imagine that, chess becoming a spectator sport as well. Not only on television, but on site.
Spectator esport.
That's it. Can they cheer? Because normally in I doubt, except in an esport, you normally hear them really getting into it.
True.
It'd be good if they could, if it's a soundproof, sort of environment or something. That'd be awesome, wouldn't it?
The players, if they're sound kind of cancelling headphones.
I mean,
I'd take in my,
come in with a sign.
My sign. Go Prag or something. I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know.
I want one of those giant fingers that they have in the, American
Number
sports.
one fan.
It'd have to be hands, wouldn't it? It'd be like, let the chess speak. So
but you go in, support hands with your giant hand.
Ew.
I saw on Facebook yesterday, courtesy of Phil Robertson, he was watching the stream. He came up with another pun for hands. Enhance.
Enhancing,
yeah.
Enhancing his chances, yeah. He's enhancing his chances today with that last draw.
Yeah.
But, still an uphill struggle for Hans to win today's match.
And so it is for Jan-Krzysztof Duda. He lost the first game today, but probably this is not when he will make his comeback, I guess.
No, I mean, he's trying to create that dream scenario where White gets some small chances, but even if Black just continues waiting, maybe there's something more active that Firouzja can be doing here, but what's wrong with just waiting with the Black Rook on the 7th rank? You've got plenty of squares to sit on.
Would you play on here, David, with White?
Yeah, I'd grind this one out. Actually, what I wouldn't have done, Simon, is push those queenside pawns. I would have waited for 49 moves. And I would have pushed the pawns once, and then 49 more moves, push again.
Can you just remind me, are you actually playing in October? I've got to maybe commentate on that.
Exactly.
Oh, my words. 200 moves later, another pawn is pushed. I'm like, David.
We need a pay rise, Kaja.
David, it's midnight.
You guys need to get paid per move that you commentate on.
Exactly.
It was quite funny because you had this match, didn't you, against Niels, which I was due to commentate on. I didn't manage to do that in the end, but we had our friend Askill was commentating on it, and it was quite long games there, David, weren't they? So
I think nothing beyond 7.5 hours. It was fine.
7.5 hours.
The one session.
Has anyone ever got cross with you, David?
Yeah, I mean, so many people. My 236 move game against Hare Krishna, the arbiter was literally going to me like this. And I was like, that's not allowed. I'm not breaking any rules by playing on.
The arbiter was doing that?
It turns out there was an arbiter party that he was late for.
Get his free cake and, wine. Oh, that's
He had a go at me afterwards. He was like, it was a draw, right? And I was like...
What, even though you won?
No, it was a...
Oh, it was a draw at the end. Oh, OK, right.
But then I asked him, I was like, what's your rating? Turns out he didn't really know how the pieces moved. But, not to be harsh, but it's grinding. It doesn't make friends. As Magnus says, actually, in the trailer, it's not about making friends. It's about grinding that out to be extra results. Those
making
extra
enemies,
points.
actually.
About winning.
You want people to hate you.
I think that's what he said. In that will make people hate you.
Yeah. Just looking at the position, has Firouzja blundered? I mean, slightly.
What?
I mean, he seems to have given White something. I know it's only a little bit, but it's like, he's going to give White a pass pawn now. Mate, or is he going to go for mate somehow? I don't know. Is he, H4 or something? Is he going to try?
White King's pretty safe, I think.
It is really safe.
It looks quite
But you're right.
safe,
He was kind of gesturing. He was like...
Yeah. But why give up this pawn and give your opponent a pass pawn and potential to check the Black King? I don't understand this at all. He didn't. He didn't need to play this, right?
No,
I mean, was this just a lack of patience or something?
Also, 5 seconds on the clock. He's got to move. He's beating himself up. What's he doing? The computer says it's a draw. You've got to move.
He moves his king back as well. I mean, why?
Yeah, I think he's got an idea.
Now the bar reacts.
But he could have cut off the White King first.
Yeah.
He could have brought the Black Rook to the G file, locked in the White King, and then just marched the other way with his own king. That looks pretty drawn to me. But, I think he's inside his own head right now.
I mean, it might still be all right, but he's changed the nature of the position with no time on the clock. And, OK, now the White King gives itself potential to come back around. And I think White's going to win a pawn, at least, So
that Black Queenside pawn is dropping off. We're going to see it fall now.
It's still a dead draw, I think. But, I mean, that's he's just made it harder for himself.
OK, he goes this way. I thought his idea was to go the other way with his king. At least then he could never get sidestepped. Black's king, at least it would be hiding from all the checks on the other side of the board. The problem for Duda now as White is how does the White King get out? The White King is cut off on the 3rd rank, so it can't retreat and kind of start heading that way. I mean, it still feels, like you say, Simon, like it should be a draw with best play, but just the course of the last 10 moves or so is turning in White's favour. And, OK, this is one check. White's B-pawn is going to motor up the board.
I see one way that the White King can extract itself, but the problem is then it does tie down the White Rook. So, I mean, the White King is in a in a cage currently, and black won't let go of that cage. But if white manages to give a check, put the rook on the bottom row like it's done right now, and then advance the pawn to the 7th row, then black will have to give ground at some stage with the rook.
For example, something along these lines.
Yeah.
Black can no longer wait with his king, because now this is a very typical pattern. The white rook looks like it's trapped in front of his own pawn, but the rook will come across, and after the white pawn is captured, suddenly this is a skewer, white will win. So as you mentioned, Jovanka, you have to give way. And it would be in a position like this, you have to move the rook just by process of elimination, nothing else. White's king could come round, but yeah, where are you going? That's the question, I guess.
That is the problem.
Yeah, the only way you can win these positions is by not pushing the pawn to the 7th rank, right?
Yeah.
So your king has somewhere to hide. But
nowhere to hide here, for example.
But wait 1 second.
Okay.
Is there something here? Because I wasn't expecting this particular king move. I thought...
I mean, it's all about whether white's king... I don't think the king can come round the other way, so it's all about whether the king can come now.
Yeah. Can
he go now?
Yeah, he's trying to come in. Firouzja's stopped him, but after this one check...
You have to go back.
Yeah, I guess his idea is to go back to this square so that any advance can be met by a rook check, kicking the white king away.
But I was thinking white could try to win this by this kind of position by playing rook c7 at the right moment. So black has to take on b6, and then king g6.
Yeah.
So this is what I was thinking as the winning try. So you know.
So for example, in this position.
Yeah, something like this, and and then if you ever get this possibility where black has to move away, your king can come in, and this looks like it might be winning.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can arrange that, but.
Why not now, Simon, in
do
the
it
current
now.
position?
Well, now, definitely.
Is this the winning idea? Just give a check and then move out the way.
Yeah.
If you don't take this pawn, it steps forward and you win. If you take this pawn, then the king steps in and checkmate coming.
And you're going to win all the pawns otherwise. And I expect he has played it, so yeah.
And let's go back to the players. Firouzja shaking his head, and he's just self-destructed. He just could have sat there. It would have been a dead draw. Don't do anything.
He seems to do this. I mean, I'm not going to say his Achilles heel, but well, I am actually. His Achilles heel is it his endings? I mean, he's lost some endings, equal endings before against Magnus. I remember a king pawn ending. I mean, I know he's very good at the endings, but it's still. I mean, I mean,
it's endings. I think, Simon, where he's on the defensive side, where he has to just sit and be patient and suffer.
Right.
That's his Achilles heel. I think when he's on the front foot, he's very good at calculating. He knows all the basic, all the general rules. Of course, he's so strong. But it's just. I don't think it's endings itself. It's just the mentality behind the endings.
Sure. Of sitting he's such an active player that he really doesn't want to ever go passive, even when he has to. And I understand that. I'm very similar to that as well. I mean, this ending here, it might still have some drawing chances, right? I mean, it's definitely got drawing chances, but it's very tough now, right?
I mean, compared to the dead drawn position it was when we joined.
Yeah.
I mean, if he just didn't touch those queenside pawns, just, what was it, 20 moves ago?
Yeah.
You can see he's shaking his head as well.
I saw an interesting comment, actually, about his performance in the candidates just now. And he said that every single mistake that Firouzja made in those games were to do with pushing pawns. So maybe he's just a little bit impatient. Maybe it might not be an endgame thing. It might be like a general thing when he lacks a plan, pushes the pawn.
Do you know what he's got to do? Do you know whose games he's got to study?
Not mine. I don't push pawns enough. We need to find a balance, me and Firouzja. But there's actually a great book out there by Sam Shankland about pawns, when to push them, when not to, pawn structures. I can't remember the exact name of the book, but it's all about those pawn pushes. And
Pawn Star by Sam Shanklin.
Pawn Star?
Sam Shanklin.
Yeah, exactly.
You're getting on the pun train.
I think it's called exploiting small advantages or something.
Something along those lines. But when Sam wrote that book about these pawn pushes, he suddenly became American champion a few months later because he used all of that research he'd done into pawn pushes, and he won the American championship ahead of Caruana and Nakamura, all these guys.
Small steps to giant improvement. Master pawn play in chess.
Yes, that's the one, Kaja. And maybe whoever Firouzja's working with, Firouzja's coach, should recommend that book for him. I mean, it can't hurt, right? Especially if there's a pattern behind mistakes. I I mean, whenever I analyse my games, my losses, if there's a pattern that I keep making the same mistakes or I keep losing for the same reason, I try to pinpoint that.
But okay, going to this position, I mean, I thought that this was just an easy win, but I'm just looking at the bar, and the bar is kind of saying it's in the middle. In my bar, in my computer, that is. So, I mean, is it just rook check and then somehow they will hold? I'm just going to put it up on my table base.
I mean, the thing is,
pawns are dropping.
Yeah, I mean, even without those pawns, you do have drawing chances, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, White's king looks so active right now. This is the problem.
Yeah, so checkmate is threatened. White wants to just bring his rook to the top of the board. That would have been checkmate. So Black had to break the opposition. Black's king should always go to the short side in scenarios like this. Black's king should always go towards the corner, essentially, so that Black's rook can actually go the other way and start checking the White king from the longer side of the position. If you go to the wrong side of the board, you actually block any of your rook's potential checks. So this is what's happening. The rook is going to check from the side. Maybe it is a draw. I mean, it's so hard to evaluate these ones with F and H pawns. Those are maybe the hardest rook endgames. So White is 2 pawns up, but I think...
Oh, hello. Well, now the king's got to go very passive, hasn't it? I mean, the White king, I mean, you can just check the king and it's got to go, I mean, to G... Well, it's got to
go back.
And then it should be, well, it's a theoretical draw. Whether it actually means it's going to be a draw is another question.
Still really difficult.
Yeah. I say a theoretical draw because if you're supposed to be able to win this position, if you can get the White rook where the Black rook is on the 7th rank, they say, but it's not easy to do that now. It's harder, I say, to draw than win this, say. But chances, yeah. So.
Yeah, chances, and I don't know what odds there are. I don't know whether Firouzja has studied these really technical endgames. I mean, you can learn about F and H pawns in endgame books by Mark Dvoretsky, for example, by Carsten Muller. That's how I learnt about these endgames. But even after having studied them for hours and hours, this F and H, these 2 extra pawns, it's so hard. All I know is that Black's king should kind of block the H pawn and then the rook should check from the side. But I mean, there's so much to know. It's all about where the pawns are, where the opponent's king is.
Not easy with under 20 seconds.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that's the problem, isn't it?
So now it is, I'm just checking on the table base, and now it is a loss.
Right.
Yeah.
So this is the winning idea, I think, generally, that if the White rook ever gets to the 7th rank in this ending, it's winning, because Black can't even take that pawn now, because you'll lose immediately. The king will come over, checkmate ideas. And this is I know, the first winning setup that you go for, but what you do next, okay, this makes sense now, doesn't it?
Makes sense. You force the Black king to commit. Which pawn are you going to try and block? If the king goes in the corner now, which I think it should, at least there are some stalemating ideas. But the problem is the king is cut off. If you'd gone the other way, you would have been cut off as well. Now the Black king is cut off from stopping the White F pawn. It only stops White's pawn on the side of the board. Still hard work to be done.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
very
still
hard work.
incredibly hard.
Because the Black rook is going to come over and start checking that king on the long side. And again, as you say, David, there's like rules of thumb you can do when you're trying to defend rook endings. King on the short side, that means the short side of the other king, and the rook on the long side of your opponent's king. And Black's going to get that again, right? Yeah. And if you remember these little rules, then it gives you some chance to defend any rook ending you'll find yourself in. So where does Black king go? I mean, he can go backwards again, but could it come forwards now?
I think I would go backwards just because Duda didn't find a winning plan there. I'm scared that if the Black king came towards the White pawn now, that it might get cut off across the board. There's 2 ways of getting cut off. There's vertical and horizontal cut-offs, and I think I would go in the corner, just because then if you go up the board now as Black, it's easier to get across in front of White's F pawn later. That being said, I mean, it's so hard to call, right, Simon? He goes the other way. Firouzja, if he has a chance, he'll always go active. He'll never go into the corner, never take the passive retreating approach.
Well, according to the table base, White can just move the rook along the G line, and it will be a win in 28 moves. Ooh, but somehow we're getting close to
easy to calculate 28.
How on earth do you win it, though? That's the question. I mean,
well, this is a good try, it says. And now, okay, the win is to do with moving the rook along to the E8 square.
Okay, he chooses it, Jovanka.
He knows it.
Yeah, and I guess the idea is that if the black rook comes across now the long side and starts to check white from this side of the board across, then white's rook can always block the checks. Oh, Firouzja takes this pawn. That looks wrong. The black rook is now misplaced. The white king can now maybe move out the way. The white pawn needs to start pushing sooner or later.
Yeah.
Whoa.
He's got to push that pawn, so he's got to get the king out of the way. That makes a lot of sense, right?
Definitely. And the key move, according to the computer, is actually to put the rook on the E1 square, E3 square, E2 square, just move it down. And this is still okay.
Yeah.
Still looks winning, right?
So now he gets checked. He has to go and defend his own rook now. The evaluation bar did react there, so now it looks like it should be winning. Which way do we go, though? Do we go in front of our own pawn, block our own pawn, or do we go the other way to defend the rook at the top of the board?
It's funny, even these deceptively simple endings, I say deceptively simple because there's only one pawn on the board. Well, we should probably all know this, shouldn't we, quite easily? It's something that, you know, I'm sure they say the Soviet school of chess know when they're young.
Every Russian schoolboy knows that this is winning for white, but none of the rest of us know how or why. And I think this one is winning now in a pretty simple fashion. The white pawn just too strong. Black's rook has to go the long way. I'm not sure what Firouzja's thinking about here. Duda relaxing, looking very confident. Duda knows why it's winning.
Yeah.
But we will reach something we call the Lucina position. And even if white's king is in front of his own pawn, there are ways to unblock your own passed pawn later. So white's pawn will
4
win.
seconds for Firouzja. He has to make a move. We do see. Will he just lose some time? No. We do see the other players coming in. They are about to start their game threes. We're going to follow game 3 with Anish Geary and Hans Niemann, because if Anish wins that game, he will win the match. Magnus Carlsen is also starting his game 3 now against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. This one, game 2, about to finish.
Yeah, this one will be over any second. White has got his king out of the way of his own pawn, and black can give some checks, but it won't work. The white king just retreats, and therefore Firouzja resigns.
88 moves, and Jan-Krzysztof Duda makes his comeback to tie the match against Alireza Firouzja in a beautiful, grinding game. That's what we love to see. Let's see if he stops for an interview. Nope, he wants to go prepare for game 3. He only has 10 minutes before that starts, and we're going to jump into game 3 that just started between Anish Geary and Hans Niemann. Trouble for Hans Niemann. He cannot lose this game. He will lose his 4th match. Anish Geary, with a win in this game, will finally have a match win. And it is Anish with the white pieces in this game. So let's take a look at what's going on the board. Is he going for the kill, Anish Geary, in this game?
Yeah, early days in this one, but Hans, his clock is ticking, and then he was just kind of gesturing. Was it at the arbiter?
Oh.
Was it at someone? He doesn't look happy with something already.
Yeah, he's just looking around like there's something wrong.
What's this smoothie?
He forgot a smoothie again.
Smoothie again, yeah.
Can someone get me a smoothie?
It's not a good sign when you're already feeling a bit flustered, a bit disturbed, and the game has only just started. You might as well just make your move, Hans. Just get through the opening, unleash your preparation, and then start thinking.
Both.
Very strange.
Yeah.
Very strange. He's spending time and
need that time for later.
Yeah, this position. He should obviously know about.
Yeah, Anish will be feeling confident the longer that Hans thinks right now.
Yeah.
And I mean, the arbiter is in the room. If there was something, she would be over there immediately. So maybe it's just, is it the position, is the situation? This doesn't look
This is one of the most well-known positions in chess, I guess, in the opening at least. Black has a bunch of moves here. You can choose from 3, 4, 5 very logical, very common moves. It can't be chess reasons that are making Hans slow down now. Is the mouse frozen? Is the screen frozen?
I think he'd be gesturing more, wouldn't he, if there's something completely wrong. Maybe he's just picking his music. You know, maybe he's thinking this is a big game. I can't lose. What song do I need to listen to?
Some energy. He doesn't look as pumped up as we're used to seeing.
No, because he can't lose this game. OK, well, maybe...
Here we have it.
He's off. Yeah.
And he's picked up the B-pawn, and this opening is called the Queen's Indian. And Anish also reacts in the most principled way, which is to develop the light-squared bishop.
Yeah, so very standard stuff. The reason I guess it's called the Queen's Indian, it's on the Queen side and you're fee and kettering a bishop. Normally, these types of Indian openings, the King's Indian is fee and kettering the bishop on the other flank of the board. Meanwhile, a bunch of moves here that white can choose. I know
this is the one I play, actually.
Yeah.
I think it's a very good chance to get an advantage, this rookie one, currently, with the theory. And I'm just trying to think of the trendy move now. Is it A3? I think A3 might be the sort of current move to play, even, because, you know, you're kind of asking, he's played at A3. Okay. So, yeah, just basically, black's moved the knight. Where are you going to move that knight next? I'm just gonna shut it down and wait and see how you're going to develop. And if black wants to go really solid, he can move the pawn in front of the queen 2 squares. But there's a lot of ways black can go wrong here. If you move the pawn next to that 1, 2 squares, what's he going to go for?
Just shuffles his queen across 1 square.
Okay.
This is just kind of waiting moves, waiting passive.
I think
patient chess.
I had this in Reykjavik. That's why I remember just doing a bit of preparation. I remember it looked just really nice variation for white.
It's just that pawn centre. You have a bit more space.
Yeah, and you might be able to go... The one thing that white generally avoids doing in these positions is going knight c3 too early, which we can show. I don't know if it's a move now, because you want to avoid exchanging pieces, and if you move the knight out now, it allows black to play his knight in, and the exchange of pieces makes black's position a bit more comfortable because he's more cramped, and that's why the knight stays at home. So there's many ways that white can try and improve his position without moving that knight. You can maybe move the queen. I mean, you can even think about some, you know, pawn sacrifices. But I think there's even moving the queen side pawn 2 squares doesn't look stupid to me.
It's very tempting here.
It does.
I mean, that black knight on the side of the board looks kind of ridiculous, right? Yeah. That's one of the issues with this system for black.
Yeah. Well, one of the things I did want to point out for white, that is, if black hadn't played that queen move and instead had actually tried to challenge the centre with c7, c5.
That's what I had in Reykjavik, Jovanka.
Yeah, did you do it? Did you go for it, Simon?
Just play D5 is just a very good move where white's just clearly better, basically, I think.
Don't need to ask Jovanka. Simon will push his pawn to this square.
Excellent.
Any opportunity.
I love getting my pawn there.
But this is the move I wanted to highlight, because after pawn takes pawn, you can actually...
You move the... Yeah,
move the knight.
And you don't even sacrifice a pawn here. That's the thing. It's not even a sacrifice. Yeah. Can you get your knight to this gorgeous square in black's king? And I had this and my opponent, I think, played knight e4, but this is a very nice line for white, basically. So, but
Hans avoided this.
Yeah, and queen c8, David, it seems a bit passive.
Yeah.
I mean, what would you play here? I mean, b4 looks so logical, right? I mean, that'd probably be
very tempting.
Yeah.
But there might be other decent options as well.
I was thinking...
OK, so he has played this, so I'm a bit surprised by that.
I was slightly tempted to suggest this as well. I know black always meets this with the threat of a knight exchange, but this is very similar to other lines anyway, where kind of black's knight is still back on its starting square, black's queen is still on its starting square, the other main line, and normally white here puts his bishop on this square, and he's not afraid of giving up the 2 bishops. So if there's a knight trade, white's bishop stands great on this square. If the knight captures the bishop instead, then at least now white is ready to throw all the pawns forward in the centre. And it's a slightly different take on one of the main lines, at least. So I'm assuming this is what Geary wants to do. The one thing you don't necessarily want to do is, for example, if you make a move, you don't want to allow these doubled pawns because they are potentially weak later in the game, especially in an endgame. So I think Geary, especially having allowed this potential knight exchange, I think he's just going to stop that from happening, either by moving his bishop forward or by maybe moving his queen to protect his knight.
Yeah. The other thing I wanted to mention is that after knight takes, say, white were to play knight takes knight, bishop takes knight, it's so difficult to dislodge that bishop from this beautiful square without offering a trade of your own bishops. So
that's why, I mean, white generally holds back, because it wasn't a threat for black's knight to go in there when you had the knight on its starting square. That wasn't something you have to worry about. But as David says, you can't play this line. It's just maybe there's another useful move that you can do. Even h4 has been played by Sargsyan, I think, in this kind of position.
Many players, it's very trendy to push the pawn here.
Yeah, just to support some jumps with your knight on the king side, just ask, Black, what are you going to do next?
It's basically a fight for the central square. If White can push his pawn forward, he's doing great. He has 3 great pawns in the centre of the board. If Black can stop that, as he's doing right now by blockading this square, then he tends to be doing okay. So evaluation bar likes White. I think we all would choose White here, but it's just a fight for this central outpost, and he does indeed play the typical type of move, putting his bishop.
I'm impressed with Hans being on more than 14 minutes on the clock after spending, what was it, 1.5 minutes on the first move. He must have planned something. Is he definitely in his opening prep here?
Well, I just checked the database here, and he actually had a game in this particular variation. In 2021. And that game actually continued with White trading knights. So he is familiar, Hans is certainly familiar with this particular position and the result. Yeah, Hans won, of course.
Yeah. Was that an online blitz game by any chance?
It's difficult for me to see.
Okay. Yeah, because I know a lot of online blitz games now go on the database, and it's maybe something that Hans played once or twice in his life, but maybe not having put too much work into it. At least when I've played this opening as Black, it's just to kind of survive the opening. It's not necessarily because you want to equalise immediately. You just want to keep pieces on the board. You want to kind of pose these questions to White. How are you going to occupy the centre? OK, it looks like White's getting everything he wants. And now, big question, what does Black do with his knight in the centre of the board?
But do you then think, David, spending that 1.5 minutes on the first move, he was thinking back to that game that he won?
Maybe.
And trying to recall how he won it?
Yeah, maybe it was, just... I know he had a bit of a break before this game, but maybe he was undecided. Do you play for a win with Black? Do you just keep it solid with Black now and then try and win with White in the next game? I guess it's not kind of the most aggressive winning attempt, but this type of opening, it is played by players who are quite ambitious as Black, who want to just maintain the tension. And yeah, it's just a typical position now, this last move. Simon, you'll like that maybe, as a Dutch player?
I do like it, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I love pushing this pawn when I got the Black pieces, but I just really don't like Black's knight on the, we have this saying on the side of the board, knights on the rim are dim, knights on the side fall off. I mean, there's loads of sayings about that knight. If I can move that knight back, I'd probably be tempted to move it back now, actually, and just try to get it towards the centre, because otherwise it's doing nothing, Yeah. But if I can move it, like, across to f6, for example. Yeah. OK, but still, I mean, these are all common moves that Black's playing here, and at least Black's got the central square, right, in the middle, controlling the middle of the board.
You're right. I mean, Black's queen is slightly misplaced, maybe. Black's knight on the edge will fall off the hedge, yeah.
Fall off the hedge. There you go. Yeah, that's a good one.
But
fall off the ledge.
Fall off the ledge, yeah, that's better.
Better, and well, OK, now it's a critical moment in the game, because Anish just pushed forward with his pawn in the centre, and now all the connection that Black had with the knight on e4 has been broken. To me, this is very thematic. This looks good, but I guess you have to now start to crunch the numbers and see whether it's actually a good idea or not.
Yeah, and this is kind of a typical pawn push. You want to gain space, you want to clamp down on squares, you want to block out Black's light square bishop, but yeah, I'm slightly surprised Geary played it so quickly, because it does make sense, as you mentioned there, of some of Black's pieces. Black's knight on the edge. It has a way off that ledge, but OK, Hans, this is a critical moment, so he should slow down now. This is where you should spend your time, not necessarily on move 3. Yeah, he'll be calculating already.
And this is the only match that can be decided in this round 3. If Anish wins it, he will win the match. It's not a must-win situation for Hans, but he has to win either this one or the next game to take it to tiebreaks. In the other matches, Magnus Carlsen and Liam Le, 2 draws. They are tied after 2 games. Magnus now sitting there with the white pieces, and I bet he is trying to find a way to win this game 3. And Liam Le, he probably will be happy with a draw with the black pieces and fighting for a win in game 4. Pragnanda and Aronjan, also 2 draws. They're also tied. Prag with the white pieces here, thinking hard, and is the bar already all the way over to his side?
Yeah, I mean, I just took a peek over at that game. There's 2 things I want to mention. One, that Aronjan chose an opening, the Grunfeld defense, that he's not a specialist in, but Prag is known as the Grunfeld slayer. He wins nearly every game as white in that opening. I've seen him win dozens in great style as well. And the second thing I want to point out, Aronjan's just fallen into an opening trap. It's maybe not the most well-known one, but Prag is deep in his preparation. Aronjan, I think it's his move right now, but look at him. He's just sitting back thinking, what have I done? Am I really in trouble now? Or maybe he doesn't even realize how much trouble he's in. But yeah, the computer thinks that white is already winning after, what is it, about 12, 13 moves.
Whoa.
So, Prag, if he takes that opportunity, continues his good form against the Grunfeld defense, then Aronjan is going to be in big trouble.
Huge trouble for Levon Aronjan early in game 3. Wow, we'll keep a close eye on that. Jan-Krzysztof, Duda and Alireza Firouzja, they have one game each and are tied. Their game 3 will start shortly. Or has started. Just started. Probably. Yep.
They're racing to catch up
the
others.
Yeah. Firouzja, he won the first game, but he lost the second. So what will happen in game 3 between these two? But we're following Geary and Niemann because this can be decided in this round 3. And the bar, I have to say, it's way over to Anish's side right now.
Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but I just love what's happened for the white side. I'm a bit worried now about Niemann's chances, sorry, just because a couple of things have gone wrong. Firstly, there's a nasty pin, white's bishop on the same diagonal as the black queen. The centre will open to white's favour. Also, black's knight still on the edge of the board. If he doesn't move it now, white will push the b-pawn forward and lock it out of the game.
Looks horrible.
It does look really bad.
Bishop as well, misplaced.
Totally. Two pieces that aren't working, and I mean, it also looks like those pawns on the right side are just going to start falling apart, and black's king is also going to be vulnerable.
Yeah, I mean, you're just winning a pawn. I mean, generally, I'm a big fan of black's pawns. You know, when you get them like that, the one in front of the bishop, the one next to the bishop. I like having those pawns. They've got a lot of potential, but only when you can do something with them. And they're just gonna drop here. And look at black's pieces on the queen side. It's not just that knight; it's the bishop as well, right? The bishop is just looking at a brick wall. It's not doing anything at all. There's so many problems with black's position. Yeah.
I guess his idea after pawn takes pawn is to slide his bishop back. He's just done this, so at least he's improving one of those bad pieces, Simon. But you're right. I mean, it just looks horrible. At least he has a pin on this diagonal, so he's a pawn down temporarily, but eventually he wants to win this pinned pawn back. White can't play pawn takes pawn, for example, because his bishop would fall. So two moves immediately come to mind. What is Geary about to play here? He's not moving on his screen yet, but two moves come to mind for me. One, you actually defend the pinned piece, for example, with your king. Next move, you're just hinting that maybe you'll jump out the way, capture a pawn. If you kind of win a pawn, if you can somehow win that pawn and establish your knight on this beautiful outpost in the center, you're just winning immediately. So this would maybe be the most ambitious move in the position. If that doesn't work, or if it doesn't appeal to step your king forward, then another idea at some point would be to step this pawn forward and lock out this knight on the edge. I mean, it's just such a bad piece, and one bad piece, as we know, makes a position bad. Yeah, it looks great for white, but Anish needs one or two accurate moves.
Yeah. And both those moves were on my radar. I must say, I'm such a materialist. I was drawn to defending the bishop and trying to get away with grabbing as many pawns as I can. But yeah, this just looks great.
Yeah, I guess black's idea maybe is to kind of reinstate the pin, just bring the queen forward, meaning that white still is tied down on this diagonal. I mean, I'm just clutching at straws here for Niemann. I mean, you need to keep the game alive somehow. But Anish, he's even more materialistic than us, Jovanka. Instead of pushing his king forward, he actually ruins his own pawn structure. He pushes his pawn forward, defending his own pawn. And after a capture, a trade here, white just has this stronghold. I mean, it's more about this square in the center of the board for one of the two white knights. Both knights can occupy it, and it's just a glorious square.
Wow.
White's king is just going to shuffle to the corner where it's completely safe, and looking good for Geary.
Looking good for Anish Geary. Now, David, as everyone knows, he is our very own individual gold medalist from the Olympiad in Chennai. And the Chess 24 team actually has another medalist from the Olympiad, Tanya, commentating on another stream. She took the individual bronze medal in Chennai, and she's actually also in Miami, Sverre.
She is. I'm actually going to have to speak quite low right now because I'm on her terrace. And she is doing the commentary on the GM feed together with Peter Leko. But have a look at this. Let me lower my voice and show you what is one of my favorite shoots that we can actually get here. Because right here, behind me, we have Tanya doing the commentary. And she tends to get extremely excited when she's doing it. She stands up, she is yelling, and she goes excited.
Hey! And
this would be a little chance for us to move somewhere, but on the other hand, one feels like, you know, you want to look at this.
Peter, we've got company here. We're joined by the Oslo studio. Hey, guys.
Wow.
He's the man behind all those interviews, by the way. Chat wants to know, we want to know, do we get another Hans interview today?
We're hoping so, definitely. So I guess I'm talking to both the broadcasts right now, but any Hans interview is bound for a good day. But we want to see our top commentator sitting here in her right element.
Well, this is what it looks like. So we've got our chat and our game window here, and this is our broadcast. And a very big moment here because Lev looks like he's in big trouble. He's managed to get his queen trapped on a5. We're trying to find the right way ahead for Prague here. This is a big game, swear.
As you can see, they are now following also the Lev game, who is in big trouble.
Absolutely. Chess24 got you all covered. If you are a grandmaster and want to deep into the positions with a lot of notations, then Tanya and Peter got you covered. In this one, in this studio, we're taking it down a little bit. Beginners like me, we need the slower approach to the game and deep dive into the position without too many notations, at least. Anish Geary, bar over to his side. If he wins this game, he will win his first match. Is it getting closer, David?
He's getting closer. I'm not liking his clock time, Anish Geary. It looks like he's a bit hesitant.
Yeah.
Maybe just the nerves of having struggled in this tournament, just getting closer to the finishing line, slowing him down slightly. That's what I do, at least. When I'm on the verge of a big victory, I get nervous, I tense up. But yeah, on the board, he's doing all the things right. Maybe now is the time to lock out that black knight from the game. You could also make an argument for white's rook just sliding across to the open g-file. White's knight at some point wants to occupy that beautiful outpost on e4 that we highlighted a moment ago. Looks great, but yeah, what do you guys think?
I think that this is great for white. I mean, my opinion really hasn't changed. I mean, I really do love your plan of just looking at the black knight on a6 and just saying, what are you going to do about that piece? And then getting on with the ideas you mentioned as well, putting the rook to the open line, introducing the knights into the game. I mean, this just looks like he can, this almost looks like the position can play itself, actually.
Spoiled for choice, but that is not good for the clock. Down under 6 minutes now. When you have too many options, it's easy to kind of just mull them over, overthink them. Geary just has to trust his instincts. He's got such good instincts. One of the most talented youngsters that I've ever faced, Geary. And yeah, he just needs to push a pawn or bring his knight to the center, switch his rook over. They're all strong. Why not just play one of them instantly, save the time for later?
Yeah. Is he a very emotional player? So if he does have a few bad results, it will affect his play.
Yeah, he's good at keeping kind of a happy facade, like
joking.
Yeah,
and
he's got quite a bright
bantering.
disposition in general, quite a positive guy, but then, yeah, occasionally things do affect him, I think, which is natural for any chess player.
I always get the feeling with Anish that he can pick himself up.
Yeah.
You know, there's a few people who just, when they hit the floor, you know, it's very difficult for them just to build themselves, to big themselves back up again. But Anish somehow, you know, it feels like he gives himself maybe 5 minutes of feeling like sadness and very depressed. And then he's like, OK, right, move on to the next game.
Yeah.
But, I mean, we do see that he doesn't quite clear the emotions on the board because we see certain things, like, for instance, here, he's taking his time. He's perhaps feeling some tension because he's gone through many games without winning, and that creates some kind of internal pressure. And when the win happens again, when he wins this match, then he will just be able to
domino effect. That's what domino effect is.
Yeah,
what
you know,
it's
just
hoping
like
for.
the shoulders can relax and the tension can just dissipate.
Yeah.
And
He never goes on long losing streaks, Geary. Like other players, when they tilt, they'll lose many games in a row. For Geary, it's just the killer instinct's the first thing that disappears. So he's still an amazing player. It's just can't finish things off. So maybe some drawing streaks here and there, but yeah, he's coming back in this game, in this day.
And he goes for another plan, which is just to relocate the knight over to the right side of the board. And whilst it's Hans' turn to figure out what to do, we do have a selfie competition where we're asking you guys at home to tweet a selfie that will impress our David Howell. And the winner will get David's course, Grind Like a Grandmaster, that he did with Magnus Carlsen. It's an amazing prize. And Renjith Pillay says he's watching from India, watching the live chess and learning some French defence even at midnight. That's dedication, David. Does that impress you?
Yeah, anything, I mean, studying chess after midnight, that's the best time. That's when it really soaks in. I recommend, running a bath, lying there, watching a chessable course or reading a book.
You did say at the Olympiad you were having 2-hour baths every day?
Every night.
Every night. And I was like...
Without fail.
Were you not a bit wrinkly?
I was like a old grape. Prune, just...
Yeah, sitting in the bath all wrinkled up. But 2 hours is a long time.
2 hours. What were you doing? Meditating?
I was chatting to friends on the phone. I mean, my laptop was dead, so I couldn't prepare chess. I was just sitting there, sometimes with a book. Just loving it.
I have to say, I also got my best run of chess was in the bath as well.
Tell us this story, Simon.
Well, when I was younger, I just had a puzzle book, like a chess puzzle book, start finding checkmate. And I used to just have a bath every day, and I'd just try to do some puzzles in the bath. So after the period of like 3 months, I'd done the book, and my rating shot up.
Wow.
So actually, from doing half an hour in the bath every day, I became much better player. So baths is the way forward.
Here we are trying to solve this game, and it's that simple. Have a bath every day.
Learn in the bath.
I'm a Scorpio. I need the water.
I mean, Jovanka, did you learn from the bath?
Word of warning. I tried this technique once. I fell asleep. The book fell into the water. No. And I woke up and I was like, whoops. So, not for everyone.
Bathtubs aren't easy to come by, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's true.
But, meanwhile, the position has changed slightly, and, the evaluation bar not liking what Anish has done. I still think it's OK for white, but look at that knight next to the white king. That is one passive piece, and he shouldn't be having any passive pieces right now, Anish Geary.
Not sure about this position. I know you're both very confident about Anish's chances, but I really didn't like his G4, and it seemed a bit funny. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't mind black here at all.
Yeah, I liked his G4, Anish, but I don't like what he's done with his two knights. White's knights are passive now, and Hans trying to break out.
Well, he's gone far too passive. I mean, just White's king is a little bit loose now, definitely. Yeah. Black's bishop, dark square bishop is beautiful. He's got an open G file. It's dangerous, I think, for Anish here.
Do you feel
he's even better?
Good question.
I'm not even sure he's better now. I mean, he's a pawn up, but what can he do? Yeah. He's got to try to get through this bishop at some point, and I don't know if he can do that.
This bishop, right?
Yeah, this
Looks
bishop.
like on his screen, Anish, he was about to bring his rook over, but he's overthinking. He's not trusting his instincts. He was about to play it within a couple of seconds, and now 30, 40 seconds later, he still hasn't made this move. You mentioned getting past this bishop. Is his idea, for example, after a pawn capture, is he going to sacrifice maybe at some point to try and break through? For example, he has played this move. I guess another idea might be to slide the queen across to this diagonal. Here it works extra well because you're hitting the knight in the process, and after the knight is defended, you could, for example, just capture this bishop. And due to this pin, black can't take back, you win a piece. So still some ideas, some tricks Anish has up his sleeve. But of course, Hans won't fall into that kind of... it's not very well disguised, that trick. Hans will spot that, and he runs away with the bishop. Hans is playing recklessly fast, I would say. He actually played really well. He's outplayed Geary since that disastrous opening for black. But why play this move so quickly? I mean, there are alternatives. You could start kind of doubling up your rooks on this file.
That was his best piece. I mean, we were just talking how strong the bishop is, and he's just moved it away from the best square. So, I mean, it might be OK because you can improve your other pieces, but it's not really what you want to do. And on the other hand, Anish is closing up on the queen side, which is also a little bit strange, I think.
Now it's all going to switch to the king side, where both of the kings are sitting right now. I like Hans's potential plan of maybe bringing his knight to this square. If he can park his knight on this square, he's going to kick away the white rook from its outpost, and all the pieces will gravitate towards that white king. Meanwhile, Anish, he's... I don't know really what he's doing with this kind of pyramid of pieces, but it looks nice-ish aesthetically. I'm not sure whether it's effective. The knight is coming round, meanwhile, to try and kick away this white rook.
Hans is playing so quickly, though.
So quickly, too quickly, if anything.
Yeah, I feel like the position is incredibly complicated, and Hans is just belting out the moves, second after second. And
there are ideas such as taking this pawn. I'm not sure whether that works or not, but Hans should at least be spending a second calculating. Instead, Anish just gets rid of the black knight.
I guess Hans is going for just a blockade on the dark squares now. I mean, I thought he could maybe push for a little bit more than this kind of thing where he's just trying to stop Anish getting through anywhere.
Yeah, with the queen.
Yeah, I mean, it still seems okay for black, much better than it was, that's for sure. But again, it's a strange game, this one, I think. Very strange game. Yeah.
Strange stuff happening. Anish trying to take all the risk out of the position again. Whether that's reducing his own winning chances, who knows? But Anish definitely hates risk in this tournament. And he's just trying to trade off all the remaining rooks. Hans says, nope, I'm going to go the other way. Hans wants... It looks silly, but he wants to open up.
I wouldn't be able to predict many moves in this game. Sometimes, you know, you can play predict the move, and I'm struggling to predict what they're going to play next.
I think we would have predicted about 10% of the moves in this game, and those were just the opening moves.
OK, knight e2. Is he going to try to get a knight to the centre?
That makes the most sense to me.
But then black can break on the queen side, so...
Yeah.
But, I mean, yeah, that knight not doing anything, let's get it over, would be, you know, a beautiful square in the middle of the board that Dave has highlighted there.
Yeah. Talk to your pieces. White's knight is the worst piece.
Yeah.
Improve it? No, he improves his bishop instead.
Didn't predict that one. OK. A6, can we get one prediction right? Is he going to push the pawn in front of the rook?
I predict Hans will move in less than 30 seconds. I don't know what move it will be.
Come on, you've got to predict a move. Yeah.
I agree. I mean, the only justification for putting black's rook back in the corner is to push the pawn in front of it, open up that rook.
So will we get this right?
I think he's going to actually move his queen to the f4 square.
OK.
Ooh,
Let's see. 10 seconds.
Oh, no.
I know, you might even get that prediction.
I didn't even get that prediction.
Yeah, this is like...
The first time in the last 10 moves he slows down, and it's the most simple decision.
Well, I'm sure they can hear us, and they're just like messing with us at the moment.
Yeah.
But so
he made complicated moves that require calculation in like 3 seconds, Hans. And then the one time he has like a logical, consistent plan, he slows down.
He slowed down. No, we got that wrong as well. OK, now let's see. He's going to move the rook. Yeah, OK, come on. Please just get that right.
Where though, Simon? He's definitely moving his rook that's
Don't
attacked.
ask me difficult questions. To pin the bishop. Let's go for that. I'm going to go for that. OK, he's got to pin the bishop with his rook, surely. Come on.
He's going to slide one square to the right. I'll say it's slide one square up to the right.
Yeah, I think up the board.
It's got to go to one of those two squares,
Actually, I don't think it's going to go up the board. I think that might move us. Oh, I don't know.
I mean, too late now. So you've gone up. Okay. I've gone right. Where are you going, Jovanka?
Well, OK, maybe I should actually...
Slide. Do you think to the left? It's
yeah.
I mean, pinning the bishop seems natural,
Yeah, you're right, Simon.
I don't know. I mean, like,
pinning looks...
Create some threats, maybe?
I don't know. Somehow I'm a bit worried that the rook is not doing that much.
I mean, he's spending too long.
Let's just say... Just pin the bishop.
Pin the bishop. You've got 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Worrying for Geary.
Yeah, move.
It feels like a hustle. Niemann, it's like he's playing in, I don't know, Washington Square Park. He's just hustling Geary on the clock. He's like, come on, man. Come on, man. I'm going to play faster than you. I'm going to play trickier, more unexpected moves than you. And it has been working.
Oh, David, you got it right.
We have a dance.
I don't know why, it's not a good move. But
we have the David victory dance. So I like it.
We got one move right.
Can you show those moves again, David? I missed most of the
Maybe
start.
later, Simon. I'll show you on the dance
We
floor.
have it recorded. We can watch it again and again and again.
I realise that. Yeah. Get tricked here by that.
Because we did also record Simon dancing yesterday.
You can put them together.
Yeah. Like a little music video. Maybe we can even show the viewers what we put together of Simon.
It was really
dancing yesterday. What was the name of the dance? The big box, small box?
Yes, I don't know.
Do it again for us, Simon.
No. But Jovanka, you know the moves now. Come on, Jovanka. Can you do the big box, small box?
I don't remember it, Simon.
Oh, come on.
Big threat on the position, though. There is a big threat. And Hans has to do something about this. The rook was threatening to come to the G8 square.
This queen was undefended. It's actually a mistake from Hans. In this position, he pushed his queen forward 1 square. The white queen slid across, and the queen went back. So Hans has just lost 2 moves. The threat, as Jovanka mentions, for example, if black had pushed a pawn, is to jump out of the way, discovered attack. This is a check. Throw your rook on the fire in order to open up an attack and win the black queen, just gaining time with that sacrifice. So black's queen actually went back.
Just finding the move's very mysterious from Hans, especially, Dave. I mean, moving the dark square bishop over to that square, why? I just, not sure.
There's a 1-move threat. He was attacking his opponent's rook. He made another move, kind of 1-move threat. He attacked his opponent's rook.
Yeah.
He went back. He's just losing time.
Yeah.
It's as if he's literally in the park playing blitz, just hustling. Yeah. He's making threats, setting traps, but Geary's spotting them. And, OK, now he goes back. Now it's surely time soon for the white knight to activate. OK, first the queen comes out.
Push the pawn now, surely. Yeah. Come on, you gotta do something.
Simon, you're predicting this one. Will we get another prediction right?
Come on.
It's got to be...
No. Stop. Makes sense.
You've got to carry on with the one-move threats, but it's a good move because it activates the light square bishop.
This looks like a nice move. I approve. Yeah. At least the bishop has a good square it's coming into here. So
white's rook or queen are the targets. So Geary, he's getting ready to move his queen out the way. He's going to step it back, so the rook has a square to retreat to. Geary, I think he's feeling the pressure, Just something about Geary's play. He clicked on a different square. He nearly made not a mouse slip, but a blunder there. And, OK, he chose a good square for his queen, a safe square, but just judging by those... I mean, I've been there myself, when I'm clicking on squares and I'm like, oh, no, that's wrong, and then I change my mind. That shows nerves.
Shouldn't it be click a piece, move a piece?
Yeah, touch piece move, yeah. I mean, he clicked on the queen. It's just he was going to put it on the G3 square originally. Then he maybe it was just a misclick.
And what about this move?
Didn't predict it.
Didn't predict it. I thought he was going to attack the rook, but OK.
It seems like a less aggressive square than the one it could have moved to.
And maybe Anish had that rook retreat in his mind and so decided to play it. I mean, I also a bit baffled. But maybe he has some ideas of attacking the queen himself.
I'm not sure why he's not pushing that rook's pawn, though. I don't know. I mean, if you could get the black rook around the back now, you could think about winning this game as black even. I mean, why not? Yeah. I don't see why not. If the black rook can magically get into white's half of the board, then,
maybe that's his plan.
Well, he's moved the queen in.
Didn't predict that either.
No, it's really hard to predict.
He's attacking an important pawn, though, the white C pawn, so on the same line that the black queen's sitting on. It's under fire. It's not that easy to defend.
This is a good move, I think, actually. It's a similar idea to trying to get the rook in.
Black's king can defend itself. Those 2 black bishops actually are doing a great job of covering any entry squares that white's rook or queen want to use. Suddenly, maybe the change of pace as well. Geary, he's been manoeuvring around, improving. Suddenly, he has to take steps back. Yeah, maybe this change of pace will affect him. And, OK, I'm not sure whether you should grab it, but black's queen can go and grab the white A3 pawn. It looks like it's the wrong side of the board. I'm not sure he'll want to do that, but...
It's kind of position where I would be very tempted to move that pawn in the centre. Yeah. I'd be looking at it. I mean, bid for freedom. My rook might be able to come in. OK, he hasn't done that, but it's the kind of move where you can, if you can jump to freedom, get your bishop, your rook in the game, it's like, maybe worth a sacrifice of 1 pawn,
You're right, Simon. Just free up this bishop. Instead, the players are racing ahead. So he did grab this pawn. He did get greedy. And now the white queen moved, and he came back. So his idea, surely, at some point, is to break this side of the board open, Hans. But in the meantime, can Anish get any action going towards the black king? He would love to somehow, just like you said, free up the bishop.
Wow. I was going to say, this is the way forward, right?
He's attacking the black bishop. He's hoping, OK, the rook can't be captured by a pawn due to a pin here. He's hoping that there'll be a capture and that suddenly he can threaten checkmate, break through on the light squares to that black king.
It's a great move. I mean, I love that move from
aggression. That's what we want to see from Geary. We don't want to see him taking passive decisions. Yeah, we love it.
But how effective is it, though?
Maybe the black rook can just come across. Maybe
calm
this would
as you like.
Kill all the fun, because now white's rook cannot take the black bishop due to a nasty checkmate. The black rook defends the black queen, and the king is trapped. Maybe this is a calm defence. In the current position, what else? You don't want to move this bishop out the way. I don't think you can really consider taking this. Even if you can kind of block any potential checkmates, you'll always kind of get punished on the light squares later. It's so scary right now for Hans. I think this is the move that I would play without too much thought. I think just try and trade off those rooks. Maybe white just leaves it, though. Maybe white...
White just doesn't react because there's still a pin along this H-file. Suddenly, the black king is the target.
It's got very interesting, this game now. I mean, this position is really jumped to life with, you know, the black king is in danger, but that queen is right into White's guts there, causing some issues. So if black can unravel, black could win this game.
Wow.
Yeah. Can he unravel, though? I like David's move. It's a nice move to play. Has he played it?
Yeah, he's gone for it. In fact, this and actually capturing the rook were the only two ways for black to survive this position.
Yeah.
And here, can you guess what the computer's saying? It's like 0.00.
Yeah, of course it is, yeah. Stupid computer.
Yeah.
So complicated. OK, the rooks are off the board. I don't think that's a great sign for Geary, to be honest.
Why is he... I mean, he's going for the queen exchange now, so...
And now the bar is shifting sides.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Hands could win this.
It's a passive decision. Geary, it seems like when the clock ticks down, his instinct, his nature is to just try and draw. Just try to get the queens off. He is in the lead in the match, so we can understand it now, but... Yeah, I mean, he's missed opportunities in the past due to this.
But in fairness, it is understandable, because if we look at the whole momentum of the game, you know, he was much better, then he was a pawn up, and then somehow or other he's found himself defending this position, and then the instinct now is, OK, I've lost control, let's just trade off, let's just begin again, just kill the game.
He's begging for a draw if the queens come off the board. Only black can ever win that game, win that position. Maybe he will draw because White's is so blocked. White does have a knight which can jump around and cover all the holes, but...
I mean, also, there's an argument for Hans to keep the queens on the board because his queen is quite active. You can put it in the corner, keeping the knight pinned, and try for the maximum from the position. I mean, I don't know what I'd do. I don't know if I'd exchange and just try to play, or maybe play for this A6 break first again. I'm a bit addicted to this A6 break for some reason.
You really want to change the pawn structure on that left side, right side?
I would love to do that, because then the endings will be great for me if I get the opportunity to exchange queens in the future. So, but he's kept... I mean, the simple option, this move has been very tempting for a while to free the dark square bishop.
Yeah, and his idea as well is to win White's pawn, so it's not actually a pawn sacrifice. Now, this white pawn in the middle on the E3 square is going to get gobbled up by Black's dark square bishop on the next move. Black's dark square bishop is going to take that pawn. The structure's changed. Also, look at the centre. Black's king has a path in the on the dark squares into the middle of the board. I fear for Geary's life here. Maybe it's a fortress, but...
I think if White just moves the king, it's going to be very hard for Black to do anything now.
Maybe Black's king kind of goes all the way over to the left side of the board. You push that pawn that you wanted, Simon. Then the Black king comes back. We're in for another long grind.
Yeah.
It's the theme of the day.
I have to mention, you guys, we have had two big results inside the arena here in Game 3s. Magnus Carlsen just won Game 3 against Liam Le to take the lead in that match, putting Liam in a must-win situation in Game 4 to take it to tiebreaks. And Pragnanda, the other player, on 9 out of 9 points after the first 3 days. A win against Levon Aronjan, and that was a quite quick one, actually, in Game 3. So Levon Aronjan also must win in Game 4 to take it to tiebreaks. It's going to be a very intense round 4, and the bar is to Firouzja's side. I've been looking at that bar as well, and Firouzja and Duda, they are tied before this Game 3. So a lot of drama about to happen in the Miami arena.
Yeah, and talking about drama, I mean, I'm just absolutely shocked by this move. I mean, that pawn is by itself, 100% no defence.
Why move that pawn? Why on earth move that pawn? I don't understand it.
That being said, the computer does stockfish there. We see 3 move suggestions. Only one move takes advantage of this mistake from White, and that is for Black's light square bishop to park itself on the edge of the board. To be honest, that's quite a natural one. The Black king is coming towards that white pawn.
I mean, I think, I mean, you want to... Your opponent's moved a pawn. It's now unprotected. It's protected the pawn. We try to take it. Let's move our king. Let's take it. Yeah. Then we're a pawn up with a... Why this move?
Yeah.
I don't get it.
He was just scared of sitting there. This is actually a theme in the tournament as well. Nobody wants to just sit there passively and defend. They want to be active defenders. And normally that's a good thing, but it has led to mistakes, and Hans does find the best move. Yeah. Freddie no mates there. The F-pawn is just going to drop.
He is, yeah. The king's just going to come and take it. That means Hans is going to be a pawn up. He had that horrible opening as well, and he's going to be a pawn up. He's going to have the 2 bishops. He's got all these little advantages, And if he can do something on the queen side later, he's probably going to be winning this game.
Yeah. And Anish putting his knight to the side of the board. Presumably he has some ideas of jumping that knight to the f5 square, but I mean, just take a look at this beautiful move, you know.
It's getting worse, isn't it?
It is, you know, it's now the c4 pawn that's under attack. And if that one falls, then more are to come.
It's like a pack of cards. It's like a house of cards right now. One just flick, one of the pawns disappearing, and the house is going to collapse for Geary.
How are you even going to defend it? You can't. Yeah. You just have to go on the counter-attack.
Yeah.
But even then,
one-move threat.
It is just a one-move threat, and you can defend against that one very easily. It's really, really bad news for Anish.
Anish, I mean, he's going to be kicking himself so much after this game. I mean, he should have been winning, really, by just keeping it under control. Then he had so many... I think David put the nail on the head. Indecisive. Yeah. He's been very indecisive a couple of times, and this pawn push as well, that was just a sign of nerves, which made another mistake. And, you know, the last game now is going to be really tense with Hans having the white pieces.
Yeah, so he attacked the black bishop, but look at black's dark square. Bishop just defends everything. And, OK, this is a check from Geary. Is he really going after black's pawns on that side of the board with the white knight? Well, looks like the wrong direction.
I guess he has to.
He has to try. And now, I mean, the black king, I would just start taking that f-pawn off the board. There we go. Black's king is going to march into the centre. Black is essentially playing with a free piece, an extra piece.
Yep.
And going to be playing with an extra pawn.
Yep.
This one's just gone for Geary. No chance. And it's not just those kind of indecision, the indecisive moments. It's every mistake has been trying to swap the queens off, trying to go passive, trying to force a draw. It's playing for a draw. It just never works. I've lost so many games myself playing for a draw. I'll lose lots of games in the future playing for a draw. You just have to play aggressive.
Yeah. You never play for a draw anymore, David.
That's because I lost too many games trying to,
exactly.
Against, especially against strong players, or if I only needed that result.
But ironically here, you know, yeah, he played for a draw. He made lots of passive decisions, but it was that pawn move right at the end that kind of was the killer, well, no, the losing blunder.
Even without that pawn move, he was in for a load of suffering, for 50, 100 moves of suffering. So he kind of maybe wanted to shorten that suffering by taking a risk. It's understandable, it was a mistake, but I blame the early decisions, swapping the queens, swapping the rooks. Especially when you're facing the two bishops. I've said this many times, like when you're playing against two bishops, you need to accelerate the play, you need to keep pieces on the board. The more pieces get traded, the stronger the bishops become, and black's bishops are beautiful.
You know the good news about this? Surely we're going to get a Hans interview now. Surely. I mean, I think he's just threatening to win a piece, isn't he, with a check? Probably a very clever move, but...
Hans calculated this. Geary giving up his knight, deflecting away the... Oh, yeah, he has calculated it, of course.
Just the check, yeah.
The white king driven away, and next move, the knight falls. Hans takes the win.
Wow, comeback by Hans Niemann. He ties the match against Anish Geary. Game 4 will happen. And if we have a winner in that game, that will be the winner of the match. If it's a draw, we'll head to tiebreaks. And let's head to Miami.
Felt like a park hustling Hans to start out there playing in a blazing speed.
A what? Sorry, what was the...
You were playing at a blazing speed to begin with here.
Percussion or...
Your speed. It was going so fast there for a while.
Well, yeah, I'm just absolutely miserable. Like, I just would really like to do just... Yeah, like the fact that that happened is a miracle, yeah. Like a complete miracle, because I literally, like, you know... the fact that I have not like already gone to the mini bar and pulled a Magnus is like, or the fact that I haven't like just jumped in the pool, or like the fact that I'm alive at this moment is a miracle, because after I lost this first game, I think I was really just ready to just go into the ocean and never come back.
But do you think that speed that you put up, the intuitiveness of your chess, is a way of resetting and getting back to the real Hans Niemann?
No. I wanted to lose as quickly as possible, so I could go back to my hotel room and turn all the lights off, order some delivery, and watch Netflix and numb the pain until the next game.
I'm hoping that is not the same mind frame you had before game before.
No, it's the exact same, and it's going to. And I've already, I think my Uber Eats in this event is already. It's I think maybe $1,000 in Uber Eats. So I have been indulging and numbing the pain with $1,000 of Uber Eats.
We have been indulging in your entertainment here, Hans, and we're appreciative of getting to see a great chess game now.
Thank you.
What a man. Hans Niemann, what's your reaction to that interview, Simon?
Well, I don't know what he's ordering on Uber Eats, but I'd be very interested to know, like 100 pizzas, caviar on toast. So I don't really know what to say about that interview, really. I mean, I think he's, playing around a little bit there, and he's got to play the last round. But you never know what to expect with Hans. That's why I like him. He's so unpredictable. So always entertaining.
Definitely. Yeah. I love that. So emotional, and must be very happy now, because a win takes him back in the match. And what a game, David. This was swinging from side to side. What happened?
Yeah, what a game. There were maybe a few moments where Geary lost the thread. Geary had a massive advantage earlier in the game. Hans said he wasn't interested at all in really playing chess, but it came down to this final moment and this final decision that cost Geary the point. And you guys were saying still some drawing chances here for White. White does pretty much have a fortress. It's going to be very difficult for Black to break through and win here. White could just sit still, do nothing, maybe just maneuver his king back and forth, back and forth. White could maybe plant his knight into this square and just say, you're not breaking through. Instead, he helped Hans to win the game. He pushed his pawn forward, and this pawn was an easy target here for Black. Black simply needed to move his bishop out the way. Suddenly the king is coming towards this pawn, and we saw that happen. The key move actually being Black's bishop jumping into the position, targeting this pawn. And if we just fast forward, we saw everything collapse for White. All of the pawns start to disappear, and one final trick a few moves later from Geary in this position just backfired. It didn't work. White's knight took this pawn. It looks like the Black king is overloaded. If it takes the knight, then Black's bishop falls. This would have been a draw, but instead Hans had spotted that after knight takes pawn, he had a nasty check, driving the king away, and only then he takes the knight. Niemann, great technique in the end, but Geary's defeat was self-inflicted.
Wow. Great comeback by Hans Niemann in Game 4. If we have a winner in that game, that will be the winner of the match. If it is a draw, then Hans and Anish will play tie-breaks. Alireza Firouzja and Jan-Krzysztof Duda winning one game each so far. Today, they are tied. This is Game 3, and the bar is over to Firouzja's side. Is he likely to win this game?
He's a favourite. Firouzja, if we do a quick count, White is a pawn up. White has a 2 versus 1 advantage in terms of pawns on the left flank. But it's not easy. Look at the two knights. White's knight on a knight's outpost, but Black's knight, that's what we call an octopus. That Black knight has its tentacles all over White's position. It's clamping down on some squares that White wants to use, and I guess Duda wants to attack the White king at some point. But, OK, Duda has to somehow keep the queens on the board. What do you guys think here? Any chances for Black? Or is it just a matter of technique, as they say?
Yeah, it just looks like one-way traffic, doesn't it? I don't really see anything for Black. I mean, yes, he has a great knight on the d3 square, but ultimately that doesn't really matter, because if the queens get traded off, then the endgame's just simply going to be about pushing those pawns on the left.
Yeah, so he keeps the queens on, Duda. Good practical decision. Whether or not the computer likes it, for a human, your best bet is to keep the queens on. The problem is you're going to get bullied, you're going to get kicked around. Where's that queen go now? Not that many safe squares. She has to continue stepping back, retreating. Firouzja looks very calm now, compared to the last game where he was a bit nervous, a bit hyped up, kind of caused his own defeat. Firouzja looks...
It's going to be 2 pawns as well now, probably, isn't it? I mean, if there's... I think it's quite safe after the queen moves to take the other pawn. Yeah. I mean, I suppose the only danger here is White's king. White doesn't have any pieces guarding the king, and the Black knight is a little bit annoying because it attacks the square near White's king. The Black rook can come over, the Black queen can come in, so you just got to be wary of Black doing some last-ditch desperado attack. With, for example, if you take the pawn now, maybe Black's queen can dive all the way in, start creating some threats. Saying that, I don't really believe that any of these ideas are going to work, because White has many counter-attacking chances as well. But this is the only thing I think White has to worry about.
Yeah.
It looks like you just defend with your queen here. Black's rook can come across, but it feels too slow.
It does also feel like white is just spoilt for choice as well in the position.
I mean, maybe white is the one attacking as well. There's going to be a check, the king moves, there might be a knight check, for example, just kind of forcing the black king out into the open. I mean, this is just going to end very badly for black. I just don't see how black can attack without kind of leaving himself exposed. So yeah, I think you're right, Simon, in the current position. Okay, maybe you can get away with taking this pawn. Firouzja's done it in a different order. First, he slides his queen back, defending the square, of course, but also creating a threat of a skewer.
Very sensible as well. That pawn's going nowhere, is it? I mean, you can take that pawn later on, but this way you keep control of the open file. And here we go. Black's trying to do something. Yeah. There is one threat here, right? one cheapo in the position.
If white's careless.
Very careless.
Yeah, you don't get greedy and grab pawns, but even then that might be...
It's probably okay.
That one's okay.
Yeah, but if you, do something really bad, you know...
Yeah, I mean, at least it's kind of puts the fear of God into you, just seeing a threat like that. So a nasty knight jump, and he solves this by taking a pawn. At least now this knight jump can be met by a check, getting your queen out of the way with time, and now you drop back and say, OK, I'm 2 pawns up, let's trade the queens.
Yeah.
So Duda doesn't allow a check.
He's setting up the cheapo.
Trying.
He's trying his best, right?
It's quite visually hard to see that the black knight can use the square sometimes, maybe.
If you push the pawn now, would it work? It wouldn't.
No, well, he says, I'm having none of that.
Yeah.
Let's just cover that square.
And it's
no more mess.
I mean, white's knight is so strong as well. White's knight controls so many good squares that black would like to use. It stops black's rook coming over one square. And I expect he can just queen a pawn now. Start pushing it. Maybe he wants to re-centralise his rook first somewhere.
Bring this one back.
Get a bit of communication with them, and then
just kind of keep control. I mean, that's my kind of golden rule in these type of positions. You know, just don't let the black rook get involved in the attack. That just makes it unnecessarily complicated. Keep control, and there you see, Firouzja is just doing that, and. Duda, well, he's just retreating the rook, just trying to find some move here or there, but it's very, very difficult. And here it comes.
The pawn is rolling. OK, nice control. That word you mentioned, Jovanka, just white's rook defends everything. Worst comes to worst, you give your rook up for that black knight, just get rid of it. But no need yet. The white pawns will start to push. The one thing I've learned, though, in my chess career is that never write Duda off. I've never seen anyone come back from lost positions as many times as Duda. So, especially with both sides under 2 minutes, there's still chances for black. But Firouzja, full control, and now he's undermining the pawn that defends that beautiful black knight. Makes a lot of sense. And I'm hesitant to weaken the white king in general, but here there's no real attack against it, so you might as well try and get rid of that black knight. Yeah, 2 pawns, could be 3 pawns soon. White could be several pawns up.
Yeah, and the time is ticking as well. They're both a minute and a half left, pretty much. So, yeah, and I like this move as well because it kind of makes white's position a bit safer, it feels, because if you can get rid of the black knight, there's no pieces threatening your king, so there's never going to be really any danger towards your king. So it's a really clinical way that he's finishing this off. I like it. Bring the rook around. Don't push the pawns too quickly. What Jovanka said, stabilise it. Push back black's pieces, his remaining knight, and then you can finish the game off by queening a pawn. So Duda retreats his knight, comes back with a queen, but it's the best he can do.
Yeah, and he's just kind of wiping his face there, like he knows it's over. He's relying on a blunder now from Firouzja. Worst comes to worst here from Firouzja. You just retreat the white knight back to the f3 square. You can trade off the knights, and if knights are off the board, you can breathe a sigh of relief.
I was wondering whether you could do this as well.
Yeah. Get those knights off.
Yeah, and
this is a better way of doing it.
Get totally greedy because.
You saw Duda there. He was just like, with his hand, like, what can I do? Nothing. You resign here, unfortunately. 3 pawns down.
You know what I would do, Hal? Resign.
I thought you were in a fighting mood today, Simon.
Yeah, but sometimes you just got to bite the bullet and resign.
A lot of pawns and then moving forward.
Yeah, that's true. I would carry on the game because I was always told by my dad, you don't resign. He would actually force me to play on.
Really?
Yeah, until checkmate. And I remember the very first time I resigned, it was against Matthew Sadler, in fact. But I was like 5 pawns down. And he was already a grandmaster. I was very proud of myself for resigning.
It's a good lesson, though, for youngsters. Never resign. I remember I played when I was 6 years old a simultaneous display against Susan Lalic, very strong woman player. I was 6 pawns down. And then I set a a checkmate in 1 threat, and she didn't spot it. And I had checkmate. Nice. And I felt really guilty. But never resign. Yeah.
Never resign, yeah. But Duda, he will only have 10 minutes to prepare for Game 4. And it's going to be a must-win situation for him if he loses this game, and it looks like he will. So maybe it is a good idea to just get over with it, start preparing for something clever with the white pieces in Game 4.
Yeah, it just depends on the psychology. Some people need more time to recover. Some want to just have as little break as possible. Yeah, I mean, this last move by Black, it's desperation. The Black King is not going anywhere.
It's almost tempting to...
Yeah.
Here he comes.
Yeah, here he comes.
Here comes the attack. It's coming down.
Yeah.
Danger, danger.
And here comes the resignation, it looks like. Yep. Yeah. There it is. It's a loss for Jan-Krzysztof, Duda. That means Alireza Firouzja takes the lead in the match with 1 game to play. That's going to be a must-win for Jan-Krzysztof Duda starting in 10 minutes. We're going to wait to see if we can get some reactions from the players. Nope, we will not. So we are going to start getting ready for the games starting in just a minute. Game 4s, we're going to have 2 must-win situations, actually 3 must-win situations in the Game 4s. Magnus Carlsen, he is in the lead against Liam Le. And let's hear what Magnus said after winning Game 3.
That turned out to be quite a dramatic ending, Magnus.
Yeah, it did. I thought I'd sort of tricked him when I sacked the exchange there. I thought after that my pawns were just running. And then he dug in, he sort of found the defense, and I couldn't really see a way to break through. So what I went for was kind of my last trick, but it worked.
But it seemed to be 2 players a little bit confused about what to do with a very lonely pawns for a time there.
Yeah, it was a super complicated and weird position. I mean, I suspect that was a lot better, but couldn't really see how. And I wasn't so sure about my prospects if I didn't play dynamically, so I tried to play dynamically, but got a little bit out of hand. But at least, you know, I'm trying to play complicated chess, but it's yeah, it's tiring. But I finally got rewarded. You know, mistakes don't usually happen in a vacuum. So obviously he was under a lot of pressure for a long time there.
Does that mean that we may see yet another Game 4 that is complicated and fun and exciting, or are you going to try to hit the brakes?
We'll see. It's a little bit up to him as well. I mean, there are several approaches that you can go for when trying to play for a win. So let's see. Good luck. Thank you.
How would you summarize the day so far now, Prag?
Yeah, this game, I think I got a very big advantage out of the opening, and I was a queen up. I mean, I got a queen, so yeah, I think this was a smooth game.
How much does it actually do for your confidence as a chess player to see that you are more than able to keep track with the best players in the world?
Yeah, it definitely gives me confidence, and I believe I'm kind of underrated in classical chess. I think if I play more tournaments, I'll get more ratings, so I think it should be up there.
What is your correct rating?
I don't know.
Good luck in this match right now, because you're doing very well, Prag.
Yeah, thanks.
We know he's a fantastic player, Pragnanda, in the lead in the match against Levon Aronjan. Levon with the white pieces and must win here in Game 4. What kind of opening and what kind of game has Levon entered?
Wow, so Levon, he's played the English opening. We've had a few moves up to this point, but I want to praise Prag, because in a situation where he only needs a draw, he's sacrificed a pawn already as black. He's going into the same attacking, aggressive setup that we saw just 2 games ago. It nearly backfired. Prag was actually losing 2 games ago. He managed to save it, but I mean, he's playing with fire here, Prag. It's not the kind of strategy that most people would adopt if you just need a draw. Normally, it's human instinct to play solid, to play maybe defensive, safer chess. Prag is just going for it. He's trying to attack Aronjan. He wants to win it again with the black pieces. And yeah, who's done their homework better? Prag, maybe he's had his coach studying this opening, preparing some ideas for him in the break. Either way, he's a pawn down.
This is the Adiban opening, isn't it? This opening that Black's played was played by his teammate. Is he nicknamed the Animal?
The Beast.
Right, the Beast, the Animal, the Beast. And this pawn sacrifice was, I think, first played or made popular at the Olympiad by the very, very aggressive player Adiban. And yeah, it seems very interesting actually. You know, gives Black a lot of piece play.
Yeah. If you compare the development, only one side is ahead here, and it's definitely Black. Black has a nice queen, nice square for his queen. Black's two bishops are fantastically placed. Simon, you'll be happy that Harry, or Hans the H-pawn, is marching down the board. Yeah, White's king is still, what, 3-4 moves away from castling to safety? I'm not sure White's king even wants to castle that way. White's king, if it goes that way, is just gonna walk into the firing line. And, okay, Prag improves this rook. Potentially defending the pawn in the centre of the board. And yeah, the pressure, I was going to say pressure's on Aronjan, but clock time means that Aronjan's probably done some homework in the break as well. Up at 16.5 minutes.
Wow. So
speedy, Levon. I mean, this kind of last few years of his career, he's just found the acceleration. I just don't know how he's done it. It's so impressive from both these two players, these two fighters. And yeah, Levon, I've got to say, despite Prag's kind of bravery, he can't have asked for more. Aronjan maybe should embrace the fact that Prag is coming for him. At least it gives him more winning chances in this situation where he needs the point. And White's last knight move, dual purpose, attacking Black's isolated pawn in the centre of the board, but also White's light squared bishop getting ready to just move out the way so that White can eventually get castled. But the White queen coming out, yeah, I mean, this is just crazy stuff already. So hard to judge. And I need to go back actually and compare. How does this differ from their game 2 rounds, just 2 games ago? Is it the exact same position? It's going to be something very similar. It's not the exact same position, but it's almost identical.
Really? After 17 moves?
After 17 moves. There've just been a couple of small differences, 2 little nuances there. But Prag, I think he's done his homework. He's played this last move, committal move, very quickly.
Obviously, I like Black's position.
Yeah. Simon, you would take Black here?
Not really having much respect for pawns, and love having the initiative, love having my opponent's king kind of stuck in the middle, love having an H-pawn right up the board, hanging around my opponent's king. There's so many things I really like about Black's position, and you know this pressure. And here we go again. This is so similar, isn't it? The queen has come in, and last time the Black bishop took the thing, but this is a nice move, stopping an exchange of queens, and the initiative continues here.
Yeah. And it's so unnerving, you know, that you make a move and your opponent just responds instantly.
Yeah. We did see Prag as well just a few seconds ago, just before this move. He did look up in the air just for a few seconds, and then he looked down, made the move.
Yeah.
This looks
definitely memorising everything.
It looks so scary, this position. I mean, like, just Black has got every piece ready now. Is there something now? Surely there's something now, like, you know, I don't know, like knight. Well, knight takes pawns, the first move that springs to mind. I don't know if it works, but we want to try to force the opening of the position. But there's other good moves. The bishop can slide in. So many tempting moves, aren't there, David? Here,
hit this rook.
Jovanka.
Yeah, totally.
I mean,
yeah, if you hit this rook in the corner, it has to move. White will never castle now.
Never castle. And obviously, knight takes pawns, probably the first move you calculate, because it forces. If it works, it wins. So why not calculate it? And now the White king is stuck, but you're giving up a piece. So, but you still need to calculate. I don't know if
maybe there's just no way through past this bishop yet. White can kind of plug the holes with this bishop, and it looks super scary, like some sacrifice later on this square, but maybe not yet. I mean, the other move that comes to my mind as well, just bring the final piece into the attack. I mean, this piece attacking, knights on a decent square, queen well primed and positioned. You just slide across, threaten your idea, Simon. If it doesn't work one way round, switch the order. Now this is threatened because there's a pin.
But I have to mention what you said earlier, David, about the attitude of Prag. Yeah. Like, you know, he only needs to draw, and you said this throughout the competition, the best way to try and draw is by trying to win. Don't ever try to draw. Play play aggressively, play scary chess, you're much more likely to draw that way. And you can't play much more risky than this, sacrificing 2 pawns and trying to play like Mikhail Tal. You know, a brilliant opening idea. This actually, I'm gonna have to look at this opening idea.
Yeah, Simon, it's right up your street, right?
Yeah, I mean, it looks really tempting to play. And Prag now trying to work out the best way to continue here.
I would be shocked if White survives this, actually. I mean, maybe there's a way, but it won't be much more than survival. Just every single piece is working for Black. Not only do you have every attacking piece, you have this pawn like a bone in your throat. Just White will never feel safe castling this flank. Yeah, I mean, it's basically a sitting duck here in the center, the White king, and Tag is staring down, trying to find ways to break through towards it. I don't even see how to stop this idea. I mean, knight takes pawn.
I mean,
can't really defend that square.
Could you just simply block the E line and just try and trade off some pieces? I realised that, you know, the White king is still very shaky on the light squares, but...
Yeah, I mean, for example, maybe there are sacrifices here, maybe there are some other ideas, but even if I just take this bishop, I'm not sure how White reacts. Like, if the queen comes back, the Black knight can take this pawn. There's now a pin again on the e-file, and Black is crashing through, breaking through here. If White takes the other way with his knight, maybe he can survive, but I'm terrified of the Black queen sliding in, hitting this rook. Again, the reason why White can't castle is because this thorn in his side, this pawn, is just sitting there, ready to checkmate, or ready to help the Black queen checkmate. David and Goliath checkmate? No. Kiss of death
Lolly.
checkmate.
Kiss of Lolly.
Lolly checkmate. There's all sorts of checkmate names that we don't know, but Jovanka knows them all, and this would be deadly. So yeah, it just looks really scary in the current position. The White queen is sitting far away from her king as well, so it wouldn't be a surprise if Black had something promising. Let's go back to Prag. He's trying to get into his screen, trying to work something out. It looks like he's about to
crawl like The Ring. Also, the horror film The Ring. Well, it comes out the TV. But
he's trying to climb into the TV.
I just checked the computer because it's one of those positions where it's quite nice to check, and the computer's given another very logical move. It doesn't actually find anything crushing, but it says Black is at least equal, a little bit better, which is a really good sign when you're 2 pawns down, but also a very logical move, just kicking the queen with a little pawn move. And playing your move, though, David, seems
introducing
sensible.
a new piece into the attack. And I'm just curious what Aronjan is going to play now, because so far he hasn't spent any time on the clock, so this seems to be all preparation, but the position looks scary.
So do you want to know one thing, guys, that I've learnt about Levon Aronjan? He likes to bluff. So from 2 experiences, one from playing against him in chess, I played against him in Gibraltar. You guys were actually commentating on that game. And
you crushed him. Can we just mention?
I managed to win that game as Black, but he was bluffing in the opening. He was just playing instantly. Then he sacrificed a piece after thinking for less than 2 minutes, and it just didn't work. And I was like, wait, one of the best players in the world is sacrificing pieces, going for my king. This is scary. But I just sat there, calculated, and I realised that he was bluffing, and it didn't work, and I managed to win.
Interesting.
Second thing is still that he likes to bluff, but playing cards with him at the Olympiad recently, we played a game where it's called Avalon, where you play as teams, you have to pretend there are good guys, there are bad guys. I was actually a bad guy, and I managed to outbluff him, but the whole time, I don't know why, he was pretending he was a bad guy, maybe to try and figure out who the good guys were. But I knew instantly. I was like, that's the face I saw when I played him at chess, and he bluffed that one time. And yeah, so he does bluff, and just playing so quickly up to this point, either he knows exactly what he's doing, and he studied it till the end, and he knows that Prag is doing quite well. The evaluation bar thinks Black is doing very well here.
Yeah, look at that.
Or he's just bluffing Levon. He's saying, OK, I need to win. I'm going to take massive risks. If you find all the best moves, fine, you beat me. But if you don't, then White has 2 extra pawns.
Avalon reminds me of a game we've played together, David. It's a horrible name. It's called Secret Hitler. But you have to pretend to be the good guy, even if you are the bad guy.
Not very good at that one, Kaja.
I'm bluffing in that one. Yes. But yeah, look at that. Pragnanda, he only needs to draw in this game to win the match and win his 4th match in a row. Wow. Levon, is he in big trouble, would you say?
I don't know how big the trouble is, but I would be terrified if I had this position with White. If I hadn't studied it with a computer beforehand, maybe.
Yeah.
What do you guys think? I mean,
I also find this very scary for White. I mean, you have to have some knowledge here. I mean, you just can't walk into one of the sharpest positions around and just basically bluff your way through it. I mean, I feel like Levon knows what he's doing and has to have an answer to the most obvious move, which is bishop takes bishop.
Yeah. Bishop takes bishop looks very good. I mean, I suppose, first of all, is there a solution to that? But, you know, just knight takes d4 feels like it should work.
Tempting as well.
It just feels like if that doesn't work in this position, then chess is not right, because you've got every piece pointing in the middle. I can't see how it works at the moment, but it should work. So somehow.
I love that pick. Levon looks chilled out as anything. But look at Prag. I've never seen such focus ever.
He's getting in that computer.
Literally, that computer screen is centimetres away from his face right now.
Yeah.
But if we jump in, Simon, you mentioned that other move, which is super tempting.
Yeah, knight takes pawn, let's blow it open, indeed, yeah.
Yeah, so white has to recapture.
Now, here, I want to take on e2 or something, I feel, but...
Bishop or rook, that's the question.
Yeah, I mean, then bring the queen in.
Yeah, I mean, also, I never know when to flick in the move you mentioned earlier. You can kind of unsettle the white queen.
Yeah, because there's do it now.
Well, yeah, but, I mean, then maybe queen takes... I was thinking you might be able to go rook takes, queen e4, then a6.
Oh, wow, scary. So maybe. The knight retreats, the black queen comes in, hitting this rook, as we mentioned.
Then b5.
The rook moves. Hit the queen. The queen is the only thing, the only saving piece defending this knight. This is winning, Simon, I think.
There's f3 though, isn't there? I don't know.
I was going to say.
Yeah. And you hit the queen. OK, this is very complicated, but he's gone for
it.
Wow. OK. It's literally fire on the board right now. OK, what is he going to do? Is he going to take this bishop with his rook? I mean, taking with the bishop also makes a lot of sense, and then jumping in. But I don't know if there's a difference here. Maybe, again, it's this move, the white rook coming across, you hit the white queen, and maybe now...
f3's better this time.
At some point, because at least
you can't go bishop takes f3. Right,
It's so complicated, though. I mean, who knows? In the current position, this is the critical moment. Prag, he needs something now. Is it attacking the white queen first? Does he kick Her Majesty away from this kind of key diagonal, defending... bishop here.
That also looks very tempting, doesn't it? Because you've got queen d3 as well. Then I mean, I'm trying to force it through because it just feels like let's try to get it in. But also your move. Yeah, I mean, all these moves look very decent.
There will be differences. Maybe we can see the stockfish suggestions here, what the computer suggests for black, because we've looked at rook takes bishop. It looks very promising. It does say, actually, the only move to give black the advantage, everything else, and white is doing quite well, so rook takes bishop. That surprises me.
White's doing well in the other lines.
I mean, I say well.
OK.
+1 for white probably in this position just means it's complicated. Right. It doesn't mean that white's winning, but rook takes bishop, the best move, it looks like, and he's played it. Of course he's played it. Wow. That's just Prag style, and he's jumped in with the queen, hitting the rook in the corner. As we mentioned, if white castles, this is just checkmate. The lolly mate, as we've learnt. If the rook doesn't move, if the rook does move, sorry, then this idea, hitting the queen. And you guys mentioned throwing the pawn forward. I'm not sure what that changes.
Doesn't help, does it? Because bishop takes,
And if the queen tries to stay on this diagonal, as Simon mentioned, you kick it away one final time, the queen is lost because she can no longer...
Why is the computer saying it's equal, then? it looks like it's winning to me now.
Yeah.
And what's the defence? I mean,
Stockfish in front of us on the screen does say there's only 2 moves to defend. Sorry, Jovanka. So in the current position, if we backtrack, only 2 moves, and it's both of them just give up this rook in the corner.
The rook. Wow.
Oh.
Incredible.
That's hard. That's not easy. You get there by process of elimination. I guess you see that you can't move the rook. You were losing, so you have to find something else.
You have to give the rook up with check as well, which is like...
But it kind of does also make sense because the other lines are just, I don't know. I would just be terrified. I would not think I would survive that, and I would be just desperately craving stability. This is one of my big flaws in chess. I don't calculate my way through complications. I'm like, panic. Let's find the simplest way to equality.
And the 2 moves that save the game here for white are moving this bishop, for example, moving it. I'm not sure which square is best, but the whole idea is that the white king now has an escape square. So you cleared the white bishop out of the way so your king can escape. And here, at least, you run out of the way. You do attack the black queen in the meantime. mean, it still looks fantastic for black, let's be honest. I'm not sure where the queen goes. It can come back this way. I'd be slightly tempted to take a pawn unless there were consequences.
Has he played it well? He's played the top move.
One of the moves, yeah. One of the two moves.
At least you hit the rook this way, so you might be able to grab some material. I mean,
yeah,
it's weird.
But there are consequences, right, to that one, because the bishop is no longer protecting the king. So now what is the...
Again, with a bit of help from Stockfish, we see the best move, again by a distance for black, is to actually not take the free rook that's on offer. This is hard. It looks super tempting. I guess the idea is that here your queen is attacked and your rook is attacked, so you can't save them both. Actually, in the current position, the computer thinks you just have to move the rook across, and it gives 3 suggestions on our screen. This is by far the best one for black, just reinstating the threat along the e-file towards the white king.
He's been an expert in finding those moves, Prag.
Both of them so far have been playing really well.
This is a great game to commentate on.
Look at the computer, 0.0 after all these fireworks sacrifices. It's just... This is why we sometimes get frustrated with chess, analysing with engines. Everything is 0.0. It's just there are different ways to get there. You can play really quiet, boring chess, draw, or you can play fireworks. If both sides play perfectly, draw.
And again, if we're analysing this 20 years ago, let's say, or maybe longer than 20 years ago, you wouldn't have the help of the computer. So you'd have to work this position out, like, you know, and it'd be like...
It'd spend weeks.
You could literally spend weeks, like the players. So the players can't see the computer, and, you know, for everyone watching, our commentary, for us here, we have that benefit. But just imagine, just turn the computer off at home, how hard it is to evaluate such a position, you know, and they're finding the right moves, which is even more impressive in this incredibly intense situation.
Yeah, he has to...
Okay, of course he finds it. No question about it.
So I think this one was pretty forced, I think, because taking the rook was just not viable. But the question here is, how is Levon going to neutralise the pressure against the knight? And of course, there still remains that lone rook on h1 that's under attack.
Well, maybe he now...
maybe he has to retreat his bishop.
Has he lost time?
I was thinking he might go bishop e3 now because the rook's on pre.
The rook's
so
on
stupid.
So White might have to retreat his bishop. Maybe that's the only way to block the line towards the white king.
It's kind of a ridiculous move. Ridiculous moves everywhere.
What else? I mean, we mentioned that black's move was forced. Now white's move is surely forced. Otherwise, you just resign. Otherwise, white's king is...
Too weak.
I mean, you're crashing through next move as Prag. If that white knight falls, it's the end of the game.
Yes,
unless he has some ideas of sacrificing the queen.
So white's queen giving herself up for the black rook?
Yeah, so...
but
a lot of problems still
that
there.
That would never work. You can never give a queen for 2 rooks in a position where your king is weak. He has to retreat his bishop.
Only move again, I think,
We guessed that one.
Yeah.
And now is the moment... Is this the moment to take that white rook in the corner? Does Prag have anything else? I guess it's always a question whether that move you mentioned, like 5-6 moves ago, Simon, when to kick the white queen away with a pawn. I mean, there's only 2 real options that I see. Either you kick the white queen, hit her with a pawn. Okay, both moves are fine. Or you take the white rook in the corner. The computer thinks actually kicking the queen with the black pawn is slightly more accurate, but who can resist the temptation? A free rook.
Prag can. But this happened at the Olympiad, when they commentate everywhere. It's like, never doubt Prag. It's like we can doubt some other, but never Prag. He always finds computer numero #1.
And don't doubt Aronjan either. He found the best move according to the computer as well.
Such an impressive game. This is like modern-day chess. The quality of modern-day chess is so high. In such a complex situation, they're playing like Stockfish, which is incredible.
And now again, 2 choices. Is Prag going to play the best move? Take that rook finally. It says it is slightly tempting to play the alternative. Black only has 2 sensible moves. Everything else fails here. You could kick that white queen again with a pawn, the b5 pawn. I don't know.
I would be tempted to do that, actually.
Yeah, I would be very tempted.
Just so that, I mean, the reason why I would be tempted to actually kick that queen away is because then when black does finally win the rook, then you can perhaps grab the pawn on h2. And that is one dangerous pawn sitting on h3.
And also come back to f3 with the queen, because
Yeah.
at the moment you can't do this because the black rook is being attacked by the white queen. The white queen is eyeing that rook up. So
he plays it.
He plays it, OK.
Not the top computer move, though. First time in ages that Prag hasn't found that. But yeah, the queen against rook, it's just nice to break that connection. So queen takes rook here, and now I guess you have to retreat to the center just to defend this guy. So instead, he pushed his pawn. White took White didn't step back. White took this guy, hitting the black bishop. And OK, now do you take the rook? Do you have options for black?
No, I guess you have to, after that move, you have to take the rook and just go and attack the knight.
Yeah, you can take this rook in the corner. That's a check. Remember, the king always steps out, attacking the black queen. And because there's tension against the black bishop, which square do you choose? I guess you choose this square. Do you counterattack against the white knight? Or do you come back to the center? Still so many choices. It just feels like the white king is, I mean, on the light squares, it's so vulnerable still.
Or do you go rook e6? No, sorry, I get a bit carried away here.
He does take the rook.
He's got to take that rook eventually.
This is the current position. And white's king, is it safe in the center? He does go back to attack this knight.
And it's kind of about king safety, isn't it? That white king is still so much more exposed than the black king, so I'm not really trusting the valuation bar here too much.
Yeah, because it just went over to Levon's side.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, surely you'd rather be black in this position. I mean,
I mean, white is 2 pawns up, but pawns are so irrelevant right now.
Yeah, I mean,
2 bishops. I mean, if you can somehow get this bishop on a better circuit, or even if you just tuck it away and just focus on the light squares, looks so promising for black.
Yeah, the light squares are key, and you got a great game from Prag. Really, really impressive. And by Lev. Yeah, I say Prag, but Lev is defending exceptionally well at the moment. And I mean, so the evaluation does say he's doing well here. I mean, like, I know we don't really believe it, but how on earth does he defend?
I mean,
well, he has to use his rook, right, to defend that knight, because if he gets greedy and captures the pawn, then that's just way too much, as you say, and the rook will come and attack the queen, and the b pawn falls, and game over.
I mean, you can move the knight back to its starting square as well if tempo's important. This is another one which you can consider if you're trying to save tempo in the sharp position. But that looks like a horrendous square for the knight. And
it's in the knight stable, Simon.
Yeah.
Look at the knight, you put it in the stable, it can't break out.
I know, ever. So, and the initiative is just ongoing there. So I don't know.
Yeah, maybe Jovanka's right here. You have to just defend with your rook and pray and hope for the best.
You do have queen c6.
Yeah, we do have queen c6. Yeah.
So trying to get the queens off, maybe.
So in this position, maybe the black queen goes somewhere else, but here you want to swap off the queens.
Yeah.
I'd love to swap off queens if I was white.
I'm begging you, David.
Yeah, please. Because
I'll say no. Computer says no.
Obviously, when you're getting attacked in chess, if you can get rid of your opponent's most dangerous piece, the queen, you should do. So white would love to get rid of Prag's queen here to take the firepower away from his queen.
Yeah, his king. Just 2 pawns up. But this is the current position. OK, Aronjan does defend with his rook. It's very passive. It's all about the white king. Can Prag continue the attack and break through? If he does, it's going to go down as one of the best games of the tournament.
Wow.
But Aronjan's defending really resolutely so far.
What a game. David loving it. Simon saying he loves commentating on this game. Must-win game for Levon Aronjan to take it to tiebreaks. Same situation for Liam Le against world champion Magnus Carlsen. And the bar has shot up for Magnus Carlsen. Dramatic for Liam Le. He has to win this game to take it to tiebreaks. It's looking like Magnus will win this match and take all 3 points. He will be on top of the table together, probably with Prag, if he is able to get at least a draw in this current game against Levon Aronjan. It's also a must-win situation for Jan-Krzysztof Duda in Game 4 against Alireza Firouzja. The bar is roughly to the middle in that game. Niemann and Geary, they are tied before this Game 4, but the bar is very much over to Anish Geary's side. He could be about to win his very first match in the FTX Crypto Cup. We're keeping an eye on all the action. Will we have tie breaks, or will everything be decided today after Game 4? Levon Aronjan What do you think, David? Can he take it to tie breaks?
It's definitely possible. We were sceptical of the evaluation bar for a long time, but he is still 2 pawns up, and he's defended all the threats against his king for now. And yeah, I don't really see exactly what Prag should be doing at the moment.
I mean, I wanted to go rook takes bishop.
Yeah,
but,
me too.
It just probably doesn't work.
It doesn't work, unfortunately, but it looks so tempting. Instead, here he moves his queen to the e6 square, threatening to come to the b3.
I mean, great defence as well. I mean, we have been praising Prag so much for his really, his brilliant, imaginative attacking play. But the defence has been great, as you've pointed out, David. I mean, Aronjan has found bishop g5, bishop b3, all these bishop moves. He's defended incredibly. So it's a high-level encounter.
Yeah, and both players equally high level. The big thing, though, is look at the clock times. Can Prag keep up his kind of energetic, creative play with only 2 minutes on the clock? Also 2 pawns down on the board. Aronjan has a massive time advantage. I just have a feeling that might be the deciding factor because they're playing equally well. We can't fault either player so far. They've just played great chess. And yeah, often in that situation, the clock is the determinant.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
can you grab another pawn? Oh, then the rook comes over. So we don't want to do that.
No. Maybe we can show this. What else can White try in the current position?
The thing is, though, I mean, normally I would say, David, you're like 1,000% right. That clock is a factor. But we've seen Pragnanda always play amazing moves, incredible moves that require fast calculation with seconds left on the clock. And here, Levon just relocates his queen.
Great move, because he's getting ready to centralise as well as keeping an eye on Black's rook, so stopping Black's queen from coming in. But that White queen is ready to go right in the centre of the board. And amazed that he's defended this, actually. Yeah. This is me. I mean, great defence.
You're right, Simon. This is a beautiful move, re-centralising the queen. It's always scary when your queen is so far disconnected from her own king. She needs to be defending. But this, great. I mean, Levon Aronjan, just instinctive player. And this rook was under fire. You mentioned it has swung across. And it's now the moment you mentioned going into the middle of the board, Simon. I want to use this square just because the Black queen was threatening to come in, as you guys mentioned. So why not block that diagonal? Bully Prag with the threat of a queen trade, which would be... OK, he plays it, the most natural move. And, wow, Prag, he keeps surprising me. He's flicking in this move, attacking the knight, which has to stay there because it defends the White queen. A trade. A capture at least, and now White is 3 pawns up. 3 very big pawns, also helping to protect the White king. But Prag wants to regain some of them. He wants to start capturing. Still on the light squares. White is a bit tender. Not easy in practical terms. Computer thinks White is just in control now.
Yeah.
But still very, very difficult because you can't really make too many active moves with the White pieces. I mean, you can't touch your bishop. Maybe you can touch your rook. Maybe, instead he just...
alive.
Yeah, that's a good option, when in doubt, push a pawn.
Yeah, I'm stunned to worry for Prag. It's not just the clock, it's just on the position. It's hard to actually whip up any creativity. These pieces actually perfectly placed defensively, at least. They're not trying to attack, they're just defending, holding the fort. And you do have quite a lot to hold on to. 3 extra pawns, that's a lot to suffer for. And if Prag doesn't find anything, it's just a simple plan. March forward and win. OK, he pins the White knight. Very sensible. And OK, Levon, he's been so accurate, we've got to say. He's defended every time when there was just one move to cling on. He found it.
I wonder where Prag went wrong, because, it seemed like it seemed like something has gone wrong. I don't know. Maybe the evaluation has just changed over time, but be interested to have a look at this afterwards. See where things went a little bit pear-shaped. And now Lev is threatening to exchange some rooks off David as well. And obviously the winning technique when you have extra material is stop your opponent's threats and then just swap. It is a basic way to try and win. Get rid of your opponent's pieces, so your extra pawns will become very valuable. With little material left on the board, and that rook that's been moved is threatening to come into the corner and to exchange off black's rook. So again, this is another very good move.
And Pragnanda is now under a minute.
Yeah.
So he attacks the queen in order to control the square, but Levon very quickly retreats his queen and asks Prag, what are you going to do with your bishop?
I still can't tell, guys, whether he was bluffing or whether he just knew everything the whole way, the speed he's been playing. Because
you think he might have seen this variation possibly? And
he would have had to know 20, 25 moves deep in a really sharp new variation.
I'd be
possible?
Amazed.
It's not impossible.
I mean,
I'd be amazed. I think he's just been working it out. He's that talented, Levon.
I mean, he can work it out. He's good enough, isn't he? But not many people are, but Lev is, definitely.
Yeah.
+5 now, or, okay, it's gone down slightly, but still significant advantage for white. That pawn is very strong.
It's a bit unfair, isn't it, chess, sometimes? You know, you play a beautiful attacking game, you use your imagination, you go for it from the first move, and you lose.
Do everything right, literally everything right.
You don't deserve it, I mean...
Yeah, but maybe this is just an indication that the opening was perhaps a bit too sharp.
I don't know, I think it looked right. Yeah.
It's just the clock, I think. I mean, at the critical moments, maybe he had something more accurate in that attacking phase earlier when there was a rook in the corner. It just feels instinctively there was something. It's just with 2 minutes, 3 minutes on the clock.
And
not easy.
Now the d pawn starts marching, and Prag offers a trade of bishops. Well, I think this is a real practical chance. After all, if the bishop on e3 just goes, you know, then white loses a key defender.
Yeah, makes sense. That bishop is holding everything together for white, so why not trade it off? I don't really like Levon's decision, I must admit, of pushing the pawn forward. Feels like you've lost a bit of control. But computer thinks it's still fine for white. Still
chances, though, aren't there? I mean, it's a position where, the computer does think it's winning, but with such a messy structure here, I mean, you can be tricked even if you are Lev.
And the computer doesn't like this move by Levon.
Yeah, it's just that lack of control. Normally you just want to sit there, don't allow your opponent one single counter chance. Now, maybe after a trade of bishops, which, okay, just has happened, maybe the black bishop can sneak to the side. Now black's queen is threatening to jump in with a nasty check. Yeah, Levon, he's got nearly 9 minutes. He's 3 pawns up. He knows he should be winning with best play. Now is the time to spend those minutes on the clock.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't take it with you to the next game. You might as well spend 5-6 minutes converting the advantage smoothly, and then game over.
That should be a new chess variant to take your extra time. But anyway,
next game.
Black is threatening to give a check to the king. I mean, is this so deadly? Because after all, the white knight can intercept this check.
Yeah, maybe we can jump in and find out. Check whether the check is deadly. And yeah, this is the threat. So if we ignore it, for example, Jovanka, say push out.
Push your pawn.
This one.
Okay, but I know that's not a great move, but I'm just suggesting a random move.
Yeah, I guess the rook here could come and take the pawn, but yeah, this check can be blocked. Actually, maybe here by the rook as well, but by the knight. I guess it's just about, I mean, this rook will move maybe. Yeah, I mean, this pawn will drop, and it's still not 100% clear. Maybe if there's a more useful move, just to emphasize this point for white. I don't really see a more useful move, to be honest. Another question is if the king starts running to try and find safety behind some pawns at least. It doesn't feel safe, to be honest. The queen will still jump in, dive in. Still some work to be done. This pawn might drop. You guys mentioned that this guy is actually very close to promotion. Okay, Levon retreats his queen. Again, he's playing so quickly. Maybe it's a good move, but there we go.
Ooh, doesn't look like a good move on the bar.
He loses his biggest asset.
Yeah, this pawn, as you mentioned, Jovanka, is so important, and it's just dropped. Okay, now he's only 2 pawns down, Prag. And the white king is still stuck in no man's land, in limbo.
Wow, dramatic game.
Yeah, it's what you mentioned earlier, Simon. It's the practical aspect, right? Yeah. It's like the whole game, Prag has been on the attack. Levon's been defending perfectly. It's just one slip, and suddenly black is right back in it. And yeah, still anyone's game. All 3 results definitely possible.
Yeah. Is this the time now for Levon to start thinking, to use a minute or 2 on the next move?
Or 4 or 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's actually in survival mode now, Levon. Suddenly the white queen is stuck. Where does she go?
She has to just defend the pawn next to her. Okay, now he's trying to hide his king, but Prag, look how he's just got this extra gear, changing the pace. He wants to slide his bishop in here. Maybe he wants to relocate his rook, bring it down.
And, of course, capture the pawn as well.
Yeah, capture this pawn. You're right, Jovanka. If white just makes a move, then you can capture this pawn. Oh, maybe not that move. If white makes another move, this one, then we can capture this pawn due to a pin. Yeah, game on.
Game on, and Magnus Carlsen, he has now won game 4 against Liam Le. He has also then won the match to take all 3 points. He is on 12 out of 12 points after 4 matches, and this puts pressure on Prag if he wants to stay on top of the table together with Magnus before day 5. He has to at least get a draw in this game or win it to win the match in the rapid portion.
Wow.
But
what's happened?
So there's happening. You know, it looks like a blunder. I mean, rook has lined up with queen on the same diagonal.
I mean,
Prag takes advantage immediately. This is a skewer, simple skewer. The bishop attacking the queen and the rook behind it. Was Levon's idea to jump with the white queen to attack the black rook, maybe? I don't think that works.
Fortune favours the brave, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And also the black queen can take a pawn with check.
Fortune favours the Prag.
Fortune does. Yeah, I mean, that was a very strange defensive move by Lev, but it's so hard to defend these positions. He's played so well up to a certain point. I mean, what move is it? Move 40 or something, and then he just plays a couple of inaccuracies. I mean, also you've got to ask about his time handling. Yeah. Maybe that's the big factor.
He mentioned it in the interview before the day started, right, Lev on Aronjan. He said he'll respect his opponents more, think a bit more, not rush, but maybe he just knew the victory was within his grasp and then he rushed. Suddenly it slipped away. And also, Levon, as soon as he played that blunder, he started shaking his head. I don't know if Prag is too focused on the screen, but Prag could have seen that. You can't start shaking your head, giving away clues to your opponent. And now white's rook is going to drop to the black bishop.
Is this another blunder?
Yeah, I mean, it was already difficult, but...
Could you force a perpetual here by taking the rook, taking the knight, nearly?
Yeah.
It's very, very... I think that's perpetual check, isn't it, maybe?
Yeah, I think Prag probably has at least a draw in his pocket. Just take the white rook.
Yeah, I mean, you take the rook, king takes. I mean, he wants to win. I thought, forcing the draw when you need a draw, that's what a normal guy would do. But Prag's not a normal killer.
Next level.
he's different gravy.
Yeah, and this is ruthless stuff, though. Yeah. Queen is threatening to dive into the A1 square, give a check. Yeah. And to be honest... White is totally helpless against this threat.
Rook takes knight as well. There's rook takes knight as well. Is queen in the corner. There's so many moves here, right?
The white king has finally met its match. Yeah. It's just nowhere to hide. 3 attacking black pieces and white's pieces just not coordinated enough to defend.
And the king can't run, can it? Because you can just then take the rook. So
at the very least, you take the rook and then you're going to be up on material soon.
I mean. Poor old Lev, you can see his body language, I mean, this is a brilliant game, absolutely fantastic game.
You can't relax against the youngsters. They just always have another trick hidden up their sleeve.
And would you be tempted to go rook takes knight? And it's on the board.
And Levon just resigns.
Oh, he does, shaking the hand of Pragnanda, who wins another match against another class player. Another 3 points for Pragnanda. What a kid. What a chess player. He is winning another game here against Levon Aronjan. Let's head to Miami to hear some reactions from the players soon.
Som sagt, siste dagene har vært...
It seems Magnus Carlsen is currently doing a Norwegian interview, but Prag is standing there. We'll hear from Prag very soon. I'm wondering, can we take a look at this game, though, David? It was looking like maybe Levon was able to make that comeback, take it to tie breaks. He had so much time on his clock. A blunder, I guess. And Prag wins it. What happened?
Yeah, it was just one blunder and it spiraled from there. They say mistakes come in pairs, and here for Aronjan, there were certainly at least 2 mistakes in a row. In this position, we said that black still had an uphill task. White has it under control. This is maybe a threat, but White could, for example, have started running away with his king now, and maybe he would have been safe, but instead Lev retreated the queen, and Pragg pounced here. He simply took away White's very important passed pawn, and after the White king retreated, this move was a sneaky one. This forced a second mistake from Aronjan. White has a few moves here. He could push a pawn forward in the center, defend the other pawn. He could maybe jump into the center with his queen. He's still alive, still fighting, but this last mistake condemned him, and simply walking into a skewer after the White queen moved. I have to praise Pragg here, not getting greedy, as most of us humans would have done, capturing the rook, which would have been very strong for black. Instead, going for checkmate, trying to infiltrate on the first rank, and the killer blow. Rook takes knight, and here Aronjan resigned, because after the rook is captured, a simple queen capture. This is, again, another skewer, a check, and wherever the king goes, the rook will fall behind it, and checkmate would soon follow. Just what a game by both players, but especially by Pragg for holding his nerve.
Yeah, and what a match for Pragg, winning 2 games against the great Levon Aronjan to take all 3 points in the match. And now let's go to Miami to hear from the young Indian.
Pragnanda, how would you summarize that last game here?
Yeah, I'm not happy with that game, to be honest. Probably I had something. Maybe even I was better. Like, I wasn't sure. I thought I had something, but somehow I decided to go for this position where his king is kind of safe on d2, but somehow I couldn't just give any threat. And maybe this b5 move was wrong, just giving up the a6 pawn. But then, okay, he blended at the end.
Were you surprised by that? Did you feel like you were already getting ready for the blitz game, Solmros, there?
Not really. I was just trying my last chances. I think, yeah, with b6, d5, I think it should be completely winning. It happens sometimes that you just get blanked.
I know I keep asking you about the difference in level between playing the open tournaments and playing this, but I have to ask you, are you surprised that you're standing here with 4 wins so far in this tournament?
To be honest, I think I got some lucky wins here and there, so I think...
That's what you said in the Esports Cup as well, by the way.
No, I think today, the final game, I think I didn't play so well. I probably had different ways to play, and I chose the wrong one, so I'm not happy with it. But still, win is a win, so...
A win is a win, and you told me in Oslo that the mark you bear in your forehand is for luck. Now I think you've been thinking so much that it's almost gone, but you still feel you're getting lucky.
It's not like luck, it's just belief, and it's just belief that it's not for luck,
Thank you so much, Pragg. We look forward to seeing on, and it's really developing into a two-player race right now, you and Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, still 3 more matches, so anything can happen.
Look forward to it.
Yeah, thanks.
Levon, Pragg is saying he's getting lucky at the end. Is he creating his own luck, or are you frustrated with yourself right now?
Oh, no. It's okay. I think I had a... I had a bad sleep, so I was very, very tired today, actually. So, in the last moments, of course, it removes the concentration. So,
and those things really do play a part in a long match like this. 4 rapid games, a little bit of bad sleep or something else, it can affect you as a chess player as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's okay. I think I was winning in this last game, just gotta be in a better shape for next games.
Even if you are not quite up to your normal standard, are you still impressed with what Pragnanda is doing here?
Oh yeah, he plays a very interesting and good chess. So of course it's brilliant.
It's not long until we're going to see him rated among the other top GMs, do you think?
Oh, for sure.
Levon, we look forward to seeing you play on. It's been marvelous to watch you. We look forward to you getting a good night's sleep, a good rest, and coming back tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
And we see Hans Niemann walking past Levon Aronjan. That means the game against Anish Geary is done. And it's a win for Anish Geary. He wins his first match in the FTX Crypto Cup, winning 2 games against Hans Niemann. And he's still sitting inside the arena. Anish Geary, is he just enjoying his play in this game? Was it a good win by Anish?
He doesn't look too happy, we've got to say,
actually not.
Anish. But yeah, he's a student of the game. That's why he's shaking his head there. But that's why everyone loves him. That's why he's known as an opening expert. He studies so hard, works on his chess incredibly. So he's just looking where he could have improved, just checking with the computer there. And I'm sure we'll hear his thoughts. But a win is a win. He's got to take it,
Absolutely.
and his luck has turned. He's been unlucky so far. Today was different.
He must be relieved, Anish Geary. His first match win, 3 points, and heading towards Sverige. Let's hear from Anish.
Hi, Anish. You spent some time at the computer there looking over the positions. What did you find?
Yeah, I was a little frustrated that it's such an overwhelming position, but I wasn't able to convert it smoothly. But I'm really happy, of course, with the results. I'm very thrilled to have won the match, also without a tiebreak. But I mean, like, it happens to everyone, and I think everybody, misplays winning positions. Like, some lose them. Like, usually I don't lose them often, so maybe that's why I tend to draw them a bit more often than others. But of course, it's like it was getting a little frustrating towards the end, where I saw another position that's winning not being converted, and I mean, it's being a theme of the event so far. I was very annoyed, but I was very lucky that in the end, I think he started playing for tricks. He could have collected my f-pawn, and then it was very drawish already. I was very annoyed, but he started playing for tricks in my time trouble, and there was no tricks there, so I was quite fortunate to have won.
You had a lot of draws, as you were saying, coming into this in this game. Do you think that now the floodgates are open, that it will be easier to convert?
Probably, yeah. I mean, frankly, I converted one good game, the game 1, I think. It's more or less good for rapid standards. For sure, it's good for my confidence. But it's, like, it happens like that, but like, you have a position which is really winning, really good. Okay, it's yet to be converted, but it's like really beautiful in so many ways. I can take a pawn on h2, on b2, on e4. Like, everything is great. And okay, I chose something which is good, but somehow then it starts to look not so easy. And I don't know, like, I'm happy that I won. If I wouldn't have won, I'd be really, really pissed. But now, yeah, I hope I'll. I mean, my play is fine. Like, I'm happy with the way I play.
I think David is giving you a double win today because he's complimenting your T-shirt, saying you have definitely won the best dress today.
Yeah, this is from, I think, Chess24 Turkey. I think Chess24 Turkey is the boys there. They have some good T-shirts, and I'm always ready to grab free T-shirts. So if you have some spare T-shirts left, I'm collecting all the Chess24 stuff, Chessable stuff. Even chess.com shirts I have as well, like all kinds of T-shirts, as long as they're free. Optiver T-shirts, obviously. So just keep giving me more T-shirts, I'm gonna wear them.
If you're in the Miami area and you have some great T-shirts, come on by and you can show them to Anish. She's definitely gonna wear them.
I feel like saying challenge accepted. Let's see what kind of T-shirts we can get Anish to wear, as long as they're free.
Oh, I have a good one.
Okay.
It's actually because to celebrate the FIDE year of the woman in chess. And Chess24, they've collaborated and they have a T-shirt that says, "Girls just want to have fun and play chess."
We'll get Anish to wear it.
Yeah.
If it's free. If it's free.
If it's free.
Yeah.
And it's really cool. I really like it.
Yeah. Great T-shirt and a great day for Anish Geary. Finally winning a match. He now has points on the table, and he seemed very happy after beating Hans Niemann in his match today. Now this game will decide if we head into tie breaks today or not. It will take for Jan-Krzysztof Duda to win this game, to take it to tie breaks. The bar has been over to his side. What do you think, David?
This one is a super complicated endgame. There is this material imbalance. Black is actually the exchange up, meaning he has an extra rook for white's minor piece, in this case, white's bishop. But it's all about the black king, which is a big target. It's all about white's f-pawn, that very far advanced white pawn. He could run through and promote at some point. Earlier, I think he had an opportunity to push it and maybe win the game, Duda, but he's let the moment slip, and now he's under 1 minute with white. It looks beautiful, I've got to say, for white. The white king, the 2 white bishops, again, just fantastic pieces. White's rook active. But where's the breakthrough? If the white rook captures the pawn next to it right now, checking the black king, the other black rook potentially could slide across and block. It's messy. It's anyone's game.
If anyone can. Duda can.
Yeah, I think so, but there's one thing that's worrying me, and that is the clock time. He's now under 30 seconds on the clock. That's not a lot to navigate such a complicated position. And, OK, the pawn has been captured. The rook did intercept the check. And now that clock is making its mark, because now it's under 15 seconds.
Big problem for Duda as well. If you trade rooks, your winning chances are much minimised. But if you keep rooks on the board, black's rook is going to get active, start maybe checking the white king. Might be a bit uncomfortable over the next few moves. OK, the bar heading in black's direction.
I mean, could Firouzja just now start checking?
Yeah, it looks very, very tempting. I guess white will want to try and block any checks with his bishops. But, OK, who will this position favour? In general, I would say Duda, just because he loves imbalances, material imbalances, pawn structure imbalances. But Firouzja is maybe one of the few players in world chess who can match him kind of move for move in that type of scenario. So, OK, a rook check. I really don't like the position of black's other rook on the c6 square. I would love to get that kind of up the board and swing it across somewhere, but where to go? OK, he does actually improve the black rook, and white stops any checks from the side. White's rook protects its king on the 4th rank. To be honest, I don't really see how white's going to break through if black just continues improving his rook at the top of the board. Just maybe bring it to an open file. Still, I mean, it's so hard to judge, right? This one could spin just one mistake from either side. Either black's extra material will count, or white's bishops combined with a strong pass pawn.
I like this move. I mean, just trying to get the rooks off, and you can see that. OK.
Duda says no rook trade for you.
Yeah, good plan.
No, and well, Alireza's just simply moving his rook to another open line. I mean, I think this is fine as well. And now the bishop has moved.
Yeah, and it's so tense, actually. OK, the black king's coming. I like this one. Black's king was the worst placed piece there in the corner, doing nothing. If you can blockade white's f-pawn with the black king, much of the danger is past. I don't see any scenario where white can break through if that black king gets one more move. OK, now there might be some checks. White's rook trying to run away, but it has exposed the white king on the 4th rank.
It's a good idea with some checks.
When in doubt, throw in a check, gain 10 seconds on the clock. But Firouzja, he doesn't need to rush. He's got, in his world, in Firouzja's world, 3 minutes, 2 minutes is plenty of time. He can play 100 moves on that time, even without increments. So he still can pause and think.
He's given the check, and you have to block with a bishop.
Yep.
Only idea. And I think white moved the rook back because he wants to possibly swing it around if the black king comes in. And black's just moved his king one side across, so his knight can move probably.
Yeah, I like this choice of square. If the black king was on the 7th rank, like you said, Simon, it might get checked.
Yeah.
Black's king will never get checked on this square, at least not by the white rook.
And now the knight can move without dropping a pawn with a bishop check. So I think you kind of want to move your knight in the middle so the black rook can potentially go where that knight is.
Maybe we can show this, because at some point it will become relevant. If white's rook, for example, had swung across trying to get in, this is what Duda wanted to do, then, as you mentioned, Simon, the knight moves somewhere. And this is going to be a disaster for white. Everything is hanging. Look at this on the 4th rank, yeah. And this check is going to be deadly. One of the 2 white bishops will fall after this check. Instead, Duda just lifted his rook up 1 square. I love this move, by the way, from Firouzja. He lifted his rook up 1 square, but now the black rook is coming from a different angle. It can come from this side to the 4th rank. It's like, I mean, the white king is getting sandwiched by the 2 black rooks. What are you going to do if the black rook now just comes and tries to target you from this side? You're getting targeted from both sides.
Yeah. Looks very good for Firouzja now.
Disaster for white. Yeah, he was in control. He's just lost control completely, and this move is played. The white king has to run away off the 4th rank, of course. And now, what's the next killer touch? Do you move the black knight out the way, maybe? Jump to a different square? Do you give a check?
It somehow feels tempting to move the knight, but just to a square where it can dominate the bishop. And, OK, he's
hitting
gone
this
for
bishop.
it.
At least now you can gobble up this pawn if you need to.
And you can do it with a check.
Do it with a check. White does have an eye on this pawn, but he won't have time to take it if you take the pawn with check in the centre right now. And I'm not sure where the white king goes, but this is just game over. I mean, I can't see I guess there's an idea of taking this pawn. It's maybe slightly hard to defend. You can always drop your knight back if you really need to. But, OK, he doesn't even take the pawn. Firouzja, these top players, they're all so kind of
accurate
into the details, yeah.
And he might even take that bishop off if he... Well, OK, you probably don't need to do that, do you? But
worst comes to worst, you trade off a set of rooks. And then you take this pawn and everything starts to fall for white. There's plenty of options.
The black king is very safe, just moving one square forwards always, so...
Yeah, he takes the pawn. Now a check is just met by this move, as you mentioned, Simon. Safest houses, the black king. Black is material up, and the fact that it's opened up favours the rooks.
Yeah, and that means there's no hope for Duda here. And remember, he is in a must-win situation. And 40 seconds left on the clock, and the position is not really helping either.
You've said it before, he has pulled miracles out the bag for Duda in the past, but not this time.
He's going to need a real miracle here. I mean,
a mouse slip.
Yeah, a mouse slip or something. I mean, he needs to check that king, doesn't he? But there's no way you can check it ever. I mean, if you can check it, you can use your pawn. That's your only hope. Well, OK, he's going for this, but black's pieces are coordinating far too well here.
Let's go for the lawnmower checkmate. Bring the rook across, slide it down.
Good old lawnmower.
It gets my stamp of approval.
Oh, whatever white does, check.
Yep.
King back, check. Lawnmower, just
nice.
Trap the king. OK, he doesn't go for this. That was too aesthetically pleasing. He wanted something more efficient. He drops the knight back, hitting this bishop, and
OK,
so he just takes this pawn off the board. Sorry,
I would have not.
I would not have done that. I mean, is he planning the same idea?
He just wants to draw. He just wants to eliminate everything.
This is so clinical. Such a clinical finish to draw.
And let's go back to the players. We're about to see a draw agreed.
Amazing.
He didn't want to win. Who needs a win when you can draw and secure the victory anyway?
Professional.
King versus king at the end there. It would have been in the next move. And there we go. Firouzja takes today.
Headset off. Duda loses the match. Another 3 points for Alireza Firouzja. He wins the match. A great fight against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Let's head to Dubai to hear from Jan-Krzysztof.
Stay, Jan-Krzysztof.
Yeah, the games were interesting indeed. I think there were a lot of unforced errors from both of us, but unfortunately I made one error too much.
How are you going to turn the tide and get back tomorrow?
Yeah, I have no idea because I'm basically being autocrated all the time. Like I'm calculating very, very poorly, and the thing is that you can lose even to monkey if you are thinking the way I'm thinking. So I'm not of course saying that my opponents are.
We did not interpret it that way.
But I mean in general it's very annoying, frustrating, and it's definitely a thing because. Because for example, my loss in the first round was strictly connected to pure calculation, and the ending was drawn, and almost all the time, and basically I was just even trying to at some point to maybe to actually I thought because I was better ahead in time, so I thought maybe even I could try a little bit, but instead of course it was better just to trade queens earlier on and make a draw. And of course I was very lucky in the second game as well, but and also like the most upsetting moment about this match for me is the third game, in which I just sacrificed the pawn for the speculative compensation, something I normally never do, and it's very against me. So basically I don't quite get my decision making.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
It's a match loss in the rapid portion and 0 points for Jan-Krzysztof Duda. All matches today decided in the rapid portion. 3 points also for Magnus Carlsen. He has won all his matches in the rapid portion on 12 out of 12 points. And let's hear what he said after winning Game 4 and the match against Liam Le today.
Magnus, this ended up being an impressive match on your behalf.
I'm not so sure about that. I think he put quite some pressure on me in the last game. It looks really, really innocuous, but his pieces are a little bit more active, and I have some weak squares as well. So I spent a lot of time trying to figure out a way to arrange my pieces, and finally I think I found something decent. I think he was still a little bit better, but I really like this idea of pushing the pawn and rearranging the knights. I don't know if it was the best way to play, but I felt like it gave me some targets, something to hope for instead of just defending. I was getting a little bit short of time, but then of course at least at that point I knew what to play, so I wasn't so worried. And of course the blunder was unexpected. I mean, it was, I don't know what he missed. I think he may have missed knight e7 altogether. It was surprising, especially considering he had so much time. But to be fair, his last move, queen move, made very, very little sense unless he intended to take the pawn. So I guess that was it.
But all in all, you're quite satisfied with today's match.
Yeah, I mean, it was far from easy at any point. A little bit like yesterday, I had to fight and claw. It's not one of those matches where I felt like I was, in charge. But the result is very good.
Look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Magnus winning game 4 and in total 2 games today in his match against Niemann. And it's always a good idea to learn from the World Champions game. So here is today's Lisaveta learning point.
As we heard in Magnus's final interview, he didn't have it all his way. It was a very difficult day with some very difficult moments in the games. And I want to show you game 1 of the day between Carlsen with white against Liam as black. And in this position, it's Magnus to move. And it looks very, very difficult. Black here has a dominant piece in the middle of the board, by far the better minor piece. This bishop cuts across the board. White's king is in some danger. Potentially there will be some checks against the king later on. And here, Magnus showed that he knows how to get out of trouble. This is a skill all the best players have. They know when to bail out, when to escape, and when to cut their losses and just get out of the game with a draw. And Magnus found a nice tactic here. He actually distracted the black rook away from the 8th rank. He actually sacrificed the white rook on an empty square, and after this rook was captured, he had spotted a nice type of windmill perpetual check. White gives a check, black retreats, white gives another check, the black queen has to block, and the position repeats itself. There's no way for black to avoid the draw. And with this, Magnus managed to build a foundation on which he managed to later win the match.
Great day for Magnus Carlsen. Great day for 4 players in Miami. We have 4 players taking all 3 points. Let's take a look at the results from day 4 in the FTX Crypto Cup. Alireza Firouzja winning 2 games against Jan-Krzysztof Duda and 3 points for him. Pragnanda against Aronjan. It was 2 wins for Prag and 3 points. 3 points also for Magnus Carlsen, winning 2 games as well against Liam and Anish Geary, finally winning a match. 2 wins, 1 loss against Hans Niemann. So that's 3 points for Anish. And the standings with only 3 rounds to play in the FTX Crypto Cup. We do have 2 players on top of the table, Magnus Carlsen and Pragnanda, both on 12 points. Wow, Simon, what do you expect now for the last 3 rounds?
Well, I mean, I can't wait. Magnus Carlsen is playing Prague on the last day, so that is we're going to have to wait I think until the end of the tournament to see who's going to be the winner. And I also hope Hans gets off 0 points so he can afford his Uber bites. Yeah.
$1,000, is that what he said on Uber Eats?
Apparently,
oh, yeah.
Uber Eats, that's the one, not bites.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
What a guy Hans Niemann is. And we also have to mention Alireza Firouzja now on 8 points, 4 points behind Magnus and Prague. What chances do you give Alireza Firouzja now to fight for the win in the tournament, Jovanka?
He's on a roll. Of course, he played Pragnanda on the first day and he lost. But then since then, he just seems to be getting better and better. And I think, of course, he will have to play Magnus Carlsen. So who knows what's going to happen there? He might play the role of spoiler and steal some points.
Yeah, and Alireza, he did stop by Sverige for an interview after winning his match against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Let's hear from the Frenchman.
Alireza, that was a crazy match today.
Yes, I think I played very good today, but I couldn't finish it somehow. And but okay, at the end, this last game was crazy. But I managed to make the draw. Yeah.
Was it extra good to win this match after you overpushed a little bit in the second game?
Yes, I think it's relieving because when you lose such a game in this end game, it's a bit annoying. But no, it's a professional sport, so you have to be professional. After a loss, you have to come back. Yeah.
That's a sign of a true champion, coming back after a tough loss. Congratulations, Alireza.
Very nice to hear from Alireza Firouzja, a win for him today, and he is in contention to win the FTX Crypto Cup. Now let's take a look at the matchups coming up on day 5. It's going to be Hans Niemann for Alireza Firouzja. That is a good chance for another 3 points because Hans Niemann, he is struggling, still haven't won a match in the tournament. Aronjan against Geary. Looking forward to that one. And for Pragnanda, it is Liam Le tomorrow. Can Prag take another 3-point, another match win for Magnus Carlsen? It is Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And well, David, Duda, he has been somewhat of a nemesis to Magnus Carlsen. What do you expect from that one?
That's right. They've had many ups and downs. They've clashed several times. Duda ended his classical unbeaten streak of 125 games, knocked out Carlsen from the World Cup. But on the tour, Magnus has been in charge mostly. So I think Magnus is the favourite. Duda not looking his best this tournament. There will be some exciting games though.
Yeah. Definitely. And David, have you been pleased with the players today? Have they given you some grinds that you could enjoy?
Of course, yeah. They always do. Actually, in many long games today, especially Prag, especially Firouzja towards the end there, both of them grinding out those key victories.
Yeah. And we're going to give out a very cool prize right now, Jovanka, to the favorite selfie.
Yeah, you know, we asked you to send us selfies that you thought would impress Grandmaster David Howell for a chance to win his course, Grind Like a Grandmaster, that he did with Magnus Carlsen. And the winner is Ranjith R. Pillai, who says he's from India, watching live chess and learning some French defense. Even at midnight, we approve of that dedication. Yeah. So definitely you are a worthy winner and congratulations.
True David Howell style, practicing at midnight.
Exactly. The day only starts at midnight.
Yeah.
That's my philosophy, and well done. Hope you enjoyed the course.
Yeah. We should have had a selfie from the bathtub. You know, that's what gave David his gold medal.
Next time. We'll have to filter those ones, maybe.
Yeah. All right, you guys, we are more than halfway through the FTX Crypto Cup in Miami. 4 rounds are behind us. We have 3 rounds to go, and it's so tight in top of the table. We talked about it before the start of today, Simon. Prague in the Oslo Esports Cup. It was in round 4 where he lost it, and he wasn't able to win it. Today, he won his match. Do you think Prague now can go all the way?
Yeah, I mean, again, Aronjan is a brilliant player, and he just beat Aronjan. If he can beat Aronjan, he can beat anyone. He just keeps impressing me more and more every time I see him. So I expect him to go, all the way to the last round, I think. So,
absolutely. Do you think Magnus is, paying a lot of attention to Prague, being impressed by him, but also feeling the pressure of Prague just pushing him?
I don't think he'll be feeling the pressure. I think he'll be enjoying the pressure. I mean, he really enjoys that there's someone who's been matching him every step of the way. And to be honest, these two have just been looking unstoppable. I mean, like Simon, I think it will go until the very end.
Yeah. It's getting later in Miami as well. The tournament every day starts at 12 o'clock for everyone in Miami. So what is it like in Miami now, Sverige? Is it getting closer to sunset?
I think we could say it's getting absolutely beautiful because the heat is maybe starting to get within the sanity range. But someone who's more used to the heat and more used to the action is Tanya Sachdevan. We were visiting you earlier today, Tanya, and you were getting very excited about today's games.
It was tense fights, and I have to say it was all about the Chennai heat today on our games. I mean, what a performance by Prague against Lev. Just brilliant games, and I loved his interview with you that despite winning such a big match, the calm and composure that he showed, he's all of 17 and saying, you know what, 3 big matches coming up and it's too soon to say anything. But what a fight. Also, just all around, Alireza winning his match against Duda, amazing chess. The only regret, we didn't have any playoffs today.
Didn't have any playoffs, but we have a 2-man race right now. We have Magnus Carlsen and Pragnanda. Can Prag actually keep this fight going, you think?
I mean, only Prag's going to be able to answer that one. Just like he said, 3 big games coming up. It's going to be about consistency. Also, we're at that part of the event where fatigue and energy matter so much. So we're going to see who manages to keep nerves under control, and most importantly, just keep up the way they've been fighting.
I'll just give you a little bit of teaser, Tanya. And to you, Kaja, and the guys in the studio, the last possible match, Pragnanda, Magnus Carlsen, could it happen? Could it be deciding?
We were actually just talking about that in our broadcast with Peter, because our chat wanted to know when is the big matchup, and it's on the last day. But once again, swear, so much action coming up before that.
And it starts tomorrow. I look forward to it already, guys.
Definitely. Thank you, Tanya and Sverre. We are tomorrow entering the weekend and the last 3 days in the FTX Crypto Cup. Magnus Carlsen and Pragnanda both on 12 out of 12 points so far, tied for the lead in the tournament with the young Alireza Firouzja trailing only 4 points behind them. It's going to be a dramatic weekend with chess, you guys. So join us again tomorrow. We start, as always, at 5:45 CET. Looking forward to have you guys join us again for some fantastic chess. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye.